mean, it's like the fucking cream of death metal. 3-piece. Just playing amazing fucking heavy metal music.
Alright, I'm gonna zap her again. Charge up the paddles. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Sorry, Doctor.
Hold the compressions.
Clear?
Straight line. Straight line. Straight line.
You just heard Divine Stepped, Conspectu Mortis from Coroner's Mental Vortex from 1991. This is the International Thrash series. Not exactly sure what part it is, but it's under 5. This is Rock Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. Yeah, and it's Coroner Part 2 / Swiss Thrash, if you will. Yeah, I think we haven't really been numbering our episodes lately, so I haven't kind of put that in.
We are over 300 at this point.
I know. We reached our,
we did a long time ago, actually.
Yeah. we'll celebrate our victories when we need to celebrate our victories. So
yes.
No there. We also heard from Michael Ackerfeld from Opeth there at the opening with a little quote about comparing the band to Cream, which I thought was pretty fun, from a pretty neat Coroner documentary that we used some sound clips from in Part 1 for those of you that obviously, hopefully, listen to Part 1 before you checked out Part 2. And it's available on YouTube. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think if you just type in like Coroner documentary, you'll find it. I'm sure it has a name. I forgot to write it down. It's mostly in German, so it's a lot of subtitle reading, but it's pretty well done. It's good stuff, So, yeah. So here we are. We're back again, and basically what we just heard there, Divine Step, Conspectu Mortis. It's Survey of Death, Mark, is what it kind of translates to. I think Italian.
Perfect. It'll be our next fanzine.
Yes, Survey of Death. Get a little intro from Reanimator, so that's always fun when they're kind of fun samples and stuff. But
that's what that flat line in the beginning is.
Yeah, that's from
Reanimator.
Yep.
It was I was listening to it on a TV, and it wasn't. I didn't recognize any voices.
Yeah, so I think there's another sample we'll get later in the episode. I have it written down.
Is that from like the cold open of Reanimator with the weird German guy? Is that what the clip is from?
No, it's not a Reanimator sample. I'm trying to remember what the hell it is. I totally have it written down, but I'm not prepared.
It's not Flatliners, is it?
No, it's not Flatliners.
Okay.
Yeah, it's later in the episode, and I should have.
I didn't look up where it was from. I was just trying to guess. I've listened to it a couple times, but I had no idea.
Yeah. But so you kind of get a little sneak preview to some of the stuff we're going to be kind of covering here. We're really kind of centered on 3 records: No More Color, Mental Vortex, and Grin. And we'll be talking about Mental Vortex more in full in talk set number 2. But it's definitely, from those of you that joined us in Part 1. You still got kind of the syncopation stuff that is associated with this technical thrash stuff that Coroner's doing, but it's a lot catchier. There's a little bit more grooves that start to emerge once we get to Mental Vortex. Like stuff Overkill was kind of doing in this era, a little horoscope kind of vibes, or Rust in Peace kind of vibes there.
And much kind of refined for sure. Like the ideas are kind of like, I think, a little more condensed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's woven well into the technicality. There's still going to be the technicality, but it's like, to me, this song is like a really good bridge between the album we're about to start talking about, No More Color, and the album that we'll kind of get into a little bit later, which is Mental Vortex. I think what you get with Coroner when you get to this era, especially with Mental Vortex, but to some extent No More Color, is like, it's a band that's like got this kind of calm confidence. They no longer have to show off all the time their chops like they probably were doing on some of those early records, and they can kind of focus on better songwriting, more condensed, slower, catchier stuff. And that middle section of Divine Step is kind of proof positive of that, where one movement kind of cascades into another. It kind of feels like something you would have heard off of like Coma from Horoscope, or songs off Rust in Peace that have multiple movements, but they're not like it's not like something like Obscura would do, a technical kind of death metal where it's like boom, 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 here's another part. And I like Obscura. No, I'm not making fun of that, but it's much smoother than what you got maybe on earlier Coroner records, where it was like, here's a part that's going to be crazy, and now here's another crazy part. Now here's another crazy part. It
seemed a little more planned out, and like, oh, here's a couple notes that'll lead into this next part.
Yeah. It's like the difference between like those early Rush records and like Moving Pictures, right?
Yeah.
Moving Pictures has got like a smoothness to it, and it's a band that's pretty confident, and they're like, you know what? We don't need to do like a crazy solo here. This is going to be good enough, and it's a little tasteful and stuff like that.
It's the push and pull of the 3 players together too.
Yeah.
That was something I don't think I articulated at any point, but kind of as listening to a lot of Rush lately, just how even like the 80s stuff, like Power Windows and all that kind of shit, where it's very much 80s.
Yeah.
Like Neil Peart is still doing like really awesome, tasteful fills that kind of keep that part of me still. I don't feel like I've been like betrayed by them.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
like the what is it called? Subdivisions, that track. Like the drums keep it going enough, and then a good
Oh, I love that
vocal hook
song. I
and
love that
stuff. And
record.
I love
Yeah.
all that era. I didn't care as much as a kid, but um, like the
Some of the stuff in the
subtlety
later
to it is
80s
what
I
really is a
don't
big
love
deal.
as much, but I like that record right after Moving Pictures that has subdivisions on it. I can't remember what it's called. It's not Power Windows. It's escaping me, but
Signals,
yeah,
yeah,
Signals is great. I think that's their best of that kind of synth era,
yeah.
for me is Signals. But I think I have a more I need to go back and listen to those records. And I've just got done teaching a unit in my rock and roll history 2 class where I was, boy, it was quite a feat, but I think I pulled it off. Where I was sort of connecting the dots between, Velvet Underground, Bowie, Roxy Music, Krautrock, Noi, Kraftwerk, Brian Eno's solo stuff, and how that traces through into like synth pop in the 80s and then all the way up to like, your Radiohead Kid A's and stuff. And like, I think I did it in a weird way. I kind of tied a lot of pieces together, but I'm starting to get, as I talk more about like electronic usage in music, a little bit more appreciation for that art form, than
Hmm.
probably 10, 15 years ago, where I was obviously more drawn to guitar and, the traditional instruments. Yeah, like those Bowie records, like Low and Heroes and stuff like that are I probably listen to those more than I do like the Ziggy era stuff now, which is, interesting for me, but I don't
Yeah, because
know.
that's something I think when you find a really good, really interesting artist, it doesn't really matter where they go, as long
Yeah.
as they're so interesting no matter what they do.
Well, I think that's going to be a running theme for this episode because when we get to Grin, there's going to be some conversations about that. And, Joseph Schafer and I, have a pretty long conversation about that. And he offers some thoughts, and Tom G. Warrior will offer some thoughts on, that. And it's kind of the same cross that like a band like Celtic Frost kind of bared. Are you on the journey with the band because you like the ideas the band's going to do, or do you expect something out of the band and they're going to end up maybe disappointing you or pissing you off? And it's weird because there's some bands like AC/DC where you want it to just always be AC/DC, and then there's other bands like a Celtic Frost where you're like, I want them to like stretch out, and push
Yeah,
themselves and see where they go, and it's weird how some bands create that identity for themselves and it becomes their thesis statement and they can get away with it, and others, I don't know, you can't go on that journey with them, or you don't want them to go on that journey. I mean, that was a conversation we had with Bolt Thrower too, like,
yeah. The
and I don't know if
incremental
it's a
little
formula.
steps.
Yeah, some bands it's more about incremental, some it's like, like I said, I just showed my kids like it's like a little 8-minute kind of mini doc thing that talks about how, Radiohead did this just 180 from OK Computer to Kid A, and it really freaked out their fans at first who wanted OK Computer Part 2, but then eventually everybody caught up and was like, you know what, this is cool. It like preserved Radiohead to kind of be able to go somewhere else that no one else expected them to. And unfortunately, Grin could have maybe done that for this band, and it just, we'll get to it. And it hit at a bad time for Thrash. It hit at a weird time for Noise Records, I think, and the promotion it got, and band dynamics that were kind of happening, and stuff. And they just were never able to leverage that into something different, that could have maybe preserved them through the 90s and made them more relevant in that decade than other thrash bands were, I guess. And it's kind of the great what if with Coroner, but it is
Yeah, it's
what it is.
always interesting with that era. I mean, I've been listening to an incredible amount of music from the early '90s. It's not metal
Yeah,
lately, and
been a good Soundgarden bender. I'm proud of you. It's like,
oh
yeah,
Jesus, yeah,
Temple of Dog, baby. It's like,
I fucking bought the Temple Dog record, dude.
it's fucking great.
It's fantastic. It's
Yeah,
that's the closest I'm going to get to a Pearl Jam record, but
you know
It is
Pearl
what it
Jam
is.
10 is a pretty good guitar record. It's like if you're in a mood for like the Doors type stuff, Pearl Jam 10 kind of
Most of
scratches.
it, it's Vedder that kind of throws me off.
Oh,
But
you can't do better. Yeah,
but
I get
like
it.
the compared to like listening to exciting new vibrant heavy music in the 90s, and then like they were fighting, like Corners fighting an uphill battle,
Oh yeah.
trying to be relevant, be different enough to potentially kind of you know make people interested, but that's a really tough time, man.
Well, and it's tough too when in all that I've sort of read and interview clips I've sort of seen, it really seems like Noise Records and the main guy, forget his name offhand, he just was not. I don't know. The Corner was never a band that was a priority band for that label. They were making money off of Halloween and Running Wild and some of that kind of stuff. And Coroner kind of just they were predictable. Their album sales never did a crazy amount, but yeah, and that's too bad. And so if Grin had been marketed maybe differently, like I don't know, I was in the metal in '93. I probably would have been a guy who, had I known about Grin, like I was the target audience of Grin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you think of my generation, just a little bit below you and Chris, like we were eating up Ministry and White Zombie and Prong and all that stuff in '93, groove metal and all these
Hmm.
different things and Sepultura KSAD. And I didn't fucking, this was nowhere near my radar screen. Again, it was on a German label and stuff. So it makes sense. Fuck, I didn't know who Blind Guardian was till a couple of years later either. So it
Yeah.
is what it is. But yeah, anyways, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but that's definitely a conversation we'll have when we get a little bit sort of further. So Mark, it's a little catch up. This is the last podcast we're recording before Mark is a father, so that's
Yeah.
pretty exciting news. Yeah, man, you're about a week away. How you feeling? You doing okay?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, we're just I was telling you off mic earlier that we're just kind of getting everything as much done as we can, have everything ready to go. His room is all set up. We got all of his stuff. We got all our stuff. We got lots of Costco trips in.
Yeah.
Lisa's mom last year got us a one of those food saver, those vacuum sealer things.
Hmm.
We've been like making food and portioning them out, throwing them in the freezer, and just trying to anything that we can take care of now,
Sure.
and just try to be in for it. But yeah, it should be my birthday.
Yeah, that's wild.
So I don't know if we'll have the same day, but it's going to be day or two either before or right or after. So we'll still be Aquarians together.
Yeah, that's good. Harvey Sid Fisher would be proud of you. He'll sing the Aquarian song for both of you guys. So,
No, but we're both incredibly excited. It's just it's like a weird countdown. I
yeah,
don't think there's another thing like it.
I can't imagine. So just watching my friends go through it and stuff like that, and watching you guys go through it is pretty crazy. So yeah, so we wish you safe passings and safe tidings when you guys go on your journey potentially next weekend.
Yeah,
So
it's gonna be nuts. So we've got our headphones, like the big heavy duty ones you wear when you're riding on the lawnmower,
mhm.
in case need a pep talk from Tom G or something. But
Yeah, yeah, there you go. That's awesome. And then we actually got together over Christmas break. So I've gotten up to Mark's new place up in the Northern Requiem headquarters a couple times, right around Thanksgiving and then right around Christmas. And we were joined by frequent guest Requiem Chris Dick, and we put together the GI Joe aircraft carrier, which is pretty
together,
pretty awesome.
that was quite a what an interesting way to end the year.
Yeah, a fun endeavor. Just the three dudes in sailor hats, kind of all hanging out.
Having a good
Just
time.
having a good time, man. It was good. So yeah.
I was thinking if you still want to keep you know Requiem North, and I can just be Requiem Far North.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I don't know if
I
you've
was
erased
listening.
it yet, but on the
I haven't. Well, I can change it. Yeah, I can change it. So yeah, I like the
if
far
you want
north.
to keep North, I'll just be Far North.
Well, and that's like kind of like it's almost more black metalish to do that too. You kind
Blast
of
Shirk in parentheses.
yeah,
Yes.
I was gonna say you're like in like the immortal lands, at the heart of winter, up and getting the lakefront snow and all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah,
So
it's wild up here. It's dressed like Snake Eyes every day and got camo pants, and you wouldn't know who the hell I was unless I took off my mask.
yeah, and you got kind of like a wolf like dog too with you, so it's like you're kind of a perfect GI Joe character there.
It's true.
So yeah,
Luckily, I can still talk, and
yeah, yeah. So Mark's been listening to lots of fucking Seattle music, and I've mainly just been. I got sick over Christmas break the last sort of few days, so I kind of went on a big movie bender and stuff, and just kind of watched some spaghetti westerns, Django, Bullet for the General. I finally watched Sisu, which is awesome. That was
oh
fucking
yeah, we
fun.
saw it in the theater. I love it.
Yeah, I love watching people kill Nazis. That fucking shit's great.
And old men going
Yeah,
against like hordes of people.
yeah, it was really fun. Speaking of that, I've actually checked out a couple of like Denzel's like action movies that I just sort of skipped. Finally
Equalizer.
watched Equalizer and Man on Fire, and they're both pretty fucking entertaining movies. So
I've seen Man on Fire. I never saw Equalizer, but there's like three of them out now, I think.
yeah, and supposedly Equalizer 2 is really fun too. But
Yeah. I just remember the dude from Wicker
from
Man.
Prisoner. Oh, is he from The Prisoner? He's from Wicker Man. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
Edward
the.
Woodward or whatever. He used
Yep,
to be the equal. Like the opening of that show was so cool. Whereas like the dry ice, and he's standing there with a trench coat in the alley, and then you
yeah,
watch it as a kid, and you're bored.
yeah, yeah. Oh, God, there's some fucking movie I was watching. Oh shit, what was it? And it was like took place in the 80s, and God damn it. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. But the dad, like the kid was calling the dad because he had to ask him a question about something on the phone, and the dad's like, God damn it, I'm gonna miss the equalizer. And like he gets up out of the fucking living room, like his anger like gets the phone and stuff. And I was kind of dying laughing. But yeah, those are
Yeah,
fun.
didn't have a VCR, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing. Like if you're a youngin, you don't know what it was like. You couldn't pause and just kind of
Destination Television, man, that was a big deal.
that's what it was, man. Thursday nights, man, I had to be home to watch fucking Seinfeld and Cheers and all that shit.
Yeah,
So because the next day on the playground, we're gonna be fucking talking about that shit, and you didn't want to be the kid that missed out. I did see in the theaters that's fucking awesome is Godzilla minus one.
that's all I've heard from everybody.
Yeah, dude.
Um, I'll be down at some point. I think it's on Prime right now.
It might be. Yeah. If you don't see it for a while and get down here, we could watch it on the big screen because it's cool as fuck. But like it's kind of like a Top Gun Maverick where you're like, this is exactly what I want out of these kind of movies. And it's not necessarily empty calories, but fuck man, you care so much about the characters. And it's a lot like Jaws. They use Godzilla sparingly, which is
Yeah,
smart. And it's not a
yeah.
CGI fest. And
No, it's a
it
dude
deals
in a
with like,
suit.
well, yeah, and I mean it deals with like the politics of Japan post like firebombing. It like feels more like Grave of the Fireflies than it does like a Godzilla movie that we're
Yeah.
used to, like these American ones. It's much more about like the mental toll that the war took on the Japanese people. And I don't want to spoil too much,
How
but
they
it's
coped, and yeah.
well, and the guy was like a kamikaze pilot who didn't commit. And so like they go into like, people like kind of walk up to him and blame him and shit. And he's dealing with the idea of like what it means to be a man and sacrifice. And man, it's just multi-tiered and layered and shit. It's very
Well,
cool.
and those are things that are not. Can you think of the last movie that dealt with anything like that?
I no. that's,
Like
that's what's
we've been serving a very specific type of idea in popular movies lately, and just to get back to some like basic, kind of like archetypal
yeah.
values.
Yep. Yeah. It was
Um, it's just like I'm stoked to see that movie, but yeah, I haven't watched literally anything except
I was
that.
gonna say you're in a totally different world. I'm in like I'm
I'd
not
like to. I
coaching
just don't have the
part.
time. I don't have the. If I'm sitting for more than like 45 minutes, I feel like I don't know. I got I got all this shit I want to get done
I don't
before
blame
and
you.
just be like ready to go. And then we'll be, pulling out, Star Trek Next Generation to watch as we're in our, you know, our
For sure.
twilight sleep for the next, 6 weeks.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
need some stuff to be able to like kind of watch and not think about anything else and then fall asleep and then wake back up and there's another episode on.
Yeah, I get that kind of part too. Yeah, you're in a completely different zone than I am. That's for sure. No judgment, man. I had Christmas break where I had nothing going on, and I was like, well, the weather's shitty, so I'm just gonna sit and just kind of crank out a couple movies today. And plus, when I was sick, I was
Oh
just
yeah, that's a perfect
sitting
excuse.
around eating soup and watching
Hmm.
movies and shit. So, but yeah, it was fun. I watched the new Batman a couple times. I hadn't seen it since the theater, and every time I watch it, I like it more. It's like a fucking Fincher flick.
The
It's
Pattinson one,
yeah, it's
I
fucking.
hated that movie, dude. I could barely get through it.
Did you watch it? The whole thing?
I watched the whole thing.
Oh my God, I love it, dude. The
I did not like it at
cinematography,
all.
it's like a cool fucking detective movie. It feels like Zodiac and Seven and shit like that. I love like the
Yeah, I could not. I had a real hard time with it.
man. No, I like that
And I
more
like
than
Pattinson as an actor.
yeah.
I like a lot
I
of the
like
people
that he's
in the
just a
movie, but
weirdo. I
yeah,
like that Bruce Wayne's not like some because if I don't know, we could go on and stuff, but um, yeah, I liked it a lot more the second and then the third time. I showed it to my mom over Christmas break, and she was like, "Oh, this is really good." I'm like, yeah. So I don't know, it just feels like it was like a refreshing take on that, after like CGI fests of the last, like Zack Snyder era of kind of DC bullshit. It's like
yeah,
a
it's
back.
probably a good palate cleanse. I never watched all like I don't think I saw like some of the fights in the
It
Batman
was
Superman just because they shot him in Detroit, and I
yeah.
was like morbidly curious, and they're on YouTube, but I never watched the whole movie or any of the
It's
Snyderverse stuff. I can't really stand.
Yeah, and maybe this was just such like a left turn from it. I appreciate it a little bit more, but I don't know.
Hey,
I was
everybody's
cool to
entitled
see.
to their opinion.
It was cool. I don't know. I'm a big Fincher guy too, so
Yeah.
maybe that just kind of scratched that
Well, I
itch a
like
little.
this the guy that he did like the Planet of the Apes flicks and stuff too, and
Yeah,
I liked his other
Matt
stuff he
Reeves.
did, but yeah, I just
Yeah,
something about it, man. I don't know.
yeah. Maybe it hit you at the wrong time. Maybe if you watch it again sometime, you'd be like, oh, okay, this is fine for what it is. So, but I like the Riddler stuff too. I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, I would have cut maybe like 15 minutes out of it. It's a little over long, but it's stylish and just the cinematography is really cool. I like that they got like a legit kind of dude to do the cinematography, like Oscar nominated guy and stuff. So
Yeah.
just kind of had like a little more cinema flair, which is kind of fun to see compared to like kind of the whatever the Zack Snyder like kind of slow mo kind of bullshit kind of
It's like
art
video game
stuff.
stuff. Like
Yeah, yeah.
I think
So
I'm also just at a fever pitch for superhero movies
yeah, and you might be just kind of burned out on that, and I completely understand.
because
So
that's like my all the subculture except for heavy metal. Every subculture that I've been really into has gotten not co-opted, but it became popular, and it
yeah,
lost a little of the stuff that I really loved in that stuff because it was so weird and just off base and like I don't give a shit about superhero movies anymore. I'd much rather. I've been just reading. I picked up. I don't. Did you ever read the Nam?
I remember it. Yeah,
It was
isn't that Larry Hama?
Larry Hama. He was the editor of it, but a buddy of his that also served in Vietnam um, wrote it, and it was all done like in real time. And Michael Golden, that did like Micronauts and the Danzig logo that Danzig stole.
Oh yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
does all the art in it, which is incredible. He, like Todd McFarlane completely pulled a lot of his like flares off of Michael Golden.
Oh, okay,
But
cool.
I've been reading a lot more comic books,
Yeah,
like
I mean, I
old
went
comic
through the
books from the
Uncanny
from the
phase.
80s. But
Yeah, I mean, I just did a bunch of that with Excalibur and Uncanny and New Mutants and stuff. So I feel you there. So
like the stuff that's been represented in movies, superhero wise, it just doesn't really do much for me. I think I already talked about this months ago, but I will go back and give credit to the dude that played Spider-Man before Tom Holland. I can't think of his name.
oh, Andrew Garfield.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
Andrew Garfield might be the best act, not the best movies, but I think he's the
that's
best Peter
Peter
Parker
Parker.
and
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
yeah. I always thought he was my favorite Peter Parker.
It
So
just felt like
I
the
wish the
old Sal
movies
Buscema
would have been
comic.
a little bit better for him, in a way.
Yeah.
So honestly, that was my favorite part of the last Spider-Man movie was him being able to get like a redemption arc.
Yeah.
And I don't want to spoil it because I'm sure most people have seen it who are going to see it, but there's that moment and it almost brought a tear to my eyes because he got slagged for those movies and he was not the bad part of those movies. Like those movies are fine. I don't hate them, but
They're fine. I mean, his acting is great. The
that's the thing.
stories are okay.
He's not the reason, and yet I think he took that to heart. And for him to get the chance to come back and redeem himself in a movie and also redeem that moment that character went through, was
Yeah.
like so fucking. That was like okay, that was really well done. You know, that little part, you know, was pretty cool. So, but yeah, no,
I have no problem calling it out. Like, I bought a Temple of Dog album. Like anything that I've slagged on or made fun of in the past, and if something clicks, and I'm just like something about the emotionality of all that music,
sure,
like where it was coming from, like is really really hits, and especially Cornell stuff is just like my god, that fucking
you're right in my sweet
voice,
spot,
man.
He's speaking my language. This is like
up there with
when you went through Alice in Chains, like at the beginning of COVID, and I was like, yes, finally, you know. And you had always been a fan, but it was like you accelerate it, and I was like, yes, all
I
right,
never went back and like re-listened to Dirt, and I listened to it for like a week straight.
yeah, yeah. I mean, those were like formative middle school records for me that got me. That was my gateway to like death metal in a weird way, but it was more, I think, the moroseness of those the vibes, you know, that got me there. You know,
That's most of it too. Is like they're morose. Everything's morose. I love that kind of like. It's like a cathartic thing for me, so I don't feel that way. Like,
I mean, there's a reason that like Catatonia and Paradise Lost and Bride and those bands like are, you know, like almost a notch above some of the other extreme metal stuff that I got into, Anathema, you know, things like that, because I've just always been drawn to like emotive shit, you know, Soundgarden, Chains,
and
you
I've
know,
been on a big cult tear lately too. So
absolutely. And that's why I like Joy Division and The Cure and some of that stuff in recent years. Like I've gone back harder into that stuff because it's like, okay, this is probably my true sandbox. As much as I love death metal, like I'm probably like a doom metal, melodic doom guy, you know, at heart, you know, somewhere in
oh,
that.
for sure.
That's kind of
Well, but then I went, 360, and I picked up the first two master records.
yeah. You know, it got to be a whatever mood you're in, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm with you. I
So
mean, that's
incredible thing that we have all this music that we can go back and rediscover, and gets reissued in all these different ways and recontextualized in different ways. It's
yeah.
I can't believe how like nourishing it is for your mind.
For sure. Yeah, and I kind of oscillate based on moods between is it music or is it movies kind of thing. And I've been kind of diving really hard into like a lot of movie podcasts, analysis and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Probably I'm teaching that Ferris class and we do a lot of movie analysis. And so my brain kind of goes there and I kind of want to be sharp, you know, and that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
Whereas like music usually takes hold like in like the late spring when I can like be outside a little bit more and driving a little bit more and stuff and listening in my car. But when I'm in the house, I don't have a good stereo setup, for stuff. Although I don't know if I told you,
back.
I brought my speakers home, so I'm gonna get it going. I have some ideas just to get a good sound system, and I think I'll start listening to a lot more music at home if I have like the setup finally. It's just.
Well, I think music is best on just a 2-speaker stereo setup.
That's what I'm going to do. Yep.
I think that's the way, because I've got in the back of my office, I've got like my nice system with the big speakers and everything, and then I've got little desk speakers in here just to listen to other crap. But it's nice to do that. Like I finally had some of those days of just destination listening, just sitting down on the couch, pulling out the new record, putting it on, listening to it, not worrying about anything else. And it's like, God, this is nice.
Yeah, for sure. So this is a long way of saying that we don't know what the next, month or two is going to look like in terms of Requiem land. But for those of you that aren't Patreon listeners, we're I think okay for next month because we have a Patreon episode we recorded a few months ago on the Belgian kind of Dutch thrash scene that we'll probably be able to put up. That way Mark it doesn't have to do a lot of editing and kind of get into his routine a little bit, and then we'll sort of see where kind of things are at once things maybe calm down a little. I don't know.
Well, I think I'm not planning on cutting it all together, but I think the episodes would be shorter.
Yeah, we might have to just kind of like break things up a little bit. Or
sometimes we have like 7-hour recording sessions.
Yeah,
it's not all does it all make usually like we spend like the last episode we spent about an hour and a half talking before the show, and then at the last talk set we spent another I think hour and 15 minutes just talking. I don't remember what it was now, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there's a lot of it's a nice social time, but also work.
We might have to just kind of save that for its own separate phone conversations and just kind of like just be business-like with some stuff, which,
Yeah, or just like make the episodes, 4 hours instead of 7.
yeah, I think this one will be a little shorter. So
Yeah,
that's the
it
good
will.
news for those. So I guess, with Coroner, when we kind of left the Swiss thrash story, it was right after they had released their full length second record, Punishment for Decadence, and what we see kind of emerging on the scene now is this kind of refinement, called No More Color. And for years, that was probably my favorite album of theirs, although Schafer's conversations have gotten me to kind of rethink some things a little. And so not that he shook my confidence, but he pointed some things out, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. He's not as big, as high on No More Color, but I think No More Color, for what it is like the personification of their skill set with peak technical prowess without the fat. I mean, it's 34 minutes. It's just no filler. Boom, boom, boom.
Hmm.
And I like that. We've talked about how sometimes albums are a little more bloated in modern times and stuff. And this kind of does that. And it's you know it's for as rich as it is as an album with like musical precision, it's still like super accessible, and it's like that it toes that line. It reminds me like Killing Technology from Voivod, or
Hmm.
Rust in Peace, where Rust in Peace, when you kind of pull it apart in pieces, you're like, fuck, what are they're doing crazy shit in the song, yet it's an incredibly mainstream listenable record. And to be able to pull that off, we talked about a few minutes ago with like Moving Pictures, that's such like a fine line to walk, and very few bands are able to do that.
Especially
Maybe,
more than once.
yeah, and they seem to do it back to back, especially No More Color and Vortex and stuff here. But it's kind of the peak in a lot of ways of the sound that they started on their debut, RIP. It kind of peaks with No More Color, and then they kind of start to do something a little bit different with Mental Vortex that in a lot of ways kind of sets them up for Grin. So, you know, it depends on what your flavor is. If you're more of a tech thrash like purist, you're probably gonna fucking love No More Color. Um, I don't know, where do you have like a favorite Coroner era, or you just kind of like take it as it is, or yeah, I don't, what are your thoughts on
I mean, I think I like immediately I'm more drawn to No More Color and RIP.
it? Mhm.
I find Mental Vortex the least interesting out of the whole group.
See, and that's now my favorite. That's really interesting.
Hmm.
And that's Schaefer's favorite. And that he sold me on it and gave me some things to sort of think about. But I can understand it from your standpoint, I guess, just
Yeah.
knowing and like what kind of what grabs you and stuff. So yeah, it's
I think
interesting.
yeah, I think Grin is a more interesting record to me.
Yeah, they're definitely trying a lot of ideas. Yeah, it's a lot to chew on. I don't
Hot
know.
take.
Yeah, hot take. What Schaefer, I think, says, and it might come up in one of these sets here pretty soon, is I think he just sort of thinks that No More Color is like them playing it safe, and they're just sort of doing Punishment for Decadence Part 2 kind of thing. And I get that. It's kind of like, it'd be like if you said, well, Metallica played it safe on Master of Puppets because they're just kind of refining like Ride the Lightning, whereas Injustice is them really taking a chance. Like, I can understand that narrative. I don't agree with it. I could
Yeah.
understand, I'm like, okay. But like, I still fucking love Master of Puppets. And that's how I feel about No More Color. Like, it might be shinier than Ride the Lightning, but I still fucking love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's that's
Well, it's
that's
like,
how I
it's breaking down like a bunch of mostly really good records.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
there's not a
have
bad record here,
yeah, so like it's a pretty solid discography, so it just comes down to like which ones aren't the best,
Well, and I think
in
like
your opinion.
as you grow, you kind of take different things. Like No More Color was like the first Coroner I really discovered, so of course I
Yeah.
love, Read My Scars was like my gateway to Coroner. And so I love that song. But objectively, is it still the best Coroner song? I don't know, but I'm emotionally attached to it.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like, it's whatever
Don't
your
ask
base.
me why.
Yeah. Don't ask me why. Um, but I guess people tend to agree more with us than with a guy like, because No More Color in Decibel's top 50 thrash albums of all time
Hmm.
showed up, the
Yeah.
album that had representation. It showed up at number 17. Kind of lodged right between Testament's The Legacy and Metallica's Kill 'Em All. So pretty good company.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's not too shabby.
Here's what's sort of surrounding it. Celtic Frost to Megatherion at 21, Overkill Under the Influence, Megadeth Peace Selves, Testament The Legacy, Coroner No More Color, Metallica Kill 'Em All, and SOD Speak English or Die at 15. So, that's pretty awesome company. I don't think there's,
Pretty
anything.
varied as well.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they sort of went that way. And here's what Wagner had to say. It's just a very short sort of kind of write up here. He
What
said,
year was this one again? Was this
the
the first Thrash one with the shark on the
the
front?
surfer shark dude, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
because that was purely Thrash. Because the other one was just old like heavy metal stuff, right?
Yeah, and that didn't have
Okay.
really any thrash records on it. So yeah, this
Okay.
was like when did Decibel put this out?
2013 or something. 2011.
2011. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is before you started doing the kind of special covers for their genre issues,
Yes, which they no longer do. I just did them so good that they can't imagine doing anything better.
I wish they would pull something up. You know what I want them to
I
bring
think
back?
they went over to books instead of special
Yeah.
issues.
I want the yearbook issues to make a comeback, like once a year. Do like a year. I love those.
It's tough. I think it'd be tough to do them every year.
Yeah.
Then you're going to be like grabbing at straws because they've only done 91 and 95 and 89, right?
They've only done two, I think.
Oh, 91 and 95.
Yeah. And so like to me, there's like, you can do 86, do 89. I think there's a couple other big years in there. You don't have to do it every year, maybe, but like every couple years, it'd be kind of fun. Yeah. I don't know. Just something different, Plus, I like those spreads you get to do, those collages.
Those are awesome. I think, don't you own two of them?
I own both the originals.
So, when
I
I'm
want a
dead,
third.
you can,
Yeah, exactly.
send those off.
I lay claim.
But yeah, I think I'm at year 15 at Decibel.
Yeah, because it was right after we first met Albert in 2009. 2008. It was 2008. It was summer of 2008. We went down, met Albert for that At the Gates reunion show, and went to New York with them and recorded in Decibel headquarters. And
Yes,
then
it was going on 16 now.
pretty soon after, I don't know if it was immediately after that you got kind of hooked up with them, but
it was issue 52, and they're on issue like 230 something right now. So I was basing it off of
I think
publishing
08
schedule.
late 08 I think is when you kind of started doing stuff for them. So yeah, you're in year 15, year 16. So
longest job I've ever had.
That's nuts. Yeah. So here's what Wagner had to say. Our good friend of the podcast, Jeff Wagner, who, if you don't know Radical Research, it's a fun podcast. You should check that out. They do a lot more proggy stuff, more in the Coroner vein, I would say.
Well, he's got that Fates Warning book that's still available. I think it's available on Amazon now too.
And we're actually going to read from his other book, one of his other books, a little bit later in the episode, Mean Deviation. So, but it says, led by the incredible fluidity of guitarist Tommy T. Barron and bassist Ron Royce, No More Color is the ultimate Coroner experience. It perfects the neoclassical vibe they'd been honing since their early days, while pointing towards the less frantic, mid-paced, modernized direction they embraced on the following album, Mental Vortex. With bristling energy and crystal clear production, No More Color cleanly stabs Coroner's sophisticated thrash straight through the brain. So there we go. Congrats, Coroner, number 17.
There is, the neoclassical stuff that I never really put two and two together with that, like with all, like Yngwie and all that, but I definitely have much more of a respect for it now, I think.
Yeah.
Because I listened to a lot of classical music growing up as a kid, but I never put two and two together with that. Like, this is like classical kind of stuff. But
I think for me, what really got me into that more, because that was always, I think, a harder sell for you. But that's, I think, why Chris and I are probably more into that at first. That's why we gravitate like Dokken and Lynch stuff or whatever. But I think it was And Justice for All. That's where I first kind of started thinking in terms of like orchestra and symphonies, and like, because a lot of those songs, especially like To Live Is to Die and stuff, I was like, this sounds
Jesus.
like,
I was just listening to that yesterday.
And so I don't know, like it was, you were always more of a gut emotional stripped down person. And I think Chris and I were probably drawn a little bit more to like kind of noodly, like kind of masturbatory technical stuff at times,
and like grand productions, and it's not necessarily superfluous stuff, but like if it was technical, but it like really grabbed me, I was cool. But like somebody like Steve Vai, it's never done anything for me. I do have some Yngwie interest now, but
I like his first like kind of few records. There's some
I
really
do.
good shit on that.
Yeah.
Really really good stuff. Um, yeah, Whew. Yeah, some neat stuff. Yeah, that'd be an interesting show to do. We might have to bring like Jamie in for that one. He's kind of an English expert. So
Oh,
from
there's a lot of good interviews. We could pull some clips from
oh
YouTube
god,
and stuff
there's
too.
he's a soundbite machine. Ingve is so.
Well, but the one usually he's with the more's more. Like what are you talking about? Of course, more's more. Like there's that one.
Yeah,
But then
that's a classic
that
metal
Rick
evolution.
Beato YouTube channel, he actually talks to him and he just talks about technique
Oh no shit, huh?
and just talks about how like nuts he was for music as a kid. And that's like there's no ego involved in that interview at all.
It's just him being kind of nerding out and being passionate.
Yeah, it showed like another side to him. So
Yeah,
that's definitely worth checking out.
I love. I mean, that was honestly, I remember you asked me when we were recording the 4-part Venom series that we did about what it was like to kind of talk to Tom G and do that interview and stuff, and how I was at first kind of geeking out, but then what I realized is like the tables had turned, because when I was talking to Tom about Venom, I was seeing a side of him that you don't get to see very often, because he kind of went back to that 16-year-old Tom or 15-year-old Tom that was like a fan, right? And like that's a purity,
Mm-hmm.
it's like me talking about Soundgarden. I get giddy, because I'm like, that's like fucking 14, 15, like I'm
Yeah, I
right
think I
back.
texted you. I was listening to like Limo Wreck or something. You were
Yeah.
like,
And I was like,
dude.
fuck yes, limo wreck. Yeah. Like, God damn, wait. And I was like, wait until 4th of July, like if
Yeah.
you want to do stuff. And we were talking off mic about like seeing the Cavalera brothers do, those albums at MDF, and just how it took us back,
Mm-hmm.
decades. You go back to that purity. And so to get a guy who comes across as so egotistical like Ingve talking about like his version of like bands that got, were gateway drugs to him, you get to like, he lets his defense down, I'm sure, and it's cool to see people in that mode of fandom.
Well, like when this was a fair amount of years ago now, but like when Danzig was doing some interviews with Rolling Stone, video
Yeah,
interviews, and he was like giddy. And I'd never seen him like smiling and being so like interested to talk about stuff instead of just like, here's my werewolf book collection and like these
yeah.
kind of, sound bites. But yeah, anybody that's like acts so serious and then you see like a little bit of like, of course people are, have these different sides, but it's nice to see somebody as guarded as Tom too.
Yeah.
Tom likes to really kind of keep his, and I can respect him for that, but he wants to kind of keep the narrative of his public persona, you know, intact.
Well, and even
He
like
does. He's
seeing
not doing
interviews.
like he's not going to be doing like knock knock jokes or something.
Sure. Well, and it's funny because like watching that Coroner documentary and watching these guys kind of interact, I think that's just sort of, they're all very like about like very, there's a little sort of joking around here and there, but it's very controlled. And there's something about like kind of this Swiss precision, right? I mean, these are the culture that crafted the watch, and is about precision, and there, it's something very, it's a very controlled culture, and I don't
Yeah.
know if it's the Germanic aspect and also like the mountainy kind of isolated aspect. I mean, they've always been, they kind of have that mountain isolation mentality, that they're the neutral country in the midst of all this chaos surrounding them, and they just kind
Hmm.
of mind their own business. And you know
I
it
think they're
makes
about
sense.
efficiency. I mean, all the Germanic.
That's
I mean,
it.
like
Efficiency, precision,
they're not known for their
both
humor
emotion.
quite
Yep.
so much.
No, definitely not. Patton
But
Oswalt has a whole like skit about like why aren't there more like German comics, and he's like, it's the Holocaust, guys. Like you like kind of like it get, and I'm that's not a Coroner thing because they're Swiss, but you get what I
yeah,
mean.
yeah.
It's that is that kind of stereotype about that culture, for
But
sure.
any of the broad German humor is usually kind of absurdist and juvenile.
Yeah, it's very like kind of dirty, kind of
It's just dirty jokes.
yeah, yeah,
Just like laughing with your buddies at the fucking beer tent or some shit. But then
exactly.
like the specificness of, some of the like technological things that they accomplished or
Yeah.
discipline things and, you
Yep.
know, what is it? All the green power stuff that they've been trying to do over the last handful of years with houses and, um, like they really stick to stick to stuff.
Yeah, yeah. No, they're
Better or worse,
eyes
I
and
guess.
tries kind of focus, you know. So what one of the things that's kind of interesting about No More Color is they actually record this record in a pretty unique place. And it just so happens that they did part of this album in Florida at Morrisound with Scott Burns. And well, David Gelke, who also wrote the Noise Records Damn the Machine book that we read from in part one and we'll return to in part two, just recently released a Scott Burns sessions book on all this called Life and Death Metal, the Scott Burns sessions. And I'm sure,
He's
speaking
going to
of
be
death
doing
metal,
I don't know, not a reading, but a signing at the next Decibel Fest.
yeah, that's pretty cool. I saw
Yeah,
that. That's kind of neat. But they do like a very short chapter. David Gelke does on Coroner recording this, and I thought with the timeliness of this book just kind of coming out, I'd share some thoughts on it as we're kind of getting into it. So this is the Gelke sort of intro to the record, and then it's basically kind of like an interview book, and they just kind of go from different people, kind of oral. It's like an oral history kind of book. So it says, Swiss technical thrash masters Coroner were still working their way up the underground ladder in 1989 when they booked time in Morrisound to mix their third album, No More Color, with Dan Johnson and Burns. The band's awe-inspiring musicianship and sophisticated lyrics were ahead of their time and likely too much for the average thrash punter used to rampant tremolo picking and songs about Armageddon. As a result, Coroner became buried on the Noise Records roster, a destination for European thrash and melodic metal. Coroner soon caught the ear of Noise boss Karl Ulrich Walterbach for their unwillingness to take on a unique image, one of his fundamental principles for success. Yeah, like I was kind of saying earlier, you get this vibe that they were kind of like redheaded stepchildren to him, and he kind of just stopped pushing them, but we'll get into that later. And it says, and even though Coroner was arguably the most technically capable Noise band, Walter Bach never prioritized them the same way he did for Halloween and Running Wild. It left the trio of bassist vocalist Ron Broder, aka Ron Royce, guitarist Tommy Vitrelli, aka Tommy T. Barron, and drummer Marky Edelman, aka Marquise Marquis, to scratch and claw their way for resources. One such instance includes only Vettorelli flying over to Morrisound to sit in on the No More Colors mix with Burns and Johnson after the band completed tracking at Walter Bach's Skytrack studio in Berlin. So here's Scott Burns. Coroner came in through Don Johnson, yes, through Miami Vice. Coroner came in through Dan Johnson, who was a big deal then. Dan was a true, quote, producer. He had a vision for his projects, so bands gravitated to him, and by this time, he had Crimson Glory, Death, and Sabotage under his belt. Those were serious projects that earned worldwide acclaim. Coroner was a remarkably technical band, and I thought Punishment for Decadence was a killer record. No More Color is probably just as good, primarily because of Tommy, who was an unbelievable player. He could run circles around a lot of guys. I always talked about death metal sounded like it was, quote, played in a blender. You listen to a band like Coroner and realize this is how it was supposed to be done, although they were a thrash band. I remember Tommy mentioning some of the issues they had with Noise Records, which was commonplace back then. Bands were constantly having problems with their record company. I don't think they had a big budget to mix No More Color. The album has a very natural sound, which Dan and I tried to bring out in the mix. There was no kick drum replacement, likely because of the budget, but I'm sure Dan and Tom Morris would have asked me to replace them if more money and time were available. The cool thing about Coroner was they were a trio. It's hard to make it work on stage to the level of Rush, but Coroner was one of the few metal bands who did it well. I love Die By My Hand. It's one of their best and a great way to kick off the album. And I found it interesting that Ron, the bassist, often matched his parts with Tommy. It made him play like a, quote, lead bassist on some songs like Mistress of Deception. They were cerebral too. Marky wrote all the lyrics like Neil Peart did in Rush. It made Coroner more of a thinking man's thrash band. That was the only time I worked with Coroner. I would have done more European thrash bands, but I always thought these guys didn't want to work with me because they'd get labeled, quote, death metal. Being pigeonholed as a death metal band is something I knew Creator avoided. People told me that's why Mille was reluctant to track with me. Coroner maybe not so much, but I understood the thought process. Here's Dan Johnson. Any thoughts before I move on to Dan about what he just kind of had to say, what Burns had to say there, Mark?
Well, I mean, that was definitely at this point in time, it was kind of a ballsy move to go down there when that was just known as death metal.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it was the death metal guy, but
and you guys were into Creator and they seem to be on the heavier end of thrash. I mean,
Yeah.
they seem to fit pretty good with like death metal fans, I thought, you
I
know.
always thought so. I mean, they seemed like they were like the bridge between thrash for like Destruction, Creator, and Sodom were
Mhm.
the that were like the easiest to navigate directly into death metal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like looking
But
back at it, I mean, it was a little bit of everything, at that
I
point.
guess if you look at what Millet tried to do after Extreme Aggression, you can kind of tell he had commercial aspirations with like Coma Souls and stuff. So maybe he was just kind of like thinking already in that direction, you know, and didn't want to be
Well, by
pigeon.
my '93, what was he doing? Renewal?
Yeah, but this is 89 still, like No More Color era. So right after Extreme
Oh, okay,
Aggression.
okay.
But yeah, they're doing renewal by 93 after
Which
Coma
is
Souls.
just a turd.
I don't think I've ever really spent any time on that record. I'll be honest.
Oh, man,
I've
I
always
was so
avoided it.
excited that Dave McKean did the cover and bought it when
Yeah.
it came out, and just like, what's he doing with his voice? Why is it so boring?
We'll talk a little bit more about 90s creator near the end of this episode for sure. But here's what Dan Johnson, the other guy in the studio, had to say. He says the first couple days of mix like the first couple days of a mix like Coroners were usually spent doing the setup, like basic EQing, fixing things that can be fixed, muting channels and tracks between parts, matching tones, figuring out hang on, page change here, what effects were used, essentially backward engineering a starting baseline. That is somewhat close to the original mix. That mundane process involves a lot of repetitive playbacks and comparing, and in this case was done by the engineer Scott. Scott was hired to engineer and co-mix the project. Therefore, it was his job to be around and help. Tommy still had a lot of input. Once the baseline was established, the three of us sat at the console and worked through the project together. At the end of the day, I was responsible for the final product since it had my name on it. I'm glad the record was so well received. Carl and Coroner got a hell of a lot more than they paid for. Interesting. I don't know if that's like a diss, like, diss that he didn't get paid enough. I don't know. Kind of interesting. And then here's Tommy. What he
Well,
had
they
to
probably
say.
didn't pay very much, but they got a great sounding record.
That's probably what he means. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that as, I guess, a weird backhanded compliment. Tommy says, we came up with the idea to mix at Morrisound. We chose Morrisound and Dan Johnson because he recorded Crimson Glory, and we love the sound of the first two albums they recorded there. This was my second time in the States. I came over in 86 with Celtic Frost as a roadie. I love Florida. Being there was
It's the
best.
antithesis of
Yeah.
Switzerland, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Being there was the best thing ever. I rented my own car, and the weather was always nicer than in Switzerland. There you go. Scott, Dan, and I worked together on the mix. If somebody mixes my stuff today, I'm the mixer. I want to handle it. I gave a lot of input to Scott and Dan and sat next to them the whole time. But the guy at the desk has to do his thing. No More Color is one of the fans' favorites. Maybe it's the songwriting, the recording, or mix. For the band, it was our first, quote, real album. But there are a lot of people who prefer the first two. We played a lot of concerts before recording No More Color. We learned what works live and what doesn't. It's our first album that sounded good. We wanted Scott to come over to produce and engineer our next album, Mental Vortex, but he was working with Death on Human. We got Tom Morris instead. And I must say, we were very happy with the results. I've seen various pictures on the internet where Chuck Schuldiner was wearing our shirts. It was flattering. We met the guy a few times. He's a really nice person. So there you go. Nice little compliments on Chuck there. So just a little bit of kind of interest that for Coroner kind of gravitated over into that Morrisound thing for a bit. And maybe that's why I'm drawn to No More Color a little bit because I grew up with that Morrisound sound. It's hard to say. So
it is. It's definitely a good production, but it never like screamed out being Morrisound to me.
yeah, I don't
Like when you listen to like Harmony Corruption, you're like, okay, that's definitely
that's
Morrisound.
definitely Morrison. There are maybe a couple times where I can hear like in the opening song Die by My Hand that we're going to hear here in a second, like in the rhythm section, I can kind of hear in the drums and in the bass a little bit of that Burns production, just a little bit,
Okay, because the drums sound much more organic than what a normal.
sure.
Because but he was also using triggers to capture double kicks, and double kicks don't really factor a ton into this record.
That's true. So yeah,
Not like there's not blasts. There's like I think it works so well because there's like sonic difference between vocal. Like the vocals are probably the most uninspired part of all of Coroner. It's just kind of there.
Yeah, he's kind of like mimicking Tom's vocals a little bit.
It's total Tom's
dynamic.
Like like he could be like a stand-in for Tom vocally almost.
And Ron would be the first guy to be like, look, I never really wanted to sing. It was just sort of default. You know what I mean? I just
Yeah.
did it. I was
But
more of a
musically,
mason.
everything works together so well that it doesn't like stand out like, oh, these vocals are kind of like bleh.
Yep.
They're just like the least fantastic part of the thing, least
Yeah.
dynamic part of it, I
Yeah.
should
It's
say.
nothing wrong with it. They're just very like baseline. It's almost like that's like the standard like metronome is the vocals, and then
Yeah.
everything else is doing crazy shit around it. It's like
Hmm.
the line, or whatever. So, but yeah, let's talk about the songs we're gonna hear here. We're gonna hear first from Joseph Schafer. He's back for part two, and we'll hear him kind of going in this first set of music, and then we'll also hear throughout the episode too from Tom Morris, who records Mental Vortex, and from another Tom G Warrior. So that's pretty cool. So but we're gonna open with Die by My Hand, which opens up the whole album. And this is a song like, speaking of Celtic Frost and Tom G Warrior, it really does sound like this is what Celtic Frost would have sounded like if they had gone like full thrash after To Megatherion, in my opinion. It's
Yeah,
got
especially the weird like when he's doing the die by like there's like an accent by like the guitar after that's almost like a stab on the vocals.
Mhm.
That's a very Celtic Frost kind of thing to do. But
Yep,
they're doing it in more of that thrash setting instead of like a um
proto death or something, or
that, or like
experimental.
what they would have like were they were doing in To Megatherion,
Yeah.
where it's more orchestrated and weird. Like this is just kind of more like between the eyes.
Yeah, it's like if you took like To Megatherion and combined it with like Voivod and like Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Like that's what I kind of hear like happening here. It's like a lot of weird, disparate ideas from bands that were not truly thrash completely, but they were like left of center of thrash, and they
Yeah.
kind of fit together in a little like Venn diagram here. It's
But the rhythm section for sure reminds me of Voivod. That kind of
yeah.
bouncy, propulsive thing that they've always got going on.
Yep, absolutely. So, and we go from Die by My Hand into Read My Scars. And like I mentioned before, for a long time, this is kind of like my favorite Coroner song. That fucking bridge riff at fucking 38 seconds that like apes like early like fucking Altars of Madness, Morbid, and like Death. It's like that twisted sort of shred sound that
Yeah.
even like Nocturnus does. And it's just a moment. They don't like linger on it too long. It's just this little thing fucking Tommy does. Fuck, man. I love it. And there's a sick fucking section that starts at like the 2 minute mark where the bass is doing some like killer shit underneath, and it goes right into this fucking awesome solo that's like kind of Iron Maiden-y. Like, I don't know. It's always been like high up there for me. And maybe it's because it was like the first song where somebody sat me down. I think it was Chris. He was like, "Oh, have you heard Coroner?" I'm like, "No." And he like played me Read My Scars. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is crazy. Like, how come I haven't heard of these guys before?
Yeah. I mean, it starts out with that, like, shortest straw kind of
yeah.
there
Yep.
for sure. There's like no album bits. But all like the bounce, the groove, um, there's some really good hooks in it. Yeah, the whole thing is just I don't know, it's a really weird it's not they're a weird band because it's not like sing along per se. Like
No.
you don't like really ever get songs stuck. I don't get any of their songs stuck in my head.
And
Uh,
that's probably one of the downsides to them is that they're like not unmemorable because they are, but they were never going to get that mass commercial success because they don't have those hooks. They don't have those melody, vocal lines, things like that are going to take them to that next place.
yeah, and even just like I think some of the leads and some of those like little hooky riffs are more stick with me longer than like, well, fuck, what was even the what was the chorus, or
Yeah.
what was the main like riff in this song? I don't know. But some of
Yep.
the little superfluous ones around the edges are like, oh, okay.
And that's kind of like where I hear things that like Trey did on like Altars, where he's like doing weird shred parts that like don't fit anywhere else, but those are like completely memorable. Whereas
Yeah,
like, not that I
and it
can't
adds with that
see,
like undulation of the double kick drums and
yeah,
you know
it's but then like you said, the Maiden no album kind of part where
it's a
they
little
are
speedy section in the center. Yeah,
to do these like kind of catchy parts and stuff, but I don't know, you just think like even like Mille had, stuff where like you would sing along on some like creator songs, and if they just had like a couple, society, what have you done to me? Just a couple little like parts in a couple songs like that, they might have been able to like I don't know, breakthrough on a more commercial level, but yeah, that's just not Coroner. That's just not who they were. It wasn't in their DNA to do that.
Yeah,
So
even like Terrible Certainty, there's like choruses that are memorable.
yeah, I mean, like Extreme Aggression's got them all over the place.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like where it was like holy crap, but the vocals were so harsh.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
think
like
I'd ever
hard to sing
experienced,
along.
yeah, like anything that was that like pop oriented as far as the chorus, how it was put together. But it
Mhm.
was just like this screechy fucking awful voice that I loved.
Well, Mark, that's because you hadn't heard Cherry Orchards yet. So
Jerry Orchards.
know how you combine pop elements with like and we're Cherry Orchards apologists. We love it. Mark lives up in Cherry Orchards land now. So
I do, and I have an original pressing of that record
there you go.
that
Fucking A.
that Tom dispel like doesn't want to pretend
I don't
exists
believe in
anymore.
that. I
And
don't believe
I haven't done anything in my life that I'm so embarrassed of that I would, kind of not even talk about it anymore.
yeah,
But he's got
yeah.
his reasons. That's fine. But I think that there's still, if you take away the presentation and just go right to the songs, some
There's
of the
some
songs
stuff.
are good. The songs are really good, but they're done in this more, cock rock swagger, new Sunset Strip kind of thing that doesn't necessarily fit with what Celtic Frost has been known for. But
No.
it's still a fun little, bit of their history.
Yeah, we're not ones that I think we're more open minded to that stuff than some purist fans.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I
um
even got the Apollyon Sun record when it came out.
yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think who I think isn't one of the Coroner guys in Apollyon Sun?
I don't remember. I remember I wasn't that impressed with it, but I was gonna give anything that Tom did a try.
I think Ron or Markey is on Apollyon Sun.
I'll have to
I'm
go
almost
check that out
positive.
again.
Yeah, I'm almost 100% positive that's when Corner breaks up. That's one of the guys goes off and does it. I think it might be Markey is drumming on that, but
Okay.
I don't know. Don't quote me. But and then we go from Read My Scars to D.O.A. Um, fucking pinch harmonics. It's kind of like surgically slicing through you with Tommy's guitar there.
The
Ron
beginning
gets
part that has
shining.
that arpeggio that sounds like it's gonna break into Van Halen and then like
Yeah,
goes into this weird angular riff instead.
yeah, yeah. There's a lot of Eddie Van Halen brightness, especially when we get to like Mental Vortex. He does a lot of Lynchian Eddie kind of stuff. Randy Rhodes, those like neoclassical guys, if you will.
Yeah. It always does have like a more dire, grimy kind of feeling though.
Yeah, never quite
It's
to the
never like
brightness of
triumphant.
those
It's
guys.
always like fucking just dirty and underbelly-ish and always kind of this dour.
Yeah, which is probably why like my favorite Van Halen song is like Unchained because like it's like Eddie's they're like angry on that record. They all fucking hate each other, and you can like hear it. Like I know it's not a party record like say
Yeah.
1984 is or whatever. So, but yeah, I mean like Ron gets to shine on some really cool stuff on bass in the midsection.
Hmm.
Before it kind of dive bomb whammy fucking solo
There's
pulls.
some bass breaks, which is always
Yeah,
always nice. Tons of
Ron
like
does a
good
cool
tempo
hypnotic
shifts.
kind of section on bass too after the fucking dive bomb whammy solos. So it's fun to hear Ron be able to like kind of stretch out a little bit and do some bass stuff. I mean, Tommy's obviously the center of the band, but like, Ron gets to fucking do some cool shit, and I like when a band kind of gets more diverse in that way.
Plus, he was
Um,
always the most like severe looking dude in the band. I remember seeing like old press photos. I'm like, God, this guy looks like he's gonna tear your throat out.
yeah, yeah. He's like in the documentary, he's like the most docile of the three.
Oh yeah,
There's
but
like
the way he was able to like he had that stringy long hair, and his
Mhm.
face is just very looks like it's carved out of stone or something.
Well, now he's bald and it looks
Yeah,
better now bald. He looks like a old like Russian like wrestler or something like that.
yeah. I remember we saw him in at MDF.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. Um, and then we go from D.O.A. into Last Entertainment, and this was strangely enough the like single that was released. I think they did a video for this, and that's yeah, interesting. I love this song. In a way, I see this as like kind of a sneak preview of where the band's about to head. To
Hmm.
me, this is most like forward-looking song from No More Color. You've got kind of obviously the tech thrash thing still happening, but you've got like these weird Bernard Herrmann kind of psycho vertigo kind of keys kind of mixed in a little bit. You've
Yeah,
got kind of spoken word vocals, which kind of starts to expand the palette. I love the openness on the tune. I mean, we mentioned it before, but like this is kind of like their To Live Is To Die from Man Justice. It kind of has that same spoken word kind of quality to it. It's a little more open, like that song is.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
you
nice when
know,
they slow down a little bit. It
yeah.
even has like some like early Sepultura sounding chug riffs, but that
Mhm.
opening just reminds me of Mastodon, the Remission record.
Yeah, that's a good point. I bet you. I think it's a conversation point we have, and you'll hear it. Listeners will hear it between me and Schafer later, where I'm like, "Who do you think like were influenced by Coroner?" And he's like, "Well, he like, he's like, I don't know if anyone truly was, but I bet you Mastodon guys, at least one of the guys, was a fan
Probably
of
Bill.
what Coroner was
Bill or
doing.
Brand, probably. Yeah.
Yep. Meshuggah, I think were fans of Coroner, and there's a few bands, maybe Gojira. We'll kind of talk about that, but yeah, it's like weird because they usually you can draw a line directly from like these like essential thrash bands to like somebody in like the newer generation, and it's a little murkier with Coroner because they're so like singular. No one else was doing what Coroner was doing. So it's hard to
Yeah.
like copy this. But yeah, it's got this kind of breakdown of civilization, post-apocalyptic kind of vibe in terms of like the lyrics and stuff, and just an interesting way to end the record, with this kind of dour, kind of instrumental with spoken word that has kind of weird keyboard stuff starting to be mixed in and stuff. So it's a bold move, and I think, like you said, slowing things down, that's going to be like a vibe from Mental Vortex, where those songs get more like open, I suppose. So
Hold back the notes just a little bit.
just a little bit, yeah, a little more restrained. Sorry. So we're gonna hear from Joe Schafer here, and then we're gonna hear "Die by My Hand," "Read My Scars," D.O.A., and then "Last Entertainment," all from the No More Color record. Do you have a favorite on No More Color, or how you think of that record? That's always been my go-to Corner record, probably until like we did this episode, and maybe my thoughts have changed or evolved a little bit, but that was always the one I reached for some reason, even over Punishment. But
That's interesting to me, because I think No More Color is the one I listen to the least.
really,
It's
okay,
kind of like their lost album for me.
okay.
I mean, so here's the thing. They demoed all of RIP. Like, you can go listen to the entire RIP album demoed. And they demoed all of side B of Punishment for Decadence, which is like, I think, slightly weaker than side A. But like, they had a lot of running room. No More Color comes out, like, I think it's like 11 months after Punishment for Decadence. Like, it's lightning fucking quick. And like, I can hear, I think, a little bit of the tossed togetherness of it, maybe. I don't think No More Color is like a huge step up the way Punishment for Decadence is, but
And I agree with you now. That's the funny part is I think I just maybe listened to a lot of singles from Coroner. I would cherry pick songs. And so I would like focus on like Read My Scars or
right.
Mistress of Deception. But as a whole, I actually agree with you now. I think Punishment's a better album as a whole. I think a lot of their other albums are like work at better as like full pieces now. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. So I was curious what your take was, and I think that's the right take.
Well, thank you. I mean, I in general agree, but also like Corner's a little bit of a singles band, or at least for the first three albums, I think is a singles band.
Mm-hmm.
But like the singles on No More Color, fuck. Sorry, Mark, I had to. Die by My Hand.
Yep. We're
Jesus.
playing that. Yep.
Punch, that's a gym song. You got to go do a bag workout. Die by my hand. So good. Read My Scars, excellent. Why It Hurts, excellent. And so No More Color does write the one big weakness of Punishment for Decadence to me, which is Punishment for Decadence ends with that super cringy Jimi Hendrix cover.
Yeah, it's not good.
Right. It's not good. If you haven't read David Gelka's like History of Noise Records book,
We're actually going
read
to be
it.
using that throughout the episode. Yep.
I'm great. I'm super glad about that. That book is the most underrated book on metal there is. I think it's mandatory reading for fucking anybody, especially the Celtic Frost and Voivod parts. And like, you read that book and you're like, oh, this is why there's two really kind of unpleasant covers that kind of spoil Coroners some of their best records a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
No More Color doesn't have that. No More Color has Last Entertainments, which is like Deep Cut. The song is called Last Entertainments, right? Did I fuck that up? Did I
I
write the
remember,
notes
I don't
wrong?
have it in front of me. Yeah.
Hold up.
I know
Corner,
it's
no
playing.
more color. Last song is called Last Entertainment Single. Oh, before I forget, by the way, Why It Hurts, lyrics by Martin Ain from Celtic Frost.
Yeah.
Again, like Coroner's Junior Celtic Frost narrative continues, right? And I think Last Entertainments is now, other than Die by My Hand, my favorite song on No More Color. But I also think it's kind of like the first signpost of the second half of their career, which, as much as I love the early stuff, the second half of their career is really like what makes my blood start pumping.
yourself during seasons of dying. You will lie down close border betrays.
That was Last Entertainment, D.O.A, Read My Scars, and Die by My Hand from the No More Color record from Coroner there. And we got to hear from Joseph Schafer, and we'll hear from him again a couple more times throughout the episode. So before we kind of move off of No More Color, we do have one more song from that record, Mistress of Deception, that we'll talk about in a few minutes. We've got a little bit more kind of context and to set up both the end of No More Color and kind of Mental Vortex kind of madness, I suppose. And in the last set we read from Jeff Wagner in the Decibel sort of thrash issue, but of course Wagner's first or second big book after his Typo Negative one is Mean Deviation, which looks at progressive heavy metal, and we read a little kind of bit on that from last episode, but I want to talk about the part where he gets into No More Color and Mental Vortex a little bit here to sort of set things up. So it says, Coroner's next two albums, No More Color and Mental Vortex, took their basic blueprint and perfected it, cleaning up the production and tightening the overall attack to a finely honed tech metal point. These albums etched Coroner's name onto the walls of the Progressive Metal Hall of Fame. No More Color kept the imagery arty and thrash deadly, with the complexity of the riffs becoming the main focus. With vice-tight syncopation in the rhythm section, guitarist Tommy T. Barron climbed over piles of lesser thrash six-stringers with amazing fluidity. No More Color suffered no lack of energy, but final track, Last Entertainment, apparently in parentheses, TV Bizarre, although my version doesn't say that, turned the corner away from that hectic thrash metal. The song was mid-paced and sullen, a gray amalgam of orchestral flourishes, industrial atmosphere, and haunting narration by Markey. Curiously, Coroner chose to shoot a video for this unconventional track. Predictably, it did not set MTV on fire and seemed to go over the heads of Headbanger Ball viewers. Speed became a smaller part of the Coroner equation by 1991's Mental Vortex. During this time, many thrash bands were slowing and simplifying or spinning their wheels in a generic malaise. Megadeth and Metallica became sleeker, as did Testament and Overkill. Even speed demons like Creator, Dark Angel, and Slayer eased up on the gas pedal. Some, like Voivod, moved away from thrash entirely. Coroner maintained its vivid fire while moving ahead. The energy and dexterity of Mental Vortex was still pure Coroner, if decidedly more mature. Mental Vortex's stylized package contained a chunkier, heavier trio. Barron added color by introducing a variety of interesting chords and cleaner tones. He relied less on arpeggios and harmonic minors and more on shading and creating rhythmic ideas. Pale Sister recalled the jumpy, unpredictable nature of earlier Coroner, but Sirens and Semtex Revolution were more about rhythm and mood, not technical showmanship. The cover of the Beatles' I Want You, She's So Heavy was an appropriately left field way to close the album, even if their interpretation was relatively conservative. So kind of an interesting, I think Wagner sort of lays out the landscape of what they're trying to do when they transition off of No More Color into this sort of Mental Vortex kind of, era. I guess, what is it for you that, like, maybe, I mean, again, when we talk about what's our least kind of favorite Coroner, we're not talking about anything bad. It's just like our least best, kind of thing. Sure. But what is it that maybe gives you a little bit of distance? Is it like an emotional sort of distance that Mental Vortex has for you? Or
well, it's that that whole thing that I've never really gotten behind. So I don't really like Gojira. I don't like Meshuggah, any of the really chuggy stuff.
Yeah.
It has very little, like, these syncopated chugs that are so just similar and just like, it just drives me nuts. Like, I need something a little bit extra happening there, and that it could be very, like, musically, as a musician, it might be, incredible what they're doing, but it just doesn't grab me like some of that other stuff does. And granted, the arpeggios are a little over the top on the previous record, but
sure.
That's, like, I understand creatively what they're trying to do, intellectually what they're doing on this record. It's like, it's when you have all those skills, but you don't use them. Like, you refine them down to just these little bits and show little flares here and there. It's like, it's a bunch of discipline. which
Yeah.
seems cool, but it doesn't like grab me as much as their other records
Yeah.
do.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah. And it's weird because, I like a couple of the first three Gojiras. I don't mind. I don't put them on. But I'm sort of like neutral positive on them in the early era. And
I would say
Meshuggah's,
more modern. The earlier stuff's fine. Like the up until the one that had the really kind of crude looking whale drawing on it.
I think that was the first one.
Was that the first one?
Yeah. And then there's like the Ways of the Flesh or something. I'm trying to
Maybe it was
remember.
just the first one that I kind of liked. But the
Yeah.
vocals, there's something happened with his vocals where it was this weird, almost like what Cynic did to, like this vocoder-ish kind of thing, which I've never really been a fan of.
Never been your thing. Yeah. Yeah.
But it just did something weird to the dynamics of the whole thing.
Yeah, it's weird because I can kind of get into whatever the Meshuggah-y thing that Coroner sort of does, the groovy kind of, djent or whatever the fuck people call that. I don't even know what that term means, but
It's just stupid.
it fits for me with Coroner, but I don't translate it really beyond Coroner because I don't really get into Gojira or Meshuggah and stuff like that. So it's weird, whatever, and it must be enough of Tommy adding like his sort of like technical sort of textures that like it's just enough for me to like kind of grab onto it and appreciate it. It's
Well, there's
subtle.
still more. There's still more songs there, and it's like it's
Yeah.
got this bounciness and very like rhythmic. Like you could, it's more of like a nod your head to, rock back and forth thing, but not like do a full on like headbang too.
Sure. Yeah, I could get that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm not gonna. I don't know if I pulled out Mental Vortex as much until, like I said, talking to Schafer and stuff. He really kind of got me.
Well, it's
Kind
cool to
of
get those all their different people's like, oh my dude, this is what I got out of it, and then
Yeah.
go revisit it again. But yeah, this is just my
No.
hot take.
Well, and it's weird too, because like, I'm a guy who, I've got my hot takes. Like I'm a stark defender of like fucking Skid Row, Subhuman Race, their third record and stuff.
It's a great record.
Like, and a lot of people might shit on that, or whatever. So it's just, I get it. I mean, we're
Twin Ale Blood, man. Twin Ale Blood. That's all I gotta say.
Exactly. Twin Ale Blood, I feel like, is a lot more like Grin. That's like the Grin Twin Ale Blood. There's a little bit of connection between that.
And it depends. Like when that was happening, I was going through a very tumultuous time in my life, and that was something that, like, for some reason, I grabbed onto. And I loved the band up to that point, but this was like such a weird departure. And sometimes it works. Sometimes, like that's one of those moments. Probably like some people are just like, "Fuck, I'm done with these."
Fuck this. Yeah,
It's one of those things that really shakes up their fan base.
yeah.
And they never
Where some
really
people
shook up the fan base that much again.
go off the deep end,
Yeah.
with them.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's a completely, I love that record. So,
But it's not objectively great.
it has objectively great parts to it though.
It does, but you can't. If you went and took it to like, some guy that talks about music, like to reviewers, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Why is it like indie rock and some guy gutturally screaming on songs?"
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, but when it's all together in a package and the context works, it's like I think it's incredible. But
I think at the age I was when I encountered Twin Ale Blood was like right around the time I heard like Panthymonium and things like that. And I was like, you know what? Fucking kitchen sink it. Let's just go for it. Like this is kind of interesting,
Yeah.
Whereas like now, I don't know if I'd be drawn to that stuff like as much now. It kind of depends on my mood, So
I mean, there's so much stuff out there. Everything's there's such a, so many different stratas of all this shit. Like you could have like that, the Hell Ripper band. That's like a subgenre now.
Really?
Like this blackened thrashy kind of bits of old South American stuff thrown. Like it's everything's so dialed in. Like it has so many specific references and stuff. It's
even like you listen to like Worm and it's like got like Funeral Doom moments with like fucking Lynch shredding on top and you're like what the like what are they doing?
It's such a broad genre now. The whole like extreme metal is such a crazily broad genre. Like I can't, like, the stuff that's out there now is just like, what the fuck?
We were sort of talking. I was teaching in my Ferris class. We were talking about like I was trying to help teach my kids like the definition of postmodernism because we're kind of at that stage and stuff. And we were talking about Quentin Tarantino and we were talking about different things that like ushered that in. And we talked a little bit about Beastie Boys and like Paul's Boutique, and how the idea of like postmodernism is not necessarily imitation, but it's the idea of taking all the ideas that sort of formulated you and kind of recycling them and remixing them, but contextualizing them for what they meant to you. And I feel like metal is in that stage now where these bands, kind of like a Tarantino, who grew up like just going to like movies that he thought were normal, like fucking Grindhouse and Kung Fu and all these weird things.
The
And
stuff
like,
was like trash. That was like the death
yeah,
metal of,
he's reaching into the
movies.
trash and recycling it and turning it into high art. And that's what hip hop did. Hip hop went in and like took out samples from songs nobody gave a shit about, blah, 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 and like high art,
Yeah.
And in a way, like metal was sort of looked down upon, but now you've got bands that have grown up with like multiple generations of metal who are able to, like a Horrendous or somebody, to like reach in and grab like 7 different disparate ideas from things that didn't fit together and somehow recontextualize it. And boom, that's where you get your Blood Incantations and Horrendouses and Tomb Molds and Worms. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, we wouldn't have done that 25 years ago. We might have been fans of Catatonia and Morbid Angel, but we would not have like mixed the two together,
No, I think it takes time because
and younger bands are able to do that. So we're almost in like this postmodern era of metal, that I guess is the fucking
I think
weird
across
thing.
most kind of fringe subgenre stuff too is like 80s black and white kind of like trash comics. Like, I don't know if there's a specific term for what they were, but like they're like exploitation movies. There was a lot of like tits and gore and just a mess all over the place. And now that kind of stuff, that weird subgenre that I always thought was just like, you'd see them at I'm trying to think, it was the stuff that predated like Lady Death and Evil Ernie and a lot of that stuff. If you remember seeing that at the store at the height of the speculator market.
I do remember that stuff. Yeah.
But it was all kind of based on these like, indie black and white comics that, Mirage Studios that did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics originally.
Was kind of in that realm a little bit.
Like that stuff kind of made it out a little bit, but there was so much stuff that didn't make it that now people are kind of using as inspiration to make similar weird genre stuff in comics. So I see it in all the different kind of mediums too.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing is you reach kind of the edge of like standard culture, and the only thing you can do is sort of go back in and start to like recycle like ideas that pre-existed. I mean, everything is stolen from everything, like art movements throughout time and stuff. But like,
there's the whole this quote. I don't know if it's a quote or just a saying, but if you ever encounter anything completely original, you won't be able to understand it.
Yeah.
Like solely original, that it has no ties to anything, then nobody's going to even understand what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's that delicate kind of balance between, reflecting on and pulling in ideas out of the past and putting your own spin on it in enough of a way where it doesn't look repetitive.
Well, it's the Picasso quote, good artists borrow, great artists steal.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. Yeah. And that's like with metal, like, the reason we dissect this stuff and talk about what it reminds us of is because it's echoes of echoes, and we hear that, and, like in speculating, like I'm sure Mastodon like heard this and like, is doing this and but Mastodon's taking what Coroner did and like mixing it with other genres that normally didn't fit together, and that's what makes Mastodon so fucking unique and weird, and stuff. And so
I think, a lot of it is them pulling in stuff. Well, it's stuff that's like in the zeitgeist. It's not necessarily that they were listening to this and hearing it, but we go back as, basically as a anthropology podcast, this historical podcast, go back and be like, what other stuff around that same time was happening? What was happening in the movement in general that was making those sounds come out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And speaking of anthropologists, David Gelke, who we heard from earlier in the Scott Burns book,
also obituary book, Paradise Lost book, History of Noise Records.
Yeah, and this is Damn the Machine, the History of Noise Records, and here's what he had to say about this kind of era of Coroner. He says a similar pattern would follow on 1989's No More Color, an album that, while directionally not terribly unlike its predecessor, would find Vitrelli bursting out some of his most complex patterns to date. most notably on Mistress of Deception, which we're going to hear next. By that point, the band felt they'd pushed their technical limits to the brink, that thrash was always going to be a mad dash to the finish line for even its most musically inclined bands. Quote, it's always really difficult to get the sound live to be good if you play fast and complex, says Vitrelli. We naturally went a little down with that and put in some groovier parts. We found out that it's more fun to play the groovier stuff. Maybe it has to do with what was around at the time. We were never heavily influenced by one band, but of course, we listened to Megadeth and all of this stuff. I'm sure you take your influences from everywhere, of course. We got a little bit tired of the noodling, but still for me, in the beginning, I wanted to show what I'd practiced and learned. No More Color was the first album that sounds a little more mature. Once the 80s rolled into the 90s, however, Coroner's sound was funneled into the aforementioned groove template found on 1991's vastly underrated Mental Vortex. Edelman's drums were thick and robust, all but negating any chance of regular thrash pounding, thus allowing serpentine rock-based grooves to fall upon standouts such as Semtex Revolution, Pale Sister, and the band's excellent rendition of the Beatles' I Want You, She's So Heavy. The change from No More Color to Mental Vortex wasn't that big, notes Vitrelli. The change from Mental Vortex to Grin was big. On the first two albums, Ron composed a lot of stuff. It was like 50-50 between him and me in the beginning. He did less from that point on. We just went into this direction. It wasn't an ego thing. It just came out that way. Grin is 95% my stuff, and maybe that's the biggest thing. I started to work with drum computers, which was before No More Color. That was a Roland hardware thing, which made it complicated for odd time stuff. For Grin, I had my first computer, which was an Atari with a sequencer program. I programmed all the drums and everything. So we'll wait to go further into Grin, but he's kind of previewing that that's where the real cutting the cord is going to sort of happen between Vortex and Grin. So yeah, the album did get them a tour in the US. They get their first USA tour with Creator, where the two bands kind of bonded. They partied quite hard. They talk about that in the documentary. And then they toured Europe with Watchtower as well. And they hooked up again with Creator and Tankert and Sabbath for this big kind of festival called Thrash the Wall, which was also released as the Thrashing East, sort of like DVD, VHS kind of tape. Mm-hmm. And they're basically, I think, certainly the first metal bands. I don't know if they were the first, music acts besides maybe David Hasselhoff, to play East Berlin after the wall came down. So that was like one of the cool things about that. And
Scorpions didn't do
it? I don't know. That's a good question. They certainly helped bring the wall down with Wind of Change, but I don't know.
The CIA, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if they were. By the way, if you don't know what we're talking about, there is a great podcast about did the CIA help write Wind of Change for the Scorpions. I think it's called Winds of Change is the name of the podcast. But
yeah, you can find it on Spotify.
It's good stuff.
But that's something that Lisa always rolls her eyes a little bit when anytime I always say the CIA is basically in charge of a lot of problems, but
watched too much X-Files growing up. But
you just gotta listen to what's out there, man.
Yeah,
listen to the truth.
Yeah, we're low key just gonna turn this into a QAnon podcast pretty soon about the truth is out there.
But, it's not just all crazy people. There's a lot of truth to it. Not QAnon, but
yeah.
Don't just disparage it because it's a conspiracy theory. This is all real.
Well, it's like a broken clock's right twice a day sometimes, So some of those guys are spot on. I think the government always says that, like, with conspiracy theories, they'll feed 9 that aren't true and 1 that is true, just to sort of keep people guessing almost or whatever. So I believe that. So I'm sure there's
I don't think the government's here for our best interest all the time.
That I agree with. Certainly the CIA. I just taught a unit on
any 3-letter agency. I would say keep your hand on your wallet and don't say anything disparaging on the phone.
So this is why Mark has moved up to the north, to live on a compound
completely off the grid.
Just speaking of which,
I'm 12 feet underground right now, actually, too. I've got my own backyard nuclear setup going on.
You're in a fucking bunker. If you get a chance, anytime over the next several months when you're not busy having a child and raising a child and stuff, the latest season of Fargo is fucking spot on. It's the best season since season 1. But John Hamm plays this kind of conspiracy theory sheriff that basically doesn't believe in federal government and federal agencies and stuff. But it's it's dark, but it's a really good season. They stuck the landing. It's pretty awesome. So
Yeah, I think the only season I saw was the first one.
okay, so this
Then
season
FX
two,
became like very difficult or expensive to get,
gotcha.
and then just other things happen.
Yeah, I think if you it's on Hulu, but I don't know if you can find it on any other things. But anyways, if you like I said, if you get a chance and you're looking, there's not a lot of great TV on right now, but that was some of the best TV I've watched in a long time. It kind of had like a like season one True Detective kind of vibe or whatever, where
Mhm.
you're like, this is just satisfying, and the narrative stuck the landing and all that. And it's cool to see John Hamm play like a vile, like truly vile human being. It's
Where
pretty
there's
cool.
no like comedic
Yeah,
undertones to it.
yeah, no, there's I mean, even Mad Men he's charming. In this, he's just like it's yeah, it's pretty rough. But anyways, his character's pretty interesting. Speaking of people living off the grid and staging the FBI shows up to like try and raid the compound, and there's the firefight that breaks out.
Well,
That
we
kind of
definitely don't have any of that up here, but no,
yeah.
I think
Only
the thing
only the
the
rocket launchers
difference
hiding.
the difference between living in the city and living rurally, in my experience being up here about 8 months or something now,
Uh-huh.
you're just a little more self-reliant up here because you don't have the systems.
Yeah,
We don't have
I get
city
that.
water. We had last week our well froze, and I had to go inside. I had to go in and like heat it up until it got to work. But you just realize like all these systems that you have to keep alive, and you
Well,
don't rely on other people to back it up for you.
you take a little bit more pride in it too, because it's like it's from your land and that kind
Yeah,
of
and
thing.
you do also like I'm stubborn. I don't want to ask for help.
Yeah,
So if I can do something without asking for help, then that's even better. But just
you're a
being
mid
self-reliant in general.
you're a Midwestern Gen X man. You're not gonna ask for help, like
Fuck no.
just do it on your own. Figure it
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna take a super expensive toy from 1985 and move it from table to table by myself without asking for help.
There you go. You told that story off mic. It's pretty funny. So, yeah, but yeah. So so Corner's in like kind of a weird spot there, where like they're starting to attain some commercial success and a little bit more exposure. But like I said, Noise Records just doesn't seem to kind of like want to push them over the edge, and yeah, and that's kind of where we're at. So
Do you
as
know
we
if they
start,
had was there any like they have a US distributor? Was like Caroline putting that stuff out, or do you
that's a
remember or
great
no?
question. I don't know.
Because I know like all the creator stuff was pretty even like they were like Coma Souls was on Epic,
Yeah,
but like before
were you
that
guys able to get Extreme Aggression
Extreme
and
Aggression was easily available. I just don't remember who it might have been Carol like one of those distro companies or something, but
I bet you Caroline was like cherry picking what stuff they wanted to release in America. Like I'm sure,
probably.
obviously
Yeah.
they're putting Megatherion out and stuff here, but like were they putting out I don't know, the Tankert records
No,
and
I never like the import
Gravedigger,
section
you
where we had
know?
the import section, it was all stuff like you knew. It was you
Yeah,
didn't they didn't have even have Destruction or Sodom. It was like there
yeah.
was Creator and Jesus, that was I'm trying to think for import like
Probably
Thrash.
Halloween maybe from
I
Noise.
didn't I didn't even know who Halloween was until the 90s.
Okay, I knew who they were. I heard their name floated around a bit, but I don't know if I had heard a Halloween song. I just heard about them. But
No, I get no Sodom was because that like Agent Orange and stuff, but you'd never see like Persecution Mania or anything.
yeah, some of the older stuff. Huh. But that stuff was SPF or SPV. So
Yeah.
maybe they didn't have the same distribution. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, unfortunately.
And then all
So
the earache stuff was always there. And then yeah, it was a very weird mix. But this is also, a small corporatized record store in mid Michigan in the 90s.
yeah, yeah. Who knows what like
So
New York stores were getting, or maybe even the mall stores might have gotten some better kind of just standard kind of distribution stuff. I don't know.
yeah, the mall stores always still had like their import section, but it was 18.99 for a CD. It
I bought
was insane.
when we were at Business Professionals of America state finals in Michigan. We were staying at the Chrysler building, whatever that is, the Fisher, I don't know, the fucking downtown skyscraper thing
Yeah, it's
that
right
the
on the river.
goes into. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were at the hotel there, so we were basically there. And inside they had like a little mini mall, and
Oh, that doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, something. Who was there? Oh no, maybe was it BP? No, you know what? I'm sorry, I lied. It was in Chicago for choir. We were in Chicago, and I walked out, and it was on Michigan Ave when we were shopping. And I walked into like some kind of chain record store, and I think I was a sophomore in high school, and I walked out with Altars of Madness, the First Entombed, and Godflesh Street Cleaner. So yeah, it was kind
It's
of
a
a
pretty
nice.
good streak. Were they used?
No, no, brand new. I mean, I must have had some. My mom probably gave me spending money for Chicago to buy like
See,
souvenirs, and I
you had
fucking
like a
bought
hot dog and then you spent $60 on CDs.
three earache records. But hey, I was like a fucking. I was so happy. I was like, you know what? Actually, I think I borrowed money from someone. I was like, dude, I'll pay you back. I just need to fucking buy these. You know,
Oh,
so
I'm not surprised. Like I was talking with Lisa about working at Burger King, like how little, like, because we're talking about how much rents came up here as well. Like that
yeah,
whole rent kind of spike is everywhere, and probably everywhere in the planet right now, or at least everywhere in North America. It was like I made like 345 an hour, and I still found ways to have my own apartment, pay my own car insurance, get gas, like buy CDs. Like CDs are what I cared about the most out of anything. CDs
yeah,
and cigarettes back then. But like I always figured a way out of how to get CDs, no
yeah.
matter what it
Same.
took. Extra
Yep.
shift, take back some cans, whatever it took.
Selling some things, you know, like
Yeah.
selling promos or
Well, that would
something.
be things I would sell like all my Danzig stuff off because I wanted more death metal.
Yeah, and then you
So,
regret it 5 years later, and God damn it, I gotta buy that Danzig shit
well,
again.
then it came back to Columbia
New
House.
Moon. Oh yeah, or used. Yeah, you gotta use.
And I can get like the Doors' greatest hits, and I can get Soundgarden, or Bad Motorfinger, and all this kind of shit too. But
Hey, everybody got that Doors double greatest hits CD.
it was great, that and the Hendrix one. I think everybody had it back then.
Are you experienced? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh no, it was the Hendrix Experience. It had him like on the cover with like a gold tint. Is that the one you had? That was like a greatest hits Hendrix.
No, it was a color picture of him.
Okay.
Um, it wasn't.
Hmm.
It was only like maybe like 35 minutes.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I never had that one. I got one that came out like in '93 or whatever that had like 20 songs on it.
Yeah, that was probably better. This one was all the hits, you know.
Yeah. I remember it's like kind of colorful cover to it, if
Yeah,
I remember. Yep. Yeah,
I think it ends with like "Hey Joe" and then "Along the Watchtower" or something.
probably. Yeah. So interestingly enough, from this era, as we get into Mental Vortex, there was a listener, and I apologize because I forgot to write the freaking name down, but one of our listeners, thank you, by the way, out there, had a bunch of old thrash magazines, Metal Hammer, Extra Thrash,
Was this one of our foreign
Thrash
listeners?
Burns. What's that? Yeah, it's a foreign listener, I believe. I think they were from England. And he, they're kind of beat up, but he's like, "Hey, you guys read from old magazines." I think we were, starting to use a lot of the old Metal Maniacs and Terrorizers and stuff. And
Hmm.
he mailed them off to me, and they're all mostly thrash and kind of early death metal stuff. And I haven't really found an opportunity to use them. So I kind of went back through. I was like, "There's got to be some stuff on Coroner in here," and sure enough, found a couple issues. And
Nice.
just a little something to read. We're not going to read the whole thing, but this comes from Metal Hammer, Extra Thrash. It's called. It's got Slayer on the cover. It's Kerry King with long hair still, so it's that era. But
What is this like 88,
no,
89,
this is 91, so it's right when
91?
Mental Vortex came out. It's got an Obituary Pestilence Morbid Angel poster on the inside of this
Cool.
issue. Pretty cool. But Martin Gross did the little write up here on it, and I just wanted to read a little bit to set the context. It says, before Mental Vortex came No More Color, which saw the band on tour with Watchtower in Europe. That period was to be a milestone in their career. Not a milestone in terms of sales, which were pretty impressive, but in terms of artist creativity. The album was almost a documentary of their progress upwards and a perfect example of a band stretching its creativity and intelligence to the limits. No More Color showed Coroner moving away from the bog standard formula that has sadly become the world of thrash. Quote, our first two albums were, I suppose, us showing how fast we could play. Also, the production wasn't as good as it could have been. It was average, admits Tommy T. Barron. No More Color was in a completely different class as far as songwriting and how it sounds goes. But technically, it was pretty impressive. The new album, though, is the first one with really good songwriting on it, explains Tommy, warming to the subject of the new album. It may be their fourth, but they have no illusions and don't kid themselves about the reality of the album being a mainstream hit. Sure, we're going to have difficulty with this album and reaching a wider audience, mainly because we're not very well known. I mean, our style is a bit bizarre for your average person. If we had gone for a let's sound like Metallica type approach, then I'm sure that by now we would have been far more successful. What's more important, selling out or getting big fast or sticking to your principles and working hard at what you want? Listen, I don't want to make it sound as if we're in the same league as Rush or Yes, but just look at them. There you have two bands that have stuck to their guns and always done what they wanted to and haven't followed trends or fads. As far as principles are concerned, I'd say we're like them and other bands that have never given in. So that's a quote from Tommy about Mental Vortex and kind of where their headspace is in terms of, not wanting to sort of sell out and stuff there. I think that's an interesting comparison. I mean, they do get compared to Rush a lot or Voivod or whatever. And those are, again, two bands that definitely have the progressive, DNA, and that always sort of did whatever the fuck they wanted,
Yeah.
and kind of have, are, I think, more appreciated now, decades later than when they started. People have deep love for Voivod and deep love for Rush in ways that some of the bigger bands of the Rush era or of the Voivod era don't.
No, I think it's because they always did. They stuck to whatever they wanted to do. They stuck to their intuition.
Yeah. Yep.
And Voivod went, if you like charting there, like the way they do, they make progressive stuff sound deceptively simple.
Yep.
And so does Rush. Sometimes the only way that it's really obvious that Rush stuff sounds complicated is because of pure strums.
Mm-hmm.
But if you stop and just listen to what they're doing, how they're interplaying with each other, it's fucking incredible. But it's not pop music. It's jumping all kinds of. There's lots of reggae in some of those records that I have no problem with at all. I think works perfectly fine in these songs. Mm-hmm. But they were really pushing the outer edges of what. Starting out and doing a record like Hemispheres or some of the earlier stuff where it is just this verbose fantasy stuff. And yeah.
And I think Coroner in some regards is also it's technical, but also more listenable than a lot of tech stuff. And it is.
And I think Mental Vortex is doing very complicated arrangements, making them sound more simplified, which is, definitely a maturity of songwriting.
Yep.
They're just missing just a little bit there. That
for you,
hooky for me, that hookiness.
Yeah.
If you could do that where you got just a killer fucking vocal line or something, or.
Yeah. Well, for me, that's Semtex Revolution, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, I can kind of understand what you're kind of saying. It takes a little bit more to penetrate this record, I think, so
it's a more subtle record.
Yeah. It's recorded at Germany's Skytrack studio, which was kind of the noise sort of in-house studio, and then mixed at Morrisound by Tom Morris. And we'll actually hear from Tom later at the end of this set of music, talking about the production and the Beatles cover a little bit more. But in an issue of Thrash and Burn Mag, it's an interview with say his name once again, Mark, because you know how to say it.
Borovai
Kiergan, yes. Who
at least Borovai is pronounced properly.
I think Kiergan sounds right. He was a guy that was kind of this.
He was a zine dude.
He was a zine guy, but he always was associated with Roadrunner Records. He was a guy that always recommended stuff to Monte Connor in terms of getting things signed, or he was always discovering demos. I know he was the guy that kind of discovered Machine Head and recommended them, and he had
he did this for 20 years straight.
Yeah.
I don't know everything. I mean, I'm sure Wagner probably has much better history of the whole thing, but it's kind of on one of the books I'm working on, I've come across his name multiple times from old zines and stuff, and I didn't realize, I guess, how much he was involved in the underground tape trade scene of the mid 80s.
He was almost like a kind of who was our guy? I was kind of had, and this is a weird comparison, but had a similar aura to extreme metal, hard thrash that a John Peel had. in terms
Yeah,
of
I mean,
like
he was kind of a tastemaker too.
if he recommended something, it usually kind of like got people's attention a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
tastemaker way
yeah.
of saying. So
It was just
but
through tapes and correspondence and potentially zines and stuff at that point, instead of like Peel's, syndicated radio or national BBC radio show.
sure. But he basically does a little interview here with Tommy and Marky about Mental Vortex kind of era, and just a couple questions I thought I'd sort of read. And he starts off. He says, "How would you say that the new album is a progression for you?" And Marky says, "I think it's slowed down a bit. Everything. We try to put more feeling into the music again. It's hard to say. There's a lot of different stuff. For example, the first song, Divine Steps, is a very fast and brutal. And then you have a cover of the Beatles, I Want You, She's So Heavy, which is a very slow song, very melodic. So there's a lot of different stuff on this record." And then Cregan says, "You say it's slowed down from the previous records. Did you make a conscious effort to make it turn out that way?" And he says, "Not really. I mean, it was always like that. We just did what we liked to do at that time. And this time it was like a longer period where we did the songs. It was almost like 2 years. So there's a lot of different influences that contribute to the sound on the new album. The main difference for me was that before the last record, No More Color, we didn't really do any extensive touring," adds Tommy. "And after No More, we toured the States twice and Europe as well. And we found out that slow songs were much more fun to play. It's great doodling around, but not all that fun, not all the time." And he says, "We found out what songs work best live," continues Marky. "There was a lot of material, for example, from the first record that we had problems to bring over live. And that's one thing that we're trying to do differently this time around." And Tommy says, "It's not totally different. There's still a lot of fast parts and shit, but not all the time. That's what I like about it. There's a slow part, then a fast part. It's boring if it's fast all the time. I get bored by listening to stuff like that." And yeah, so just kind of interesting talking about the philosophies that go into it. And I know, like, not that we want to go here, but I know that like when I've seen Metallica documentaries when I teach Metallica and metal in my rock class. They talk about like when they first sat down with Bob Rock to do what inevitably became the Black Album, that James was like, we kind of wanted like a sound that sounded more like what we sounded like live, which was like crunchier and a little bit sort of slower and bigger, and we wanted to capture that a little bit more. And I get that, and that's kind of what the Black Album does. I mean, those are big fucking stadium rock riffs, essentially. It's like good live songs, I mean,
Yeah.
say what you will about Enter Sandman, but like that's a stadium song, it's like, and it works for that. Is it my favorite?
I mean,
song?
it's fine as far as like something that pops up on the radio.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I'd rather hear like a Wolf and Man personally, but
sure, or God That Failed, those are.
yeah,
those
I mean,
are,
I think there's some really good songs on there still, and I think that record is unfairly maligned a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of one of those Back in Black moments.
Yep.
Not that every like huge record has to be black or talk about black to be one of those big metal records, but like where it basically distilled down a certain sound into this like kind of perfect thing.
Agreed. And then later on in the interview or whatever, he kind of asked them about their relationship with Switzerland, and I thought that was kind of interesting since this is ultimately kind of the last little part of this kind of Swiss thrash kind of thing we're trying to sort of talk about here.
Very small country in comparison to like how many big bands came out of it.
Exactly. Yeah. But he says, "Do you think the fact that you're based out of Switzerland has helped you or hurt you in terms of your songwriting and commercial potential?" Marky says, "Well, I think that for the States, it's okay, because for them, the Americans, it's exciting when you come from another country. It's not really good for Germany, because in Germany, they kind of look at you if you come from Switzerland like, oh, you guys from the mountains. Whenever you read a review in a German magazine, they always say something like that, and it's kind of gets boring already. That's the main problem. They look at you like some guys from the mountains. It's just stupid. There's some good places in Germany. It's not bad everywhere, but sometimes they give you a hard time. Actually, the best country for us in Europe is France so far. England's quite good as well, Italy, but we've got problems in Germany, definitely. So we've got some beef with Germany. That's pretty fun.
I never thought of like, there's that whole weird, vibe in the Scandinavian countries as well, where like Finland's kind of looked upon as like the lesser of the three. Like there's just these weird dynamics.
From a cultural standpoint, or do you think from a metal standpoint?
No, I think from a cultural standpoint.
Yeah.
Kind of like Norway and Sweden are both more kind of like erudite, and I feel like Finland's more of kind of like more salt of the earth in general. That was like the stereotype, I think, at the time.
Which, like, you see a movie like Sisu and you kind of get that sense, right? It's definitely
Yeah.
more like
Well,
these are
they're the
like
closest to Russia.
Midwesterners. Yeah, well, they're like Minnesotans, or whatever. They're like people that
Yeah,
kind of
and I think that's part of the charm, like the whole like when you hear, I don't know, like the Midwest in general, I have a lot of, especially as I've gotten older, a lot of pride about being from the Midwest, because all there's a certain kind of like sincerity that comes from it, but also like Letterman, uh like all the big comedians from for
Bill Murray,
30
Chicago.
years. Yeah.
The
Like
whole
there's a
kind
lot of like
city.
that was kind of like the extremes are on either coast, and then the Midwest is like where the real stuff really happened.
Yeah.
So I have uh,
I mean,
I
I'm
have a
biased in
soft
terms
spot
of
for
rock and
Finland.
roll too. I'm biased, towards Detroit. The
Yeah.
Stooges, the sincerity of that kind of music and stuff. Yeah.
And like when those came out, like the stuff on the West Coast was a little more hippy dippy, optimistic, drug addled, and
Yeah.
everything from Detroit was about like revolution, and like it was just an explosion of power. It
Yeah.
was it was
Energy,
crazy.
power, raw
Yeah,
power. In fact.
raw
Yeah.
power.
Just learned about Iggy yesterday in my rock history 2
You
class.
did for the
So.
first time? He's an
No,
incredible performer, dude.
is he good? Is he good? I'll check him out. I think I might. Yeah,
Like he even made Bowie stop and take a breath.
That's true. Yeah, he talked about his meeting up with Bowie, but no, yeah, I was teaching some, showing some clips
What
from "Gimme Shelter" documentary. So
what was there any reaction from the kids about
they
Iggy in
already
general,
know because they took Rock one, so they know
okay.
about Iggy from there.
Are they like stoked about it, or is it just like
It's a weird group.
is there a pride thing with like being a local guy ish?
I try to make it prideful. This group is stoic in terms of like they don't give me a lot. It's a small class, but when I get their listening assignments, it's very insightful. So they're like kids that are internalizing a lot, but they don't express it like in class. But when I read what they write about,
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's
oh,
good.
they're thinking deeper about this than I anticipated.
I mean, that's all you can hope for, really.
Like we
That's the
were like
best.
we're doing this assignment right now. I call it the Towers of Influence, where they have to link all these disparate things together that we've been looking at, and we've been all over the place. Krautrock, prog rock, stadium rock, folk rock, like all these kind of patterns from like basically 67 to like 82. That's kind of like the unit is that stretch. And so I'm going genre by genre: funk music, early hip hop, Kraftwerk inventing like electronic music, all these sort of things, and like basically they have to like put all the puzzle pieces together in their own way. They can do it in like a comic strip, they can do it in a written narrative. I don't care. They just have to somehow like link it together in their brain and tell me how these things fit together and stuff. And so we were doing like a little group kind of brainstorming activity before they like launched this. And we were kind of talking about some of the questions they had. And one of the kids was like, I'm not really sure. Like one of the girls, this is like fascinating. This is like a cheerleader. And she's like, yeah, just to be in like this, like the essence of this conversation where she's like, I'm not quite sure where I want to put King Crimson. And another kid's like, I think I would put it as like a proto metal influence. And I was like, fuck yeah. And I was like so proud of these kids. I was like, fuck. Like they understood how Kraftwerk led to like helped inspire like hip hop, and also like got into like techno music and Daft Punk, and like they're getting it. So like I don't know, it's cool. Like I think I freak them out because I'm throwing like Velvet Underground and Kraftwerk and Can at them and some of that stuff sometimes. But then
I think it's good to be throwing these things where you don't know what to think of it.
they don't. Yeah, and if some of it freaks them out. Like some of the kids are like, I appreciate this. It's not my thing, but like I'm on the journey. We just actually started metal today, so we're doing 70s metal. So we're going to look at like UK and then American stuff and then new album. And that'll be kind of the end of this kind of like era. And then I'll kind of start back and like
starting with Sabbath and
Sabbath and like garage rock in America. And so basically the couple early episodes of Metal Evolution is what I'm going to kind of show them.
Yeah.
And so last year, what I did is I taught them like whole units. So I would start at the beginning of metal and go all the way to like modern times. Same with punk, same with like hip hop. And this time I decided to do it in like eras. So I'm like, all these things were happening in the 70s and early 80s.
I think for I learn things, I think that would probably work better for me because you can compartmentalize things a little more and also see, I think, easier trends in different types of music from the same era.
And I also think what happens too is like I think last year there were times where I probably exhausted the kids. Like if you're not a metalhead and now you got to spend like 5 straight days on metal, like it like
Well, that
you
you have no context for outside of maybe Black Sabbath.
yeah, and you kind of it's like that's pretty exhausting. Whereas like if we just do a couple days on metal in the 70s and a couple days on funk and early hip hop, even if you're not a hip hop person or you're not a metal person, it's still just dipping your toes and it's not like, oh God, we're on metal again. You know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
now I can pick the narrative back up in the mid 80s with Run DMC with hip hop and take that all the way into the mid 90s with like gangster rap and some of that stuff. And then I can take metal from MTV era metal with hair metal through thrash into the early 90s through grunge, you know, and I can take indie rock from, you know, because we'll do early punk and I'll kind of pause, you know, like hardcore, you know, like early 80s kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that stuff kind of works, especially when you're showing the antecedent and then like, you know, you're showing cock rock and then, you know, grunge alternative music. Like that almost makes it all makes sense more. Like
I'm
this is
thinking,
why this kind of music stuck, because people were sick of this shit that was, you
when
know,
I'm going to
disingenuous.
contextualize a lot of that stuff through MTV too. I can be like,
Yeah.
okay, here's the influence MTV was having on hip hop with the image of like Run DMC and Beastie Boys, and here it is on metal with hair metal, and here it is in you know
Oh,
alternative rock and you know that sort of
I've
thing.
got an interesting or a question for you, being a, you know,
Oh,
definitely a child of MTV.
yes,
So I was listening to some interviews where people were definitely, they're guys, you know, probably 15 years older than me, saying that
okay.
the MTV kind of ruined popular music because it made you think the view that or the video you saw was the only way to interpret
Huh.
music. But I never thought that way. Did you think, like, after you saw like a specific video, would you not be able to have like your own kind of inner dialogue and thoughts about what that meant to you?
I don't know that. I think if you wanted to say MTV had a negative impact, I would say it more. I mean, the image part, it put image sometimes before the quality of the music, and so you could
Oh,
like
sure.
feel
Yeah,
for
like,
a shitty
yeah,
song.
like Milli
Um,
Vanilli and
yeah,
you know, Vanilla Ice. There, I mean, all that kind of crap.
yeah.
But like his main
That is
argument
interesting.
was talking about how, like, if I saw a video for, you know, whatever, throw whatever band you want in, that's the only thing I thought about. When that, like, that seemed like a lack of creativity on his part.
Yeah, because I think like that's. I mean, that's like saying like you can't read like an analysis of like a movie without your own thoughts. Like I still
Yeah,
like to read analysis. I read articles on like you know movies and like to see what different people think and I don't know like that doesn't necessarily like permanently imprint my brain. It might influence me if it's a good article and they make a good compelling argument, but
sure. Yeah.
like like I love Beastie Boys both because I love the fucking Sabotage video, but like I also loved it in spite of the Sabotage video, right? Like I
Yeah.
don't know. So it's
Well, I was like something like a Christmas Story, the Dickens piece. You can have that be done with Scrooge McDuck, or you can have it done with George C. Scott, and it's still
yeah, or
offering
the
something
Muppets,
different.
fucking Michael
Or the
Caine.
Muppets, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's, if you have something, I think if you hear music or know a book or whatever it might be that really influences you, I think there's multiple levels of it, and it changes as you age. But that was just something I heard, and I wanted to get your from
Yeah,
somebody who kind of
I
was like
get
this
it.
on MTV, when for you it was like and for me as well, it was like a place to explore new stuff. It didn't just completely like stunt. But as a guy in the 70s buying records, and you know,
Yeah.
I get kind of where they're going. It's, you know,
Well,
sorry
they
to
could
break
also
old
have
man
some
sentiment.
bitterness because MTV ruined a lot of careers. A lot of those 70 bands who looked like they were fucking, you know, farmers, like just didn't transfer over. So,
True.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like a lot of the bands that person was probably into didn't kind of you know, like Kansas or like, you know, I'm just,
Yeah,
I don't
which are,
know.
you know, we know people that think these bands are great, like they're big
And
deals.
they are great. They just didn't have the image for the 80s as much.
Yeah.
And it sucks, you know, and I mean, there were, I don't know. Sometimes if you're not with the trends, that does suck. You know, I get it.
But if you
But
stick with your guns long enough, people will find you, or, you know, it's all,
yeah. I mean, here we are talking about Coroner, and their last like relevant record was '93, and yet they're playing metal fests, and there's still like documentaries made about them, and so
Yeah.
yeah, it is kind
Anybody I know that's got extreme, like I was on Instagram today, Matt Harvey from Exhumed has been doing this thing where he goes through, it's like
through his records.
rebagging. Yeah, he's rebagging all of his records.
Yeah, it's cool.
And he pulls out stuff. I was like, oh, there's 3 Corner records. Cool. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, those are fun, like his different alphabet letters that he kind of has been going through.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I need that one. Shit.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see the variety too in things.
Yeah, he does. He's got
Christian death and
which is when you talk to Matt, that definitely comes across,
Well, of course. It's just there's such a weird stigma, not a stigma, but a stereotype of people that are into heavier music, that's all they listen to.
Or death metal. Like that's all they listen to. Yeah, agreed.
Like, yeah, this last month I barely listen to any death metal.
Yeah.
But I love it more than any genre ever, but I've just been listening to other stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Well said.
We're well versed human beings here.
We are. We live
lots of experience.
lots of things going on. So there were 2 more questions that Kiergan. Thank you.
Borovai Kiergan. I'm probably wrong. I'm gonna get a bunch of people tell me I'm stupid, but
hey, mispronunciation's our thing, Mark. Don't forget.
Hey, you lean into it. You don't let anybody
fucking own
be confident.
Yeah, exactly.
Jonas from Catatonia? Fuck no, he's Jonas from Catatonia.
Yeah, fucking Celtic Frost. Doesn't matter. You say
it's Celtic Frost. If you say Celtic Frost, you're Jeff
Wagner says it that way.
That's true.
I never dispute Jeff Wagner.
Or he's a big fan of Larry Bird.
He's a Kansas guy, and Larry Bird's a Midwestern from Indiana. So maybe you
know what? I thought I saw Larry Bird walking in the street at me yesterday.
I'm sorry, Wagner's an Iowa guy, not a Kansas guy. Sorry.
That's true. That's true.
But he likes Larry Bird.
He likes the band Kansas.
Oh yeah. Well,
no, we were in Traverse City, and there was a guy. It was snowing a little bit. This is a couple days ago. Walking down the street, it looked like Larry Bird from probably 10 years ago.
Okay.
And it was snowing. Granted, he had a T-shirt on.
Okay.
He had that weird shaped head and that magnificent thin, like brown or
little mustache.
Blonde mustache.
Blonde mustache. Okay.
Yeah, I was taken aback. I was like, oh my god, I kind of want to stop and say, hey.
You know who looks like old Larry Bird is Pete Hundy. Yeah,
he's got the blonde mustache.
Like old Larry Bird kind of vibe going to him. Kind of that I've drank and smoked too many cigarettes, kind of red in the face, cheeks, kind of thing that Larry Bird's going on. So yeah.
And Larry Bird, not to go into a Larry Bird conversation, but he never looked like an athlete.
No.
He looked just like a guy, but he played like a son of a bitch.
He's a trash talking motherfucker. He just talks shit all the time. Which I love.
Magic Johnson looked like an athlete.
Yeah. Flashy.
But that whole dynamic was like, exacerbated by the way they looked too. It was great.
Yep. Hey, every few years I'll watch that Bird Magic documentary. It makes me a little weepy.
It's great when they're old playing fucking playing horse in the backyard or whatever the fuck it is.
Like when they get to when Magic has HIV and Larry calls him up and they cried together on the phone. It's like, man, these guys were competitors, but they loved each other, and that's a cool little story.
Well, and I think it's especially for like today's climate, it's pretty awesome to see 2 people that were like ardent rivals but deeply loved and respected each other.
Find that commonality instead of the opposite.
Yeah, like I don't think there's a whole lot of that out there right now. At least not that's being portrayed through media. I mean, sense like that was a pretty cool story. Like the Boston guy and the LA guy, both of the best, and
Yep. Kind of a working class kind of attitude versus the more sort of Showtime flashier kind of thing.
Totally.
Stuff, but both are like middle class guys. Lansing and French Lick, Indiana, which is where they both kind of came from humble means, but just kind of.
But you get different connotations east and west coast, like
for sure.
We saw this with rap a while back.
Oh yeah. Are you saying that Bird Magic predicted East Coast, West Coast hip hop?
I think so. I think they did.
You're onto something there. So yeah. I mean, I think it's best that we always ascribe crazy cultural advancements in black culture to white people. I think that's always I think that's aged well, So But two more questions from this little thing, and then I'll be done with it. But it says, it's kind of funny. He says there's a decent amount of support back home for this type of music. Is there a decent amount of support for this music to keep you going? He says, no, not really. So sorry, Switzerland. Marky goes, but it's so small that if you do something well, you have a good chance of getting recognition for it, at least in your own country. There isn't a lot of support from the country itself, like radio stations, TV, etc. But otherwise, it's not too bad to come out of Switzerland. The main problem actually is to find musicians because there aren't a lot of people that they're playing this kind of music. And then the final thing that I wanted to share is he says, how did you get the idea to do a Beatles cover for the new album? Pretty strange choice, I'd say. Yeah, agrees the drummer. We'd been looking for a long time for a cool song to cover, and we'd always run into problems because sometimes Tommy would like something and the rest of the band wouldn't like it. But we were all listening to Abbey Road by the Beatles one day because somebody left it behind at the studio, and we really liked the song I Want You. To me, it's one of the heaviest songs they've ever done. So it fit well with what we were trying to do. So, and Tom Morris is going to talk a little bit more about, the decision of kind of putting that, Beatles song together. And I don't know where you're at with it, but like I'm a huge Beatles guy, obviously teaching rock history and stuff. And I've always thought that song and Helter Skelter are the two heaviest songs the Beatles ever wrote. And when I first heard the Beatles, I Want You So Heavy, it kind of like took me aback because it's like a Sabbath riff. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't know this existed. How come nobody ever Mike from the store never sat me down, was like, have you heard this song from the Beatles? Because I would have freaked out a little bit more. So I think if you're going to pick a Beatles song, they're picking kind of the right one, I guess. For me, it's way better than Purple Haze, in terms of covers.
That was any others. I would a lot rather hear like them do Hey Joe, anything different than that song.
Yeah.
That's like the song everybody knows. Like,
and there's
115-year-old grandma knows that song
too. That's the interesting part, like there's more technical stuff from Hendrix from like their third record from the Electric Ladyland that would have been interesting for them to do, where Tommy could have shredded a little bit more and done a little bit more open stuff. But I don't know, it's kind of like Megadeth doing Paranoid from Sabbath. Like
it's why do something so Sabbath obvious song.
Yeah, and Paranoid's so compartmentalized and short and sweet, and that's what Purple Haze is. It's just a very it's a 3-minute pop song that Hendrix is doing. And
Paranoid was the first thing my guitar teacher when I was younger tried to teach me.
Yeah, I mean,
so that shouldn't be what Megadeth is doing at what record was this? Like Euthanasia?
Now when you have fucking Marty Friedman and Dave, like go do something crazy off the rails,
Yeah,
I don't know. So I agree, but kind of interesting. So I guess let's see. I'm trying to go to my notes here a little bit. So let's get into some music here. We're gonna hear some tunes here. We're gonna start first with the final song from No More Color, Mistress of Deception, one of my favorite songs in the whole record. Really cool, like Eastern Egyptian kind of vibes woven in a couple places. I get really big time like Testament meets Creator vibes. It's almost like the Legacy kind of era, early Testament meeting some of that like Extreme Aggression kind of Creator. Really cool part. I know we brought this up numerous times, but there's like a cool moving pictures Rush like part about the like 3:05 mark of this song.
I've got that in here too. It's like a Rush bit.
Yeah, it's really neat and very subtle. It's very like imitation, homage, kind of thing. It's not like stealing.
It's like the three instruments coming together to like do this musical
measure. That power trio, it's that magic of the power trio kind of really coming together. And then really cool Middle Eastern sort of things like scales kind of make a cool appearance at the end yet again. So it's a very cool song, And
I think all the like Sepultura bits I'm hearing sound like if you took something off Beneath Remains and slowed it down to half, the guitar riffs. Okay. But Sepultura was super like Creator was a big deal for them.
Yeah.
All that like Teutonic thrash. Yeah. So I think I'm like hearing it through that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like we were talking about with like Tarantino before. It's like getting all your kung fu references from Tarantino rather than like the original or something. It's like a weird. Then we get our first tune from Mental Vortex. I mean, obviously we heard Divine Step that opened up the whole show, but this is Sirens, and you get some cool like there's an undercurrent of like some post-punk stuff kind of happening here. A little bit of like Killing Joke vibes kind of starting to run through, but also like prog rock, like mainstream prog rock stuff, like more 80s Rush or 80s Yes or some of that stuff. with
Yeah.
the sheen of thrash layered on top. So it's
I get a lot of Megadeth stuff too.
yeah.
Megadeth,
Well,
but also like for the solos, because there's a lot of I don't know exactly how to quantify it, but there's some really like big similarities in I guess just in maybe it comes from the fundamentals of them, but Bill Steer and Dave Mustaine.
yeah.
For
I don't
solos, there's a lot of similarities there, like whatever they're pulling from. But I heard a lot of like Bill Steerisms in this track.
well and I I hear a lot of swan song.
That exactly, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's a lot of swan song isms, and here's my hot take. And I was going to say this when we get to the last song in the set, but I might as well say it now. Um, I kind of read this somewhere, and I don't know where I read it. I apologize, but I read it somewhere, and it hit. And someone said, "Mental Vortex sounds like the album Megadeth should have made after Rust in Peace."
Yeah,
And
makes
it made
sense.
sense to me. I was like,
Yeah,
"Fuck!" I kind of get that. Like,
yeah.
you know, I like Countdown to Extinction. It's got some good songs on it, but it doesn't it it's not exactly what I want it from. Like, I want a little bit more teeth, and there's enough like
It's
extra teeth
pretty.
on
Ugh.
Mental Vortex.
Yeah,
I mean, there's good riffs. Don't get me wrong. There's some
yeah.
catchy tunes. I mean, fucking Symphony for Destruction and Ashes. You know, those are good songs. But like for me, like if this is how you mainstream and simplify. Rust in Peace is a technical masterpiece. Obviously,
Mhm.
it's the peak of them musicianship. But if you want to kind of get a little bit off of the thrash train tracks a bit, but still maintain your roots, to me, Mental Vortex is exactly what Megadeth should have been kind of putting together. I don't know. That's so
No,
I hear all
I'd agree with that because yeah, I think the Megadeth. I think it was even more kind of the teeth were cut more than like Black Album
yeah,
on some of that stuff. It's just like very poppy. Like let's take back all the technicality. It's very just like chunk. The solos weren't as I don't know. The Rust in Peace solos between back and forth between
Marty and him are
Marty and
just
Dave were
fucking,
just insane.
yeah.
And
Like
granted, like
they're
Dave was
trying to like
still fucking doing drugs at that point, wasn't he?
yeah, maybe it's getting sober for Dave. I don't
So
know.
that might have something to do with it, but like Dave's always been more driven in my mind. He's always been more driven by being pissed and somebody saying no,
Like,
or
yeah.
somebody being fired from a certain band, or
Yep.
they kind of like stuck to his entire
He's like the Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan plays out of spite, and that's why he's like the most competitive motherfucker ever. Like he
yeah.
just spites everything, you know.
But
And
like you get fired from the biggest metal band ever, and
yep.
then you come up and then you put out some records that are on par with anything they've ever done, and you win multiple Grammys. All this shit, nothing is ever enough for him.
Yeah, that's wild. So no, so that's a kind of hot take that I think it's the right take because I've always seen Swan Song as almost like Swan Song could have been the record that Megadeth did after fucking Rust in Peace, right? Like it has enough Megadeth isms on it. That's one of the common complaints about that Carcass record, but I liked it. You know,
It
it was
never bothered me.
yeah, it never bothered me. I can see again, it's like Grin when we get to that. I get why people might not be on with it if you want it heartwork part two, but I don't know, like
Well,
whatever.
most people that kind of like say Carcass was just the best when it was, pre-necroticism. Like that's a very specific crowd, and I think now people are more like you understand the depth of what the band can do.
Yeah.
And they can go across, like when Surgical Steel came out, they went back and threw blast beats in. They did all this stuff that kind of like paid reverence to that old material, but it was so much more musical and more thoughtfully put together.
Yeah. I mean, right, we talked about this with Deceased in King, that like he only likes Metal Blade era Slayer, and that's a take. I get it, but
Yeah.
it's not my take, but like there's purists and then there's purists,
It's like asshole. Everybody's got an asshole. Everybody's got an opinion.
Yep.
And a lot of it depends. Like King is probably 10 years older than us.
Mhm.
He started all this stuff early. It depends on where you come. Like all this context matters for all this stuff as well.
Sure.
And like kids coming in now that are like, I just listened to Recaputrefaction. Everything else is fucking poser. Like, dude, come on. Like, what are you talking about?
But that's the same generation that have like grown up just watching like extreme porn. Like, so to them, it's like they need like they don't feel anything anymore, you know. So they need like fucking putrefaction, like
And it's
pouring through their veins, you know, like because it's like
yeah.
they're sensory overload and numb to everything, you know.
There's the
So
whole thing of like I don't remember going through this phase quite so much for when I was younger, but like saying fuck all the old stuff. I always had more of a reverence for the old stuff.
I tried to,
And I
know.
wanted somebody to explain it to me more than I could understand it.
Yeah, you were
and then,
interested
like,
in history.
yeah, and like for them to, and that's like something like Mike at the records, who's the manager, friend of ours from the record store we both worked at, and he would validate the stuff we really liked, and then kind of say, "Hey, have you ever heard of this band? They were doing a similar thing when I was your age." Like that's like that was like the ultimate.
Yeah, and that's I always try and do that with my students. I kind of meet them where they're at and then make some recommendations, but without, you know, at least in my older years,
No
maybe
judgments.
when an early teacher, I was pretty judgmental in my 20s, like when I first started teaching, you know, but now it's like if I hear a kid talking that they like I don't know, this newer mainstream metal sort of stuff, like fucking Five Finger Death Punch or whatever. Like instead of just like trolling them, which I want to, that's my instinct. I'll be like, you know what? You checked out Pantera. And a lot of times they're like, no. I'm like, I think you probably really like Pantera. And at least, you know, I've given them something. And it's like, it's not exactly what I would want to listen to, but like, well, at least like maybe it opens a doorway and maybe they can go somewhere else from Pantera.
But like, knows? I mean, anybody I think that is into Five Finger Death Punch that's in high school, it's because their dad likes it.
Yeah, or all they listen to is the radio, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Some people
are they on the radio at all?
Yeah, I think so. I don't listen.
I couldn't tell you one of their songs to save my life, but
I think it's like 3 Days Grace, and that it's like stuff.
Is that
like,
what it sounds like?
I think that's what's on the radio in terms of like hard rock metal radio stations playing that kind of stuff.
I mean, it just sounds like the same stuff from the late 90s.
Or
anytime
something.
I've listened to it, but up here there's more of a, it's more, you know, Zeppelin and stuff, but
sure Z93 type shit, you know?
Yeah, it's like classic rock that's not just Candlebox.
It's dad rock stuff. You know, it's a lot of dad rock stuff, which is fun. I like my dad rock.
It's not, there's not as much butt rock up here, but
that's good. Speaking of butt rock and dad rock, in Sirens, the tune we were talking about from Mental Vortex, there's a riff at like the 220 mark that's got this sort of nasty kind of headbanging thing. It almost is like groovy in that nasty way that like Appetite for Destruction riffs are.
Sleazy, you mean?
Sleazy, but it like imagine like a GNR riff from Appetite played by Alex Lifeson. That's kind of what it like. It's like it's got more sheen to it because Tommy is incapable of playing as like dirty and nasty as like Slash or Izzy, but it's got that same kind of, it's got a little attitude towards it. And then the fucking solo in Sirens, like I wrote, this is like something like I know you're not as into him as like Chris and I are, but like Vito Bratta, the guy from White Lion, like he could fucking thrash on solos. Same with like Nuno Betancourt when he would like actually do killer solos in Extreme. It's kind of got that like vibe to it. So it's a little bit more mainstream solo, maybe not as traditionally thrash, but he's doing still really kind of fucking crazy shit. I don't know. It's interesting to me.
I only know Wait really from White Lion, so.
There's one tune that you should check out that I think you would like. I'll send it to you, but it's like
I'm sure some of it's great. Like it was just one of those bands.
Well, you know when the children cry, Mark. Don't lie. I said, you know when the children cry from White Lion.
Oh, is that White Lion?
The children cry. Yeah,
I know that song. Okay,
that was their other song besides Wait. The Lady in the Valley. That's the song you should check out. It's fucking killer. It's really fun.
If I had a chance to love you.
Yeah, wait. It's stuff, man. Then we get to Metamorphosis from Mental Vortex, and I love the whale call intro, kind of interesting, you know. Real simplicity groove in the main riff that's kind of this reductant kind of genius before we kind of get some start-stop, kind of syncopated staccato kind of things happening. You get a really floral, kind of incredibly floral, bright kind of solo. You can tell that this is a song that kind of influenced, you know, your Meshuggahs and Gojiras and things like that. A lot of Piggy.
Fucking whales, man.
Yeah, fucking whales. There's some piggy kind of voivod style in the main riffs too. So definitely,
There's lots of master puppets in this too.
Oh, I didn't even thought of that. Yeah, I was so like focused on the kind of staccato riffing, but even Metallica has some of that, stop start kind of stuff, like Injustice,
Yeah,
some
and I think like Metallica and Exodus probably did some of the best like palm muted riffs that have ever been.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's really what I'm feeling. It feels like a lot of like master puppets, like real heavy fast palm muted stuff.
Yeah, with a little bit of that like kind of weird oscillating groove thing that Meshuggah and Gojira will like kind of take with them, that.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's groove for days.
And then we get About Life, and this is the sample. They use and the closing voice sample in the song is from Hellraiser. So remember I was saying there was another movie sample that shows up on a Coroner song, and it's yeah. So there you go. Pretty crazy, but it's not super obvious. It's just kind of something I came across. I was like, oh, okay, that's where that's from. So
yeah, I didn't catch that part.
Very mechanical, herky jerky, kind of not unlike speaking of Voivod, like Killing Technology, Dimension, Hatrox kind of era Voivod. I mean,
I think the opening is pretty interesting, and then it goes directly into like a standard like 1987 Creator.
Yeah.
Like this very specific like riff that's so super Creator, which kind of comes out of nowhere on this album. Yeah. Like that just sounds so Creator, and usually there's like bits and pieces here and there, but that one was just like, oh my god, that's like totally fucking Creator riff.
And one of the first times too, you hear like a flange that Tommy uses, a flange that leads into like a cool solo and stuff, So I get a lot of Megadeth vibes too from this song.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've got Megadeth meets Rush all day long in this song.
Megadeth meets Rush with a little side of Voivod, in the beginning and stuff. So
yeah.
But so we've got a pretty good set here to kind of really get us deep into Mental Vortex. And then, like I said, at the end, we're going to hear from Tom Morris from Morris Sound. He's going to talk about the recording of the album and sort of the Beatles cover a little bit. So we've got Joseph Schafer first, a little soundbite here. Then we get Mistress of Deception from No More Color. And then a trio from Mental Vortex, Sirens, Metamorphosis, About Life, and then we'll hear from Tom Morris.
Mental Vortex is Coroner's best record. It's one of the best thrash albums ever made. It's one of the best metal albums ever made. Period. End of story. 10 out of 10. Brilliant, in my opinion.
I don't think you're wrong.
Literally my only problem with it is the stupid fucking Beatles cover. Like, it is my only fucking issue.
And it's a lot better than the Hendrix cover, I will say that, which isn't saying much, but at least it's better.
They find what's good about that song and really make it theirs. It's like, as far as covers go, it's good. I don't want to spend airtime on the fucking Beatles cover. Like, it's fine if you want to hear like a good thrash cover of a Beatles song. It's there. It exists. There you go.
We're not going to play it, so don't worry.
It's not quite Ruin's version of Eleanor Rigby, but no one needs either of these. Fuck that. In my mind, there's only 7 tracks on Mental Vortex. Stone Cold Classic, right? Like, perfect.
white cold hands. For the first time I'm getting hurt by the thorns of roses in my hand. Time is turning to a drought, and it's slowly melting away like deep red wax, leaving pools of blood. Where is the place I used to hide? Where are the hearts once given to me? And sweet voices turn into sirens. There is one thing you have to know. When you wake, don't be surprised, 'cause you won't be alive. You won't be alive.
have to see. We have to know. We have to know.
When the guys were here to work on No More Color, I got to know Tommy and Marky. Ron didn't make the trip with them, but I got to know Marky and Tommy pretty well during that time, and I really liked them both. We got along well, had similar tastes in music. So I was really excited actually when Carl Walterbach called and asked if I would be willing to work on the next Coroner album. Coroner had kind of had a tradition of having a cover song on each of their albums, and I'd always kind of wanted to do a really heavy version of a Beatles song called I Want You, She's So Heavy.
I want you. I want you so bad. I want you.
So when we were working on Mental Vortex, we talked about what we could do arrangement-wise and to make it into a more metal version and make it something that Coroner would play and not just the Beatles.
She's so.
There are some harmony backing vocals on the Beatles version, and we wanted to kind of duplicate that. I think Marky knew some background singers, a couple of women in Berlin that he invited to come in and record, and they were a miserable failure at it. They couldn't sing on pitch. In those days, that was all analog recording. There was no auto-tune. There was no way to fix bad pitch problems. You either sang it right or you didn't sing. So I pulled the plug on the session, thanked the young ladies and sent them on their way. And then when we got back here to Tampa to mix it, we brought in a couple of singers that I'd worked with before. And they nailed the parts pretty quickly.
That was About Life, Metamorphosis, Sirens. Then we opened things up with Mistress of Deception and heard from Tom there. So thanks for that. That's pretty cool. And, like he talks a little bit about the Beatles cover, and we kind of mentioned it before. I think it's, for them, it's good stuff. But after Mental Vortex, though, the band, this is where we kind of start to introduce this sort of final phase, I suppose. The band felt that they were kind of always seen as like kind of a critics band because they wouldn't compromise or simplify their sound or create melodies and stuff. And I think a lot of the people thought that there was a cold, distant quality to Coroner in some ways. And so Marky kind of talks about feeling like they were kind of being pushed into a technical corner, that they were kind of limited by their perception and stuff. And he said, quote, I felt like I'm trapped in a scene where the party's over. And it's a weird time in thrash too, right? 91 totally. is a weird spot, and we just got done talking about how Megadeth, their exit ramp off, and Metallica with the Black Record. And I mean, there's so many missteps that so many thrash bands kind of took in this era. And, he sort of says it felt less and less like rehearsing daily to meet everybody's demands. And so there's this sort of growing tension that's starting to happen within the band in terms of what kind of identity do they want? Do they want to stay this sort of critical darling technical thrash band? Do they want to sort of spread their wings? Like, Tommy was sort of drifting into what Marky felt was a more technical place. And Marky said he was being more influenced by like emotions and gut feelings and stuff. And so they're kind of at this like kind of critical mass, Marky thinks the band's drifting apart. Tommy thinks that these opposing forces were a good thing. He thought, he says without Marky, it would have become too technical and too sterile. So you've got kind of these kind of opposing forces. Ron's kind of quiet in the middle. He's like the sort of peacemaker. He doesn't really say much or do much except sing, ironically, right?
Yeah. Play bass.
So, these guys are sort of like, battling for the identity of the album in a lot of ways. And all of this is really leading towards kind of Grin in 1993. And I think that's kind of the context that this album comes up in. And I mean, 93, what's happening in Thrash? Like almost nothing.
Nothing. I mean, thrash is such a as at least as a genre that's been kind of like the criteria of what it means to be a thrash band, which for me has always been, palm muted, fast, punky. It's a super limiting genre.
Mm-hmm.
And Coroner's kind of pushing at all the outside edges to see, like, and I think that I don't know if early on if Voivod even was concerned with that, but
Voivod seemed to like immediately they got on the thrash train with like Killing Technology, and by like even the next record,
I think it surpassed that immediately.
Yeah, they were like they like ran through it so quickly that no one really cared that they didn't stop there.
They got they got hit with like the thrash sprinkler as they ran through, but it did not it didn't stick at all because they've always been singular.
Yeah.
I think Coroner they fall into that category, not as I think Voivod's has this much more I mean, just the depth of what they can do is so much wider than a lot of these bands. I mean, bigger than what Metallica or Megadeth, any of these bigger thrash bands could do. They've been able to like weather all these different not weather, but they've been able to thrive through all these different kind of eras where they completely change their sound. But there's something like that's still so them in everything they do. But yet it's the bands like that, they're never going to get as big as Metallica or Megadeth. Like you're really, if you're going to stick to your guns that much, you're always going to be on a kind of a niche path, I think.
Yeah. I think you're definitely on board with that. I mean, there's some vibes I get from parts of Mental Vortex and Grin that have like a root in, maybe like what Voivod was doing, like on Outer Limits, or some of like the stuff around Angel Rat and Outer Limits, Captain Face or whatever. But again, Voivod's so singular. They're like their own genre. They just sort of, Coroner never had that much freedom, and it's hard to say. Had they done something after Grin, maybe. Who knows what they would have done? I have no idea. But
I don't know how much of that do you think is on Ron's vocals.
I think that's part of it. Yeah,
because even on Grin, his vocals do not change.
Yep,
at all.
I think that's part of it, and I also think that they just aren't musically. I don't think they have the same palette as wide as like Voivod. Like Voivod came out of like punk scene a little bit in the early parts, and then they were in all the stuff, every weird genre they were. Yeah, they seem to have been bigger ears, wider kind of spectrum of stuff, and not to say that Voivod or that Coroner wasn't, but it's hard to compare anybody to Voivod. It's like why no prog rock band is quite like Rush.
Yeah.
They stand separate from all those others. Rush doesn't fit in with like what Yes and Genesis and King Crimson were even doing. They were kind of doing their own version of something, they're singular, and I think Voivod's very singular, and maybe it's a Canadian thing. Who fucking knows? I don't know.
That's even with like, I think with Celtic Frost and what Coroner was doing, like they're always going to be the little brother of Celtic Frost. And Celtic Frost might have not have had the, could run up and down the scales of the guitar as much, but like what they brought like viscerally and emotionally and artistically to extreme music was on you can't even get close to them.
Yeah.
Like that's a real hard place to be, I think, for them, as there was always kind of like the little brother of Celtic Frost. And like, okay, we can up them on this one on musicality, but like what does that impact do? Like we can be more technical, but does that really even make a difference?
Yeah, I think that's a really good comparison. I think there's kind of some similarity between like a Voivod and a Celtic Frost in terms of how big their vision was.
Yeah.
Their ideas are I don't want to say more abstract, but just they're trying to reach further beyond than most bands of that era were, you know,
And
in
I
this.
think really, I mean, as somebody who's not, I've met so many better art, like technically better artists in my life. But it's about what your vision is,
Yeah.
and what if you stick to your guns, even if it's fucking weird, like eventually it's gonna hit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really hard to find out what that is, and like what, and especially being in a band, like an artist is easy because it's just you. But if you're in a band situation, like to try to keep doing like interesting, relevant stuff within that many years with those three guys with completely different, like if we went away for 6 months and didn't talk to each other and came back and tried to do some kind of creative thing based on what we'd watched or listened to or whatever, it would be so different because you're
Yeah.
dealing with those, different personalities and everything too. So it's to try to think of like a band existing in such like a kind of small confined genre is crazy.
There's like a quote coming up. I can't remember where it's at. It might be in one of the last couple like reading sections I have where like Tommy just sort of talks about like God, I wish I had it right in front of me, ready to sort of be shared. But he kind of is like, it's like your first relationship. Like I only dated these guys, and I was ready to like have more relationships, you know, and like see
Yeah.
what else was kind of out there. All I ever knew was like these guys since we were like 18 playing together, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And yeah, if you haven't played the field, quote unquote, you don't really know quite what this is all you knew is Coroner and the Coroner sound. And it can be limiting, you know, if you don't
Mm-hmm.
have the right partners to sort of like, I mean, Voivod, how those guys all talked each other into going on that journey. Same with Celtic Frost. I mean, maybe it was you had, you know, like obviously Tom is a very strong personality in
Mm-hmm.
Celtic Frost, push that vision, but you know, and maybe it's
Well,
Piggy.
Martin, I think him and Martin were the magic sauce to that whole thing. I had problems falling asleep well, almost every night, but um, I remember writing this little piece for the Celtic Frost book I did. And I basically threw um, heaped all the rewards and praise on Tom, and
Mm-hmm.
Martin, him, and the whole magic of that was him and Martin's relationship together,
Sure.
which is something that I didn't, you know,
Tom gets all the attention, but you're right. It probably was.
it was, and most of it's from hearing Tom, like reading stuff he's done for like, the Only Death Is Real book or
Yeah.
interviews and stuff. And then once, when Martin passed too, he's been so referential to the guy. And I was like, that was exactly what it, like talking about how they had all the different album sleeves figured out way before they even made music. Like it was just this like youthful enthusiasm thing that I can, that me and Chris did for the magazine, for the Requiem in the 90s. And what we started and keep doing now is try to
Yeah.
push this thing as far as we can. I think it's those dynamic relationships between people that make like the most interesting stuff. I think it's great when there's like a guy or gal or whoever is in charge and is leading the ship. But when you can get those, like, I think it's rare in life to find people that you can connect with and do creative things with consistently for a long period of time, like
Yeah.
Lifeson and
Yeah.
and
Balance
Geddy
each other
Lee.
out. Yeah.
The way they were like, they goofed off. They were just like best friends. It was like how I felt when I was a teenager watching like documentaries about these guys or them talking now.
Yeah.
And Geddy was more serious and Alex was always kind of, goofy and aloof, and they made all that weird shit work together. It's just it's just amazing that shit happens.
Yeah. And I think, like you look at like our dynamic and stuff that like I'm more research history driven because of my background, but you're more sort of creative artist driven. And like, that's the perfect sort of
My gut instincts, and I'll have strong opinions for only reasons that are because I'm contrarian as
yeah,
well.
exactly. And I
Uh,
think like you bring that back to like Coroner, and I think like the thing that made Coroner work is Tommy is this like mechanical technical precision machine, and Marky and maybe I paid all attention to Tommy, like I really focus on guitar with them, but I think Marky's the one that made these songs not sterile and fucking lifeless, like a lot of technical thrash would be. He gave it
Yeah.
color, emotion, and warmth with his sort of leadership and guidance a little bit as the drummer and as kind of like the band leader kind of. And so I might not have appreciated that because I never really paid that much attention to the drumming on Coroner, but he maybe grounded them a little bit, whereas Tommy might have taken this like too far into kind of technical places that kind of might lose somebody like you, for example, who has a lower level of tolerance for like overly technical shit.
If it's not making me feel something, then I'm like, well, stop it. But if you're making me feel something, I'll watch something or listen to something for 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
There's also the interesting thing with them that were on the covers where they have that little symbol with all three of their names.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other band that did anything like that.
It is cool.
Like it's a very it's a prideful thing about their relationship together,
it's power
which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's ever talked about it, but I was just noticing that watching a bunch of YouTube stuff, and every time the covers pop up, it's like, oh, it's got that little symbol they came up with that has their names on it. It's almost like the Ramones.
Yeah. They all share the same name as a unity.
It's really cool.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that's kind of what made, and again, we just got done talking about the Beatles cover, but it's sort of what made the Beatles kind of incredible is the Fab Four. That Lennon and McCartney were the leaders, but like they all four had personalities and all four carried some weight, and
they couldn't do it without each other either.
In that Ron Howard documentary, that came out a few years ago called 8 Days a Week, like McCartney.
That was all the live extra like recording footage they had and stuff?
No, that was the Peter Jackson one that's on Apple Plus.
That's the one I saw.
That's like 6 hours long. Get out. Or get back. Sorry. No, the Ron Howard one came out in theaters probably about 5-6 years ago. It's great. It's called 8 Days a Week, and it's the history of the band, their touring years. So right before they got off the road in '66. And McCartney kind of talked about there's this great moment where like the Beatles are they're about to tour the South in the United States, and they're going to play like one of the football stadiums in Florida, and they're going to have a segregated crowd, and the Beatles basically said like, we're not going to play them. And like the concert promoters were like, what do you mean? And
what year was this?
It was like 65, 64.
Okay.
And 65 actually. And so, like McCartney says, like before we made that call, he says we had a meeting and all four of us had to vote like on this. And we always made decisions like unilaterally.
Yeah.
It's got to be unanimous. It's like all four on deck. And I think that started to erode by 68, 69, which is probably, one of the reasons they kind of started to split. But like in their like glory years, whenever everything was good, they kind of had to do that. And the stadium capitulated and the Beatles integrated like the crowd because they had such a cultural influence. And so they did a lot in the South to like break down some of those
barriers. Was this like Mississippi or something, or do you remember where it was?
Florida. Yeah, it's Florida.
Okay.
Yep. So, and they did it a couple other places in the South. I think maybe like Atlanta as well when they were kind of going to play there and stuff. So they basically had it in their thing. Like, look, you want to book the biggest band in the world? Like, we're not gonna, people are people, fuck you, and like, they weren't political about it. They just were like, it's not going to do that. Like, so like, if you want us, cool. We're not going to like protest or whatever, but we're just not going to play unless you do this. And
they were so like, not to, people, I'm sure people think that the Beatles are overrated, but it wasn't just like a musical thing. It was like a cultural thing. There was so much that was happening at the same time that no other band could have traversed, Yeah.
And they needed each other. They would not have survived as one single individual. I mean, you look at like what the pressure did to Elvis, it kind of killed him at the age of 42. And so,
but also look at, this is from my aesthetic, but I don't really care about any of John Lennon solo stuff. I think it's kind of, it's fine, but it's not like as exciting as the band together. McCartney, I don't find that exciting by himself, except for Live and Let Die. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's great.
Ringo, I think is pretty boring. I do like some of George's solo stuff. I love George. I think
George is my favorite solo Beatle. Post.
I even like Got My Mind Set on You, and I do like him a lot and his Jeff Lynne stuff. But like when they were Magic, it was when they were together.
We're all together. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they have their moments, solo wise for sure. But
Yeah. But it's few and far between compared to what it was. Like Ringo, I respect more now as understanding the subtlety and craft of his drumming.
He's more of
it
like
seemed boring as I thought. Like roles were what like the epitome of what was a good, a good drummer. When you're a fucking teenager or something.
Ringo has like a Phil Rudd kind of thing going.
It's his groove, exactly. Like him and Phil Rudd have that. They're from the same school.
Yeah.
Where playing that groove, like there's multiple like YouTube things of Bill Burr talking about both of those guys. How it's just like holy, like that fucking pocket.
Yeah.
It's
Ringo almost does like
so
hip-hop.
easy, but no,
he does like hip hop beats, kind of almost like proto hip hop beats, like in terms of like our funk grooves almost before that was like a real big thing. And Ringo came out of rockabilly bands before he joined the Beatles. He was like the most experienced musician playing a bunch of like rockabilly things. And I think
he was the oldest too.
Yeah, and that's
and he's still somehow he's still got black hair. It's crazy.
Fucking kicking, man. Yeah. That's what happens when you marry Barbara Bach from Spy I Love Me, like, keeps you young.
Oh, is that who his wife is?
Yeah, I don't know if they're still married, but
when did they get together?
I think around that time. I think when she did Spy I Love Me, they were married.
In the 80s then? Early 80s?
Spy I Love Me 77. So.
That's 70s. Okay. I thought it was 82 for some reason.
No,
I'm thinking of Diamonds Are Forever.
No, Diamonds Are Forever 71. That's the last Connery.
That's 71?
Yeah. I mean, it's really sick, Mark. You could tell me any Bond movie. I can tell you what year it comes out, and I don't know why. And it really is.
It's crazy because he looks so fucking old.
He did. I think he was heavy drinking by then.
Okay, because I'm thinking of like Connery from Last Crusade, which is like 90.
He looks better in that almost.
He looks great.
He's kind of
like Medicine Man or any of that shit from the 90s.
Yeah, I think he had to like get rid of like whatever his hairpiece was. I think he's wearing a hairpiece maybe in Diamonds Are Forever, and it just
and everything sense, but he looked like bloated and shitty.
Yeah, he does not look good, which is why he had to quit, after that. But
okay,
yeah,
I can't believe it's 71. That's wild.
81 is still more, and that's For Your Eyes Only. So.
Okay.
And then Moonraker 79. So you're so Barbara Bach era, it's a good era, good for Ringo. That's what we're
wait 70. What was the one that was the non-sanctioned broccoli movie?
That's 83.
That's what I'm thinking of.
That's Never Say Never again.
Okay.
Yep.
That's not technically a Bond movie.
No, but it's Kevin McClure co-wrote the screenplay to Thunderball and then had rights to be able to do his own version of it. And so Kim Basinger and
that's the one I'm thinking of. But still, he looks old as shit in that. And then
it's pretty old.
Almost 10 years later that he does Last Crusade.
Yeah, 89, right? I think it's
89 or 90. Yeah.
So I mean, Connery looked good in Untouchables. Fuck, Connery looks pretty good in fucking The Rock. In like 96.
It's true. I wish he would have done a couple more movies before he died, but
I know
he was too busy beating his wife, I guess.
Oh, God damn it, Connery!
Those clips.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it Barbara Walters or Gene Pauley or something? Where sometimes you just gotta beat your wife,
or
whatever he said. But it's like Jesus, dude. Like,
fuck. Just never get to know your heroes. Speaking of like your John Lennons and some of these guys, it's too bad that. We have to know so much about their lives because I just like to think of them as actors or artists sometimes without knowing about them. So,
luckily, most of my heroes, I've never wanted to meet Frank Miller.
Yeah, which is good.
Which is good. I don't think I'd be very impressed anymore.
Yeah.
I did meet one of my heroes, Dan Seagrave, who was a fucking sweetheart, awesome guy. And hearing that when you interviewed Tom, asking if he knew who I with the stuff I did, he said I'm well aware. And I was like, that is a very diplomatic way of acknowledging it without saying fuck that guy.
Yeah.
So I love that guy to death, but I respect how he's
all the interviews,
How he's
like with
responded with it.
some of my hero, like every interview I've ever seen with Chris Claremont, he seems like really fucking cool, for
Yeah.
a content creator guy. And there's a few I wouldn't want to meet, but most of the guys seem pretty cool, so it's good.
Yeah, I mean, most of them that are still alive, like most of the guys that I really like would want to, Jack Davis or something from Mad Magazine or EC Comics. Like, I mean, I'm sure he would have been great, but he's been dead for 15 years or something.
Yeah, exactly. But it's hard to know with some of these musicians and stuff, like how they are in real life. But
well, and when you can get, yeah, I think when you also, if you can get to them in a way that's not just like if they're used to this kind of shitty thing where they have like these 10-minute interviews with God, what was that fucking show? Remember Byron Allen?
Yeah.
He used to have like these, like, he would just go to whatever press junket was going on, and then like right before or after cartoons on Saturday morning, it'd be like, oh, here's Byron Allen talking to Jack Nicholson. He's like, oh, hey Byron, how you doing?
It's like red carpet.
A 3-minute thing that they severely cut.
Yep, absolutely.
And nobody had any respect for the fucking guy because he's just reading off of a prompter.
Yeah. I think that's where, not to like speak of ourselves, in an egotistical way, but I think like these different interviews we've done through the last like several years, integrating them and stuff, like, I think of like, Jeff from Venom or whatever. Like once they realize that we know our shit and there's reverence and we're well researched, they like lower their guard a little bit. Generally, I'm not gonna say everyone, but
when people see that you're like what you're doing, like we get what you're doing, and like
we're not doing the same
that you give this much of a shit.
Yeah, we're kind of going to a deeper place that like kind of catches them off guard in a good way and like disarms them, and like, that's good. You get more authentic stuff, I hope, these.
Yeah, like you're not going to get anything out of a 15-minute soundbite.
Yeah,
instead of like a 3-hour fucking interview with somebody. Like it's
like, when I interviewed Max for the Nail Bomb episode and stuff, like I got yelled at by his publicist. She sent me like a really angry email because Max didn't want to get off the fucking phone because we were talking about, like, he was into it, like
exactly. Yeah,
he's a Detroit Lions fan, so we were talking about that, and then we were talking about Nail Bomb, then we talked about Brazilian metal and thrash, and like
he's most likely not getting. I mean, I've only been interviewed maybe 10 times in my life about my art. When you find that person that really is well researched and is asking great questions, you don't want to get off the fucking phone or off the Zoom call.
Exactly.
It's super refreshing.
It's like, I'm single again, so here I am back in the dating pool. And when you have like so many like kind of like rote, like fine formulaic like interactions through, dating apps or first dates or whatever, you're like, okay, that was fine. And then when you actually like meet somebody that you're like, holy shit, like you don't want that date to like end. I mean, it's like, oh fuck, like this, I could talk to this person for hours, and it's really refreshing. And I'm not saying Max wanted to date me, but you get the metaphor, I think, so
he wanted to high five you, and
that's it. He just wanted to bro out a little
listen
bit.
to some,
talk about Barry Sanders.
Exactly.
Exactly. Let's get into Grin a little bit. I've got one last passage from Gelke's Damn the Machine book where he's going to kind of talk about sort of, Grin and the aftermath of this as we kind of start to bring the Coroner story to a conclusion. He says, if the comparative simplicity found on Mental Vortex was a surprise for high-top thrashers, the 1993's Grin kicked the band way out to left field. Almost a direct reflection of the changing landscape of the time away from thrash's core sound, Grin embraced many of the then modern facets outfits like Pantera and Prong were pro-offering. Stop-start dynamics, occasional experimentation with industrial elements and tribal percussion, a far cry from the band's rambunctious beginnings. Grin is easily Coroner's most polarizing album, but not even close to the bombs that were a tribute to Celtic Frost, Gravedigger, and Halloween's notable career, quote, departure albums. Oddly enough, it remains Tommy Vitrelli's favorite album to this day. Quote, I love some songs from the old albums, even from R.I.P., but the whole thing for us, it was a milestone. A lot of people won't agree with that. It's groovier and more what we wanted to play at the time. It wasn't an ego move for me. It was a band decision, and for that one, I wrote most of the songs. We wanted to do it perfectly. If I look back, I think we overdid some stuff. For Marky, it was a nightmare. If he didn't hit one snare with the rim perfectly, the producer stopped the tape and he had to do it again. We did drums for 3 weeks.
Jesus.
The difficult recording sessions for Grin brought unusual tensions between Coroner and Walter Bach, who often found the Swiss Trio to be one of his easiest bands to work with. For previous Coroner albums, Walter Bach never even as much had to check in on the sessions, knowing the capable hands of Harris Johns or the Skytrack staff would have the band on schedule. Grin, however, was a different ball game. Recorded at Greenwood Studios in Switzerland and then mixed in Tampa, Florida's In Demand Morris Sound Recording, the album was the band's most expensive and time-consuming endeavor, something that wasn't lost on Noise's label head. I did not look too close into how long it took them, he says. I went on vacation in the States and Mexico for 2 weeks. When I came back and tried to contact the band, it turned out that after 2 weeks or more than 2 weeks, they were still working on the drums. This made me really upset, and I called them. I didn't get a clear answer from them because it was a fact that they didn't complete the rhythm section after 20 days. I said, there's something substantially wrong. This can't go on. I think we all need a break. So I stopped production. We wanted to do drums in a rush, and we totally lost control of budget and time, adds Vitrelli. In the end, it was Carl's money. He thought Ron needed too much time to record his stuff. He sent one studio musician over, and it was a very good bass player. He played in all of the big German bands. He's a great bass player and a super nice guy. He came from Germany to record the bass. Ron is a good bass player, but the stuff wasn't easy to play. And we had the perfectionist attitude going on. Ron was in the same situation as Marky. He needed more time to play the stuff perfectly. He was too late because we already spent too much time with the drums, so Carl intervened. Quote, of course, they didn't like seeing their bass player being replaced by a studio musician, said Walter Bach. I was pretty intolerant of their complaints. I said, you had your chance and time. You failed miserably. You misused my trust. After 4 albums of good work and close contact with no problems, I trusted you. You could have let my office know if you were having problems. Nobody got in touch. It's something I was really angry about. It was the most radical decision I made with them. I never expected this from a band like Coroner. I think Carl booked him for 3 days and continues in 3 days. And because the music was so complicated, he had to learn everything, continues Vitrelli. Normal pop music, if you're a good musician, you listen once and you play along. You know the notes most of the time, but with our music, that doesn't work. The guy had to learn every note. I remember I showed him all the riffs on guitar for hours, and he needed the same amount of time like my students to get something in his head because it was so complicated. Once he had it, he did one take and it sounded wonderful. The Grin recording sessions are where Coroner started to unravel. Edelman no longer desired to play music at such a complex level, and with the band never going beyond the club level, Coroner's financial situation wasn't exactly brimming with promise either. Walter Bach had several theories as why Coroner never made it past cult status. Coroner was one of those lost bands on Noise, he says. Visually, they were nothing to be thrilled about because you think about the band, you always have this image in your head. Coroner never created an image for themselves, although their artwork was pretty stylish. That was kind of a solid package. It didn't really stand out for the metal audiences, though. With a lack of touring because of a lack of management, things did not move dynamically. Ultimately, it collapsed by itself. That lack of dynamics was dangerous. The band fulfilled their obligation in Noise with the release of Coroner compilation in 95, a collection of live and rare tracks, and then B-sides. Then in 1996, the band called it a day, with Vitrelli moving over to Creator. For me, most of the time, you don't marry your first girlfriend, he laughs. I just wanted to have some more experience with other people and musicians in different kinds of music. Music is not just playing your instrument, it's playing together with other people. I was excited about the future. We never had fights or anything. It was just like, okay, let's stop now. We're on a peak. It doesn't go down. I don't remember this now, but Ron said for him, it wasn't his decision. He would have kept going. So that's kind of a summation of all the different things that are kind of happening around the time with Grin and stuff like that. There's some, more details in the documentary that they kind of flesh out. Apparently at one point when Marky couldn't play those drums and they kept having to do take after take after take, like a studio fight broke out and they almost like started choking each other. Tommy and Marky did and stuff. And Ron had to kind of intervene. And it was just a lot of tension,
Yeah.
and like, I get that, the band had a lot of pressure sort of put on them, they pulled the plug on the stuff. And so it was, It was bad, and there's that quote I was kind of talking about. You don't marry your first girlfriend, and you want to kind of, date other people, I suppose. But what are your overall thoughts on Grin? You said it's in, had you
Well,
really heard it much before this recording this, or
No,
no?
I never listened to it when it came out. I never heard any of it. So I don't think I was as I don't know, hesitant or, you know, had any issues with where they were going.
Yeah,
Because really, I mean, I don't think I heard Corner until probably like
mid '90s,
late 90s.
Okay, yeah, same with me. So,
Um,
so it's like you get to hear this the way like young people are hearing music now, where it's like all at once, so it doesn't really shock you one way or the other. You know what I
no,
mean?
and it was like, you know, we there's like the expectations you would have had when you heard it at the time if you were a big fan, and like I was aware of them, but their stuff wasn't readily available, and you know I was more interested in like Celtic Frost and Smale, I
Mhm.
think, than what they were doing, because this was like years after they'd already, you know, broke up.
Yeah,
um yeah, so this stuff doesn't this came across as almost like a very genuine attempt to like mature and be relevant. When that meant like that term doesn't really mean much now, but there was, man, the 90s made every band from the 80s feel like they had to up their game to be relevant.
yeah,
um be it production, image, any of that, like even like what Danzig was starting to do into the, you know, like Black Acid Evil and stuff, like um the I think with like not necessarily techno but electronic music in general really kind of bridged the whole like the extreme metal thing, like the fringes of that was really influenced by that a lot, and that was one of the options to kind of push yourself that way, like, you know, Paradise Lost, My Dang Bride, Anathema,
Mhm.
everybody was pushing, like, you know, Radiohead was doing it.
Samale. I mean, you said
um
Samale goes that
I
route a
mean,
little
yeah,
bit.
across the board, like people were pushing into that, which almost was almost kind of like a throwback to 80s stuff,
Yeah,
like
like
what happened with
bands
punk.
like bands like Ministry sort of bridge the gap from like synth pop into like industrial metal, and then they end up influencing the traditional metal bands to go back and re-explore synth pop. Or Nine Inch Nails was
Yeah,
doing this thing, and
totally. Yeah.
it's kind of interesting how that sort of happened. I mean, Godflesh was adding dance beats and things, yet still fucking heavy, and it was very.
There wasn't a whole lot of, I can't think, it's a totally different landscape for music now. Like, um, everything is available, and that's a really weird place to be.
Yeah,
Um,
but back then
like,
it was compartmentalized. It was like
yeah, so
see.
like you could hear like you back in, say, like, I don't know, mid 80s, late 80s, you hear a song that you're like, God, that's fucking awesome. You buy the record, that might be an anomaly on that record.
Yeah,
And then you've got to wait to try to figure out, well, where am I going to, like, it was gambling
yeah,
at the time. Like, where am I going to put my money? Am I going to put it on the Cult? Am I going to put it on this band or that, whatever band it might be? Like, where am I going to like risk my money to hear this? Cause you didn't have access to everything.
Mhm.
And it's crazy that, like, I just had on my phone, I had my phone connected to my smart TV in my office, and I could just go down and listen to these songs and skip through, you know, everything on YouTube.
Yeah.
Anything you want to hear between Spotify and YouTube, and, you know, I don't know if there's anything I have in my collection that's not digitized in some way. Everything is available. It's like fucking crazy.
It was pretty wild. I mean, yeah, there's a few things like when we did like the Belgian thrash and Dutch thrash where like, like the album might be up on YouTube, but like not the individual tracks and stuff, but like
Yeah, yeah.
demos, all kinds of stuff it's crazy at what's out there.
But so the cost of entry is awesome that you can hear anything. But I'm always thinking back to, like, I remember a very I guess dramatic, not it kind of like leveled me a little bit, is where I was corresponding with somebody for tape trading, and they're like, you don't have enough cool stuff for me to give you anything.
Oh,
And I was like, oh Jesus, shit! I don't have the capital to get anything.
yeah, that's wild.
That used to be that was the landscape.
Yeah.
So it's like it's crazy. So yeah, when you talk to somebody in their 20s that knows some of these bands that like you didn't realize until 15 years ago, it's such a weird, place to be right now. But it's also great because people like, Joseph Schaefer's probably 15 years younger than me.
Yeah, he's 10 years younger than me, I think. So
Yeah, so he's significant, and to have that kind of access and to have that many like ideas about Coroner
Mhm.
without like his musical journey they weren't even around as a band.
Yeah.
And to have access to that stuff, and like that's awesome that we're at that point where like
Mhm.
younger people can see bands that like never really, quote unquote made it, but they hear something and they're like, oh, fuck, this, that has affected his band that he's doing, which is awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it's like us being like, I don't know, like really passionate about like Thin Lizzy or something like that. Like they were kind of
Yeah.
done and over with when we were like, when I was like 5 years old or 6 years, like,
Oh, totally. Yeah, absolutely.
Wabum stuff that just didn't really like, like Angel Dust or,
But it's gotten so like specific,
fun.
which is just like wild for me to think about. Like,
Yeah. No, it's a record that I've really kind of I've come around on a lot. I kind of avoided this one. I had everything but Grin until kind of talking to Joseph Schaefer. It was actually MDF during
Mhm.
Corn set, and he turned to me. He's like, "Oh fuck, they're playing Grin. Nails hurt." He goes, "That's awesome," and he goes, "This is the album that like Coroner doesn't like, but I love it and stuff." And it kind of planted a seed, and it I like defending records that sometimes are not indefensible, but like some other people maybe don't appreciate as much. I think it can be
well,
a
were there
cool.
big moves too? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So and I again, there's a lot of value in this record. There's stuff that's like there's a lot of fat. I think it's like overlong, and there's some songs I don't really like as much. But I think like when the ideas hit and they're interesting and cool, they really hit some cool
Well,
cool
even
things.
yeah, like
You
a
know.
song like that we're not playing here, but like Serpent Moves
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
was very. I mean, it wasn't as probably you definitely had a better idea of picking stuff that was more um give you a better idea of like the whole record. But
Mm-hmm.
that song is so um it's just it's so simple. It's like that's like the AC/DC kind of thing with that song. But there's like this undulating groove to the whole thing that's just awesome.
Yeah, and that one of the things that like Grin does, if you kind of like, prepare yourself for it when you listen to it, is I think there is um a lot of like meditative repetition, and
Yes.
that's okay. Not everybody's into that, but like if you think it through the lens of like bands that have taken on an industrial influence, that sort of mechanical repetitious sort of thing. I mean, even like a Neurosis does something with like cyclical repetition, tribalism,
Hmm.
there's some of that there. um I like that. I think for people that expect the dynamics of No More Color, that could be a real letdown. I completely understand that. And I don't think it's a unreasonable take if you want it to kind of get off the train. I mean, it's
Hmm.
like, I don't know, like Anthrax, like people that got the progginess of Persistence of Time, the sort of really simple, great, punchy songwriting of Sound of White Noise just might not have done it for you. And I can't hate you for that. I would disagree with you, but it's like I can't say like that's such a crazy idea. Like I get why people wouldn't be on board for this.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I mean, as
you
a
know,
Anthrax fan, all I have is Among the Living and Sound of White Noise.
yeah, it's a
That's the
pretty
only
good start.
physical things I own.
Um, you should get Fistful of Steel, that first one. That's pretty good.
It's good. It's good. If I find it around,
Yeah, it's probably expensive,
grab it.
but
But like Persistence, I thought was like their Rust in Peace when I
yeah,
was in the '90s when it came out, and like now I was like, this record's not that great. There's like some good songs, but
it's like half good. It's a
it's
lot
half
of
good. Yeah, it's a lot of filler. Like I'd rather hear like Attack of the Killer Bees than that record.
yeah. I mean, starting up a posse. Who doesn't want to hear that song? But yeah, it's so I don't know. I mean, I think like Grin, we got a pretty long interview segment at the end of this set where I think Joseph Schafer kind of really nails it and goes into it. And I think he's going to articulate it because he's thought a lot more about this record than probably the combined effort of you and I.
I've only listened to it twice, so
exactly.
I listened to the whole record though.
Yeah, it's a good listen. It's like I said, a little maybe a song long, you know.
Yeah.
But I like what they were going for. You know, I do think it would have been interesting to see what they followed this up with. You know, who knows? So, but let's get into some tunes here. We've got one more tune from Mental Vortex, and Semtex Revolution is, and Joseph Schafer is going to introduce it and talk about it and gloat about it. This might be my favorite Coroner song now.
Well, once you say it, I got to ask you if it reminds you of anything at all.
Well,
the beginning, very beginning parts. Once you say your piece.
Okay, so it's got this like furious groove, stop start staccato, technicality, awesome round vocals. Some of my favorite round vocals that maybe ever done. Really sick melodies at the bridge, that fucking awesome acoustic lush passage underneath and the bridge chorus. I Serve the Revolution. Tommy, maybe my favorite solo from Tommy. It's up there. It's definitely the best solo I think on Mental Vortex. It's like George Lynch if he fucking played thrash, with a side of like Adrian Smith and Marty Friedman.
Okay.
You know, I said that this song isn't talked about more in the thrash, like all-time thrash lexicons, is kind of a shame. Like this is like peak. It's like Holy Wars, you know, it's in that like conversation of just like an ultimate thrash kind of song. For me, it's really peak Coroner thrash. So
do you know what? I didn't look into it. What the hell does Semtex mean?
We talk about it. Schafer talks about it a little bit in some of the sound clips we're going to talk about. And we recorded that interview like 2 months ago, and I can't remember all the details. I didn't
Is it some weird like psychological concept, or do you remember anything about it?
It is political. There is kind of a political aspect to it. I forgot to look at the lyrics before because, like I said, I think Schafer and I kind of go on a sidebar on that, and he kind of hits on it. So
okay, yeah, because I didn't go into like lyrical content. Really,
yeah, same, this one. Same. But again, it's like we serve the revolution. You know, I serve the revolution. It's kind of a cool like sort of chant along thing. And again, we talked about how Ron doesn't do a lot of those like sing along moments, and this is one of the rare moments. But
it ends with like the fucking like Kennedy being shot news clip. So exactly. I was just curious what the hell the lyrics are about.
They're kind of just talking about, you know, the changing landscape. I mean, this is like fall of Soviet Union, unification of Germany. They're kind of, you know, there's maybe just some of that kind of atmosphere going on in Central Europe at the time, perhaps.
Yeah.
You know, and that might be it, or it could just be sci-fi mixture.
That's kind of what I probably thought it was, but then when it had that like Kennedy clip at the end, like, oh, the president, I think it was, I don't know if it was, oh fuck, what was his name? Mustache guy.
Lee Harvey Oswald? Who are you talking
about? No, the newscaster. Walter Cronkite.
Oh, Cronkite.
The president is dead. That's what it sounded like to me. But
so, what's your take that what it sounded like to you? You said that there's something that Semtex Revolution.
Well, I mean, there some of the stuff it was starting to get into Living Color territory for me.
I can see like Cult of Personality.
Yeah, I mean, with Semtex is definitely Cult of Personality. Some of the notes and the way that it was put together, and that was
there's some Vernon Reid.
That came out 90. Was that 91 as well?
No, 88, 89 is Cult of Personality. Like right around
88.
89, I think. So like late 88, early 89, because it's right at the same time.
So this was like in the zeitgeist of that shit that was happening.
Yeah, Faith No More Epic is like I remember those videos in Cult of Personality like back to back.
That was 90, yeah. Because I used
Real Things 89.
Surprise You're Dead for a poetry thing when I was in high school.
Yeah, so I think Epic came out in 89, but that record like carried over into 90 and stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of Cult of Personality, this is something like you probably don't care about, but I care about it. But my boy CM Punk is back in WWE. Finally,
it's not that I don't care. I don't know.
After a decade. No, but it's it's for me it's like my favorite wrestler, and he uses Cult of Personality as his music that he comes out to. So it's,
Okay.
it's
I'm down
cool
for
to
that.
hear that. It's good stuff. But
I would still want Hulk Hogan to come out and do "I'm a
Well,
Real American" with the Bonnie
it's true.
Tyler song.
He's unfortunately had 12 back surgery, so I doubt he's gonna.
Oh
He
Jesus!
might make an appearance, but
I just
he's
want him
not.
to come out and say like, "Hey,
He,
hey, brother,"
he shows
to
up.
somebody.
He does show up. It's
Okay.
tough because he's a little bit persona non grata with like all the like racist stuff that he's kind of said. So like it's a
Yeah.
tough sell now, but he's still like employed. They'll bring him out to like pump the crowd up at like WrestleMania or something like that on occasion, or do like a backstage thing. So he's not like completely disregarded. But
Well, and as a meme guy, I'm sure you've seen the meme where it's like it's showing Hulk and Ric Flair, like, "Hey, let's go get a beer,"
yeah,
and then like 5:45 in the morning, they're covered in blood.
yeah. That's more of a Ric Flair thing.
30,
for sure.
36 beers later thing.
Yeah, fucking Flair, crazy. Yeah, and you know what? The Rock's gonna be back for WrestleMania. He's gonna wrestle. So
Who's he wrestling?
probably his cousin Roman Reigns, who's had the belt for like 1,000 days, and is like
Shit.
it's good. This is gonna be maybe the biggest WrestleMania in like a decade plus. It's gonna be a big deal. So
I feel like you say this every year. So that means they're doing a good job.
they're hitting record profits. Like Vince
Okay.
is out, Triple H is in charge of booking, and the
Yeah.
product is hitting like a new creative high. And
Who's the creative director? Is it Triple H?
Triple H, and he's
married to
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Stephanie's kind of disenchanted with her father, so like Vince is kind of out creatively. So it's like new blood finally is kind of happening with booking.
Is that? Do you think that's manufactured?
No, I think it's real. Yeah,
Okay.
I think there's.
Because that's the beautiful thing with wrestling is what's manufactured and what's real.
Yeah, but I think there's Vince's. Yeah. I think Triple H is playing it like politically just kind of neutral, but I think like he's happy that Vince is out because I think he had a lot of really good ideas. It's sort of like Michael and The Godfather, if like Brando's still like pulling the strings, and like wants to do things his way, and it's like you're always dealing with like fucking the dad that's like making no, do it this way, this is how we always did it, and it's like fuck, you're killing my
so what if Vince came back for a second and had Trump come in and he shaved his head again?
Yeah, yeah.
How would you feel about that?
I mean, I don't know. It would be interesting. That might be if maybe if Trump's about to like go to do jail time and it's like his like last Hail Mary of like trying to get like people behind him or something. Maybe I don't know, but who knows? Could get crazy.
Just the shit that I've seen like wrestling that I didn't really know much about like the last 25 years really.
Sure.
And then when stuff pops up on YouTube and I sit there and let it go for half an hour while I'm doing something else, I'm just amazed at what they can keep pulling off.
It is this storyline that they're doing right now is pretty wild. It's been like a 3-year storyline that's finally reaching like maybe an apex, and so like good on them for like long-term storytelling.
But they're always coming up with shit.
Yeah.
When you think that like this is all bullshit.
How many more times can you do
6-year-old kids care about this? Like, yeah.
It's pretty crazy. So yeah, but we can talk more about that. Especially if you're watching a lot of like, if you want some good like mindless documentary type stuff, I'll give you my login for Peacock, and like while you're sitting there with the baby, you can just watch these little hour-long history of like the Attitude Era documentaries, and you'll be like, oh my god, this is fucking glorious. And
I'm down. I'm a fan of. I've watched a handful of Stone Cold's.
I'm just saying
his new podcasts.
Yeah,
where he's just talking about working on his fucking ranch.
He's a Northern Michigan type of guy now.
Yeah, I can appreciate it.
But yeah,
so dream guys living in living on a lot of land.
There you go. So that's what you get to wrap up Mental Vortex is Semtex Revolution. Then we'll hear from Tom G for the first time, and he's gonna give his thoughts on Grin, and that's pretty cool. Then we kind of start our first little trio of Grin. It's really 2 songs with kind of cool instrumental kind of linking the two. And we're going to start with Internal Conflicts. And I think Internal Conflicts is probably the closest you get to like a traditional thrash song on Grin, but it's definitely laden with like industrial groove kind of stuff. A lot of
A lot of
Ministries,
that.
Odd
A lot of,
Flesh,
and like
uh,
the repetition of like
KSAD.
Samael.
Yeah, yeah. Some of
Yeah.
that, some of the tribal, like kind of repetitious stuff that like, Sepultura
Sepultura.
was kind
Yeah.
of doing KSAD and stuff. You know, you get like just listening to like the precision of the drums, you realize like why Marky was under so much stress and why they're like kind of fighting, in the
Mm-hmm.
studio, this kind of stuff, because it's, you're not looping a lot of stuff back then, like you're having to play a lot of it live,
It's
like
right to
some of it.
tape. Yeah, you do every take. You can't razor blade apart a couple like, drum takes.
Yep, exactly. And even though it's pretty simple, there's still like technical touches, that only Coroner kind of had, like the fucking killer solo is really,
Mm-hmm.
really good. And there's even for you Pantera fans, there is a riff straight out of Vulgar Display from Live in a Hole that's like used over and over throughout. And I don't think it's like on purpose. I just think like both bands were playing in that sort of
They're in that
groovy
same headspace. Yeah.
thrash, sort of, headspace or whatever. So yeah, so that's what I
Pantera was totally, post thrash.
yeah, yeah,
They pulled
groove.
in a lot of stuff from it, but like they started doing, probably one of the early ones doing their own thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were a big influence for me, I mean,
Yeah.
Gateway
I mean,
10 to 10.
I saw them on the Vulgar tour where I got like kicked in the head and
Violent concerts, man.
yeah, very, very violent. And I thought it was amazing to go to that show. I don't have a whole lot of feeling about that music anymore.
Sure.
And
That would be a
that's
really
I,
interesting contrarian episode for us to do down the road sometime. I know people want it,
well, it's
but
just I don't begrudge anybody like liking what they like, but there's
yeah,
certain things where like Pantera, Guar, God, I can't think. There's not a whole lot, but like these bands where I was like, I liked them at that time,
just an
but
age.
that
Yeah.
was just something that was just me as a kid.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, I
Corn is
could.
like that for me. Like Corn was
Oh
very
yeah,
much. I was a sophomore in high school. This made sense to me, and then by the time I was a senior, I was like, I'm kind of done. Whatever Corn's doing, I'm not with it anymore. I've grown out of it. Like
yeah,
it's
yeah. And some like
that's
there's not a whole lot of those
what
bands you
out of
grow out
Corn
of
I
like
did.
that.
Mhm. Yeah, some are nostalgic and age well. Some are nostalgic and don't age well, but I still appreciate them. Like some of the hair metal stuff.
Oh
You know,
sure, sure.
was when I heard it, but yeah, it's weird. Yeah, Pantera is a weird one because depending on the mood, like I don't ever put Pantera on, but if a Pantera song comes up in a playlist, like when we're up north, some of the guys always want me to put Pantera when we have like kind of our teacher gatherings and like,
If it's
you know,
early stuff or Cowboys, I don't care.
yeah.
Anything past that, I feel kind of like stupid listening to it.
I still would love to have, and maybe we could do this not as an episode, but I'd love to see what your thoughts are on Great Southern Trendkill because I know that you didn't
I've
really
never
ever.
listened to it.
That's like a grindy record. It's got like real like fierce kind of stuff going. It's weird and
That's when Phil was like hanging like corresponding with Fenriz and shit.
yeah, yeah. So it's an interesting. I don't listen to that record in full, but there's some songs on there where I'm like, this is really fascinating that this was such a mainstream band. I don't know how
Yeah.
this happened. Like
Was
it's just
was Great Southern? What was the one that like did they one that debuted at number one?
that's the one in between.
Far Beyond Driven.
Yeah, probably the heaviest record to ever debut, like at number one in an era where that mattered a lot. People were still
True.
moving lots
Yeah.
of fucking records. So. But yeah, so there's definitely a little Pantera riff there on Internal Conflicts. Then like I said, we get the theme for Silence, which is kind of just a little instrumental, kind of linking us to Paralyzed, Mesmerized, which is get ready to drink, people, because there's some Paradise Lost kind of catatonia minor chord vibes in parts of this. I'm not saying it's they're cousins in terms of some of the maybe influences that they're kind of pulling from a little. So yeah, so I guess like what were some of your initial thoughts on these kind of couple tunes, the Internal Conflicts and Paralyzed Mesmerized? You mentioned Metallica obviously and some other things, but did you pick up on any of those weird like minor chord kind of like depressive vibes that are a little bit in Paralyzed Mesmerized? Like I said, I get a tiny bit of Paradise Lost, Catatonia sort of vibes. Not a lot, but just like a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
anytime I hear anybody say mesmerized, I think mesmerized from
I, Into the
Tom.
Pandemonium is
Yeah,
I get a lot of Into the Pandemonium as well.
and
You know.
almost like the funny thing, it's almost like Triptykon-ish stuff
Mhm.
with how because Triptychon's pulling in the same drop D tuning, uh, kind of vibe of a lot of Celtic Frost, um, but like keeping this really morose thing going on. But um, it's funny because this was what year was this record? It was 93.
93. Yep.
Um, that whole like industrial, like modern production, pulling in all these like electronic elements and stuff was such a huge thing. And for people, I'm thinking from the aspect of like diehards that were coming in and hearing this record for the first time, being like, "Oh God, this is just what are they doing? They're just like selling out."
Yeah,
It's so like minor compared to other bands.
I know.
Like they did a pretty good job incorporating these like kind of modern elements into it without going over the top at all. I think it was like a 15%, 20% bump up from the last record as far as like doing anything different.
Sure, and I
But
think
for the
it's
time, that was a big deal.
I know, and it is really tastefully done.
It
Like
is.
like the solo that Tommy does on Paralyzed Mesmerized. I mean, this is like really emotive for him, and it's cool to hear him sort of stretch and play a solo that's based more on feel and atmosphere rather than just like raw technicality. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And like, good for them, for trying that. And it's, I don't know. Like, would I have wanted just like Mental Vortex Part 2 or No More Color Part 2 or Part 3 or whatever? Like, at least they're trying to do something here instead of just, I don't know. It's so like you said, it's really 1993. This is like,
Yeah.
what all the bands in this era were kind of dealing with on some level. And for me, even though I think, like I said, a critique I have is some parts, some songs are a little bit overlong at times, but
Yeah.
I
But
don't know.
this was also the era like Soundgarden Super Unknown. How long is that? Like 72 minutes?
It's pretty long,
Is
but
there
I
any song you take off it?
eh,
Like
me
that's one of the few records I
at
can
this
think.
point almost no.
Yeah,
Um,
I can't think of.
maybe Kickstand, but there's something kind of charming about Kickstand
It all
too.
works together. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like there's certain like when you have this is the limitation or this is the max this is the maximum thing that you can do on this record. Um that's it, like for that record to be so good. And this is 30 years later, 35 years later, whatever the hell. Um Going back and listening to it really for the first time outside of the hits is all I knew.
Mm,
And the hits are great, but God, the fucking B-sides are even better.
deep cuts. Yeah. Limo
Yeah.
Wreck,
And I can't think of another
July, and
album
head,
that is set
fucking
is
head
the
down.
full length of what you can fit on a compact disc
I mean, I think
that I
too,
would listen to the whole thing.
I think a lot of it also depends on frequency. Bad Motor Finger was 91, and they spend 3.5, 4 years making Super Unknown.
Yeah,
Um,
that's well, and also they came in well. I don't think we talked about this on air, but I've been listening to a bunch of those like Rick Beato interviews with the producer that produced that album,
uh-huh.
and his whole thing, which I really respect, I thought was a really kind of good aesthetic like way to go into this is like he never produced anybody's record. He was aware of their material.
Hmm.
So he would just hear their demos and be like, this sounds interesting. Let's see what we can do with
So
it.
he didn't know Bad Motor Finger going in. He just
No,
kind of
not
took
at
him
all.
what they were.
No.
That's cool. That's cool.
And well then he went in and listened to their previous work and then listened to the demos they had. And he was like, guys, you got about maybe like 3 songs here. I think you could push this further. And that's when a lot of the other stuff came out.
Awesome.
Like
Yeah,
they
because
just
one
went
of the
back
things,
and just pushed it. And I don't know if that kind of era exists. I think if I like to think in my childhood brain that if Metallica had the right producer saying no to them, that they could come up with an amazing record. I don't know if that exists anymore, but that's like in my brain that's like the ideal thing that could happen where they could come out with a thrash record that's like this is better than anything that's come out in the last 15 years.
I think you could draw some parallels to like Soundgarden. You can draw some parallels to like Led Zeppelin in the 70s or like the Beatles in the 60s, and that like Super Unknown is kind of like a white album or a physical graffiti, and that it is a long record with a lot of songs.
Yeah.
But it's because all the members are contributing ideas. Like
I
Ben Shepherd's
never
writing
realized
songs,
that either.
Matt Cameron's writing songs, and like
Ben Shepherd's writing songs.
Yeah, it's very esoteric because of that. And especially like it took me a lot longer for Down on the Upside. I love that record. I loved it when it came out, but I didn't understand all the songs. And it took me years to process all that. And a lot of it's because a lot of it's written by Matt Shepard or Ben Shepherd and Matt Cameron. And they're approaching it completely differently than Thale or Cornell were, and that's cool. Like it's cool that like there was a democracy within that band, that I don't know, you get with the Beatles and with Zeppelin and some of the big bands of their eras where there
when
is
guys were like pushing it further, like when people had big opinions, it was still always a democracy. Like if everybody didn't agree on it, that was the big thing about Super Unknown. Like it's so long because we couldn't agree on what to cut.
Yeah.
And like Limo Wreck, I thought, man, this feels like the ultimate Chris Cornell song, and it was Kim Thale and fucking Matt Cameron.
Yeah,
and they wrote that. I was like, what?
Understand their personalities. Yeah, it's weird.
But to know, like, I don't know if Cornell wrote his usually with I guess his lyrics and music is how you get accredited with ASCAP, but if he didn't figure out exactly what his vocal line was going to be, they knew his voice so well to know that when he does his, fucking screamy part would just like fucking crush everybody.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, dude. Like, yeah.
Yeah. That
Fuck
was
King Diamond, man. I would love to have Chris Cornell's voice.
He's up there for me. He's top 3,
Him and Buckley, dude, with his later stuff. Oh my. When he was doing like old 50s covers or like that Sinead O'Connor "Nobody Compares to You" song.
Incredible. Yeah.
Have you heard that?
Oh yeah, I love that shit. Yeah.
I didn't know that existed. And me and Lisa were watching, it was like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking beautiful. It's amazing.
Even his Bond song I've grown to love just because
I love that Bond song. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. that he got to do that.
Yeah, You'll Know My Name or whatever. Yeah.
So I even like the song. Like I don't love the Return record for Soundgarden as much. It's okay.
I've never listened to King Animal at all.
It's okay. It's not if any other band put it out now, it'd be like one of the more interesting rock records, but there's just such a high standard for Soundgarden. But,
and there's no rock bands anymore either.
Yeah. But I do like the song they contribute to the end credits of Avengers. Every time I hear that.
Which one was that?
Live something it's called.
Was that from King Animal?
I don't know if it appeared
Sessions
in King Animal or if I think it was released before King Animal, but that was like a comeback song for them, was like to do this because I saw Avengers so many times in the theater because it was a big deal for our group of teacher friends or whatever. And so every time like the end credits would roll, I'm like, yeah, okay, that Soundgarden song, it's hitting. This is cool to hear that. It's like bringing me back, because
I never bought Super Unknown. I mean, I got Bad Motorfinger from Concrete Corner. I remember hearing like Rusty Cage, and I was like, Jesus, who the fuck's this band? And then things just got more extreme. But
yeah, I mean that's a weird.
And I heard I always liked Black Hole Sun. Like all the singles on that record were always good.
Yeah.
I don't think I realized how fucking brilliantly written they are, though.
Yeah.
And what a powerhouse singer he was. I was just like, he's like, it's like, he's like, it's like Trouble or something, like Sabbathy. It was like, no, it's like if Jeff Buckley and fucking Ozzy Osbourne were, it was just such a weird mix where he was more, I think it's more like Jeff Buckley and Ian Gillan.
Sure. Yeah.
Because he has that where he can just fucking open like, wah! Like that was his thing. Like that was fucking incredible. But
no, I'm glad.
I digress.
Glad you're on the journey. So yeah. And speaking of really,
and he died in Detroit.
Oh, I know. So Luckily, I got to see him with Soundgarden before.
I saw them on Lollapalooza too.
Yeah, I'm jealous. That's a good era to have
Yeah.
seen them. So yeah, I
That was
saw
the
them
only
on
time. So
the when they re-ran through in the 2000s and stuff.
yeah, I would have. I mean, now I would have done that in a second. Just like, Rush and David Bowie are my biggest.
Those are
D.O.
huge.
are my three biggest musical.
Yeah. We kind of saw
Songs.
D.O.
Well,
Sort of.
yeah,
We heard them in the other room.
yeah, I've mentioned it a lot of times.
Yep. We're close, very close.
But so I don't feel as bad about Dio, but it would have been great to go see those. Fuck, what the hell is it called now? When he was back with the Sabbath guys,
Oh, Heaven and Hell. Yeah.
Heaven and Hell. God, that would have been great to see.
Yep. Yeah, we fucked up. That's right. We've made some mistakes, but
That's okay.
we've gotten pretty lucky too. We've gotten to see some things that I didn't think we would be able to see.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like that. That's the richness of the culture where we feel that way.
Mm-hmm. But the last thing I was going to say before we head to this is one of the things that it's interesting about Paralyzed Mesmerized is he sort of solos the last like 3 minutes, but it's different. It's not, like I said, it's a more emotive style. And I don't know, like it would have been interesting to see what he did on the next record if he could take this and maybe go into like, you're kind of talking about, some of the Soundgarden kind of more emotional, harder metal sort of stuff. Like, could he have done something more with that? I don't know. Maybe not.
Was the whole like the simple, like, because the drumming does seem simplified. Do you think that's because he was taking, like when he was talking about using the computer to like program all the drums, was that like simplifying that down to the point where it seems like it's industrial, or is it industrial?
That's a great question. I think he was definitely interested in industrial, but I
that
think,
was really big at the time too. Like, it's
for sure. Yeah,
that was like the next level of heaviness.
Yeah, Fear Factory's coming out around this time, and some of that stuff.
Psalm 69 and Godflesh. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you, but I think it's, I still think it's organic enough that it's not full industrial, because you can kind of tell that like Tommy's trying to play live things, but it's,
well, I think it's almost that the drums are so precise that, so like I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like he heard the demos and it was trying to live up to the demos that were done on a machine.
Yeah.
And him adding his own, just the fact that he's doing them as analog things is going to add another level of something to it. So I think that's with a lot of these records. There's lots of things that I don't know if it really mattered or if it's just our perceived, feeling.
Well, I think Tommy was a perfectionist too, and Marky was trying to please Tommy.
Well, Swiss and German people, like, they're pretty specific.
That's
they're not Swiss really into improvisation.
Yes.
Except for Uli John Roth, but
yeah, Uli's, but he's kind of like a hippie, so he's still living a hippie lifestyle. So let's get into it. We're going to hear from Joseph Schafer here talking about Semtex Revolution from Mental Vortex, and we'll hear from Tom G. Warrior talking about the Grin record. And then we've got Internal Conflicts, Theme for Silence, and Paralyzed Mesmerized from Grin. And then a pretty good conversation between me and Joe Schafer about Grin, where he really kind of goes pretty deep into this. And so we'll come back, sort of say our goodbyes, talk about the end of Coroner, and wrap all this up.
So my favorite song on Mental Vortex is my favorite Coroner song, and probably one of my favorite like metal songs, period. One of my favorite songs, period. That song is Semtex Revolution. My God.
We are playing that song. It is that's a fantastic tune for sure. Yeah.
You're not playing it first, are you?
Not to open the show. Nope.
Okay, good. Nope. Save it. Make them wait for it.
We will. So I like that one and probably About Life. Those are probably my two go-tos right now, but I like the whole record,
About Life is the other like obvious single. It was the first single, and like I think that song really works as a statement of philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is sort of like a mission statement. It's interesting for them to put it, again, if you think of that there's no cover on it, it's interesting for that to be like the end,
the final song. Yeah,
the final song. I think Mental Vortex's track listing is maybe a little bit wonky for me, but I don't give a fuck. I like every song. About Life is great, but Semtex Revolution, right, these are their best lyrics, right?
Mhm.
Gotta be. I think of this song as like kind of like a left wing like rejoinder to like Peace Sells by Dave Mustaine, right? Like I think of it as like this has got to be I remember listening to this song. This is such a weird thing to say in audio. Okay. I can't believe it. What? Fuck it. I'm going to say it. I remember being in college and listening to Semtex Revolution and thinking, damn, being a terrorist is cool. It's such a weird thing to say.
It's not. No, I don't think so. Not on Requiem, where we put a lot of things in like weird pop culture sort of ways. I was just watching like a 45-minute long video for a pop culture class I teach last night on the politics of Star Wars on Andor as being like one of the great pieces of like anti-fascist like pop culture. And they really talked a lot about how George Lucas originally like intended the rebels to be the Viet Cong, and that was such
Right.
a bold move, so no, I don't think I think if you think of it in those terms as people standing up in rebellion against something, I don't think you're saying that absurd of a statement, so
Sure.
that's where I go when you say something like that. I don't think of you in like as that as a endorsement of quote unquote American version of terrorism that we perceive in the media, so
Sure. And I don't, for what it's worth, I don't think Coroner are like saying go shoot the president. Like this is one of the great things about this song is like in the context of the album, it functions on two levels, right? Because like on the one hand, it's direct action, good, violence, solve problem. Yes, we make it sound cool, right? But also the whole record is kind of about, to me, exploring mental vortex, right? It's in the title, fractured states of consciousness.
mm-hmm.
I don't think it's like quote unquote like a concept about mental illness. That's not true. But it's like about altered states. Like all of these speakers in their songs are not quite connected to reality the way that you and I are, right? And like when he does that, the fucking, it's like a post chorus, right? I serve the revolution in a different way. Like you get the sense that like the speaker of that song is not a protester, is like maybe some nut on the fringes. And it's such an interesting character decision. And to me, I think there's also like connective tissue to Tom G. Warrior doing Into the Crypt of Rays. Gilles de Rais was a child murderer. I'm watching an anime right now where the villain is Gilles de Rais, and I keep hearing Into Crypts of Rays in my head as I'm watching it. And like, I don't think Tom G. Warrior is saying, yeah, the dude who like butchered kids is cool. Like, I think he's saying like, as a historical occultist, what a fascinating figure. And I think Semtex Revolution has a similar relationship to any number of presidential assassins. I mean, obviously it ends with audio, I think, from the Zapruder film.
I think so. Yeah.
But like Semtex is C4, listeners. So like clearly the song, if the song's about a mad bomber, which it seems like it is, it's not about literally shooting JFK. But that's what I think is so like cool and creepy about it, is it's got that kind of like makes you feel so bad it's good edge that maybe draws otherwise normal people into like the shady parts of black metal, and I appreciate that. Like I appreciate the magnetic power of like righteous wrongness. So I think Semtex Revolution is a masterclass in that. But like ignoring the lyrics and the vocal delivery, the music's just fucking great. Like they've got the rhythmic turnarounds and the tempo change stuff down to a pat. Like if you want Rush meets Slayer, this is the song.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
It's fucking so tight and so intricately recorded. It's like a little like clock, like a Rolex. Like I look in this song and I try to think about like where the hi-hat hits are versus like the bass hits, and I'm like, they were some of the best musicians on the planet when they did Semtex Revolution. So to me, that is their peak. That is ultimate Coroner.
confirm report that the president was hit in the head. It's official now. The president is dead.
Do you have any opinions on like favorite records from them, or anything that you've been like maybe the most impressed, since they kind of, became what a lot of people thought of as like, I guess, quote unquote, the Swiss, thrash scene, because you guys were really doing your own thing way outside of thrash.
Well, I obviously really like the first album, and I also like Grin. I think Grin is actually quite an accomplishment for that band. You could really see how they progressed from album to album. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's a record that I've recently reappreciated. I saw them actually perform. Speaking of Maryland, they played Grin, or one of the songs from Grin, one of the longer songs at Maryland Death Fest, and I was like, "Whoa, this is a great song!" And I went back and really, because that record often gets kind of slagged, right? It kind of was like, "Oh, that's where Coroner made a misstep or something," but in a lot of ways, it's one of the more interesting things I think they ever did.
Exactly, and Coroner tried to be different. They weren't just a straightforward thrash metal band. They always tried to be slightly different with their lyrics, with their compositions, and that's why I think Grin actually fits them. It suits them.
When I feel like
Joseph Schafer might be wrong, but Tom G. Warrior can't be wrong. So we have to say that you're both in the right here. So this is your defense. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the platform. In this TED Talk, I will. Okay, look.
This is the whole reason we did a Coroner show and bringing you in is just so we could talk about Grin. Let's be honest.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about Mental Vortex too, because to be clear, Mental Vortex is my favorite record of theirs. I like Grin. Mental Vortex is perfect.
Yes,
but
agreed.
When I got into Coroner, literally the guy at Ramalama Records who sold me Mental Vortex and No More Color on the same day said, he's like, this band's perfect, just never listen to Grin. What? Okay. And like, it's the last record, and there's this long tradition of like thrash bands hitting the 90s and getting weird and it killing their career, right? Like Forbidden, Green, which is also not bad. All those bands that broke up in the middle of the 90s and then had to get back together, right? So like there is a long tradition of the bad 90s thrash record. I think Grin is nowhere near the worst of them. To me, that's Destruction.
Yeah.
But Grin, unlike all those other bands, seems to have like actually killed their career. And I gotta tell you, I don't hear why.
Yeah, me neither.
Grin is not perfect. It is too long. Mm-hmm. Every single song is too long, and it is too samey to be perfect. And admittedly, some of the soundscape things have like, it sounds very 1994, right? Like 1993, actually, right? Like there's sound stuff in there that has not aged well. It sounds exactly how old as it is, right? But this idea that it's like some sort of weird left field for them to get more commercial play. What the fuck are these people talking about? This is Coroner. They were never going to blow the fuck up, right? Or that it's some sort of betrayal of their earlier career. Those people aren't listening. Like those are the people who think that Grin is like some divergence from their arc are the people who maybe like your past self and my past self before I really gave Grin a listen, only listened to the singles and didn't like digest what Coroner was doing, right? It is the perfect, it is the epitome of where they were trying to go with Mental Vortex in terms of the Killing Joke drum parts. And like, if you listen to the opening of Mental Vortex, Divine Step, the like psychedelic breaks in the beginning, it's them trying to evolve into Grin. Like Grin is them taking the first track of Mental Vortex and saying, okay, could we do this for an hour and have it be good? And I think that they do. Like I think it's great. If you listen to like contemporary stuff in this time period, like Prongs beg to differ.
Yeah.
Like it's not out of nowhere. Like they were in conversation with other critically acclaimed, excellent bands at the time. Meshuggah's Contradictions Collapse. I think Coroner is one of the only bands that maybe actively influenced Meshuggah. Like in that the grooves on this record are literally hypnotic.
Mm-hmm.
It is like a trance metal album. It's a trance thrash record. Fucking weird, right? Now, my big issue with it, my critique of it, is that it kind of gives me white boy dreadlock energy. Do you know what I mean?
Like too much groove metal, like mid 90s, late 90s groove metal kind of vibes.
It's the combination of like groove metal and like kind of like weird ethno-cultural appropriative soundscape stuff, like with the didgeridoos and whatever.
That was a big trend in the 90s too, right? You know, like
I know
those kind of things. And it hasn't aged well. I agree with you there.
No. And I know that it goes back to like Talking Heads, band I love, like one of my favorite bands ever. And I can hear like you could also look at Grin as them maybe trying to do something like Remain in Light.
Mm-hmm.
Great record, right? You know, and to their credit, maybe they anticipated something. Like maybe if they kept going, Coroner would be opening for Tool.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but here's my Galaxy Brain take. This album is Coroner doing their Into the Pandemonium.
I got that vibe. I was thinking Into the Pandemonium and maybe Nothing Face. Those and maybe even Angel Rat to some extent, that those three records were kind of hovering above, beyond like the prong influences and some of the things that were more overt. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because it was in the back of my head, but I didn't know if that was an absurd thought. So continue. Where are you going with this?
No, that's exactly right. And like people, first of all, not only is Into the Pandemonium Celtic Frost's best album, it's their best album, but it was their most successful album. It was like mainstream avant-garde art. And as we've already established, Coroner was baby Celtic Frost. Of course they want to make an avant-garde album. And like, I think they were probably right to listen to Into the Pandemonium and hear like One in Their Pride and be like, hip hop beats, cool idea. Tom's sampler, not that good. What if we had a good sampler?
Yeah.
And it's, to me, this is sort of their rejoinder to the master. I think this is them saying to Tom, what if you never did Cold Lake? And I think they're probably fucking right. And it's weird that people hate them for it. Like when we saw them to MDF, like multiple times that weekend, and admittedly, I was in an altered state when we saw Coroner. In preparation, absolutely and proudly, which is the correct state of mind for listening to Grin, right? But like, I remember thinking, I was like, I thought they were fucking great. And then people I respect said, I thought they were terrible. And I'm like, why? And they said, well, they played stuff from Grin. And I'm like, you're mad just that they played material from their last and clearly like most conceptually like difficult to birth album. They're obviously fucking proud of it. They still play the material from it, right? Like, and they front load their sets with it. Like they're like, if you've got to earn Semtex Revolution, first you've got to listen to Nails Hurt. and Nails Hurt is a great song. I think it's fucking great. Like people talk shit about.
I love the ending drum part of that song. It reminds me of when Anathema on it's the album after A Fine Day to Exit, where they have that song where all of a sudden they just start playing enslaved drums from like the first Enslaved, and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Like I love that like ending part of Nails Hurt, just totally. Because all of a sudden it just goes into this like just really fast kind of like an unanticipated sort of groove that comes out of nowhere, and it's kind of aggressive and goes for it. I don't know.
He starts doing that weird tom fill, and he does like I think it's a low pass filter. Like I think they roll the low end off the drum beat to end it. It like the production choices on this thing are fucking crazy. Like it's weird because I know I just said that a lot of the audio choices they made on this album haven't aged well, and that's true. But at the same time, like Grin still sounds like the future to me. Like those weird little fucking laser bloop sounds, I want them. It's amazing. Like they had a vision for where metal was going to go, and they tried to take the world there, and the world told them no. And I think that's kind of like, okay, the world's allowed to say no to artists, right? But don't say no so badly you like break them up.
I know.
To me, and I thought at least they had a vision of the future.
But don't you think that if they're doing the same cycle 10 years later in the early to mid 2000s that the metal public is more open-minded and would have not pounced on that in the way they did, that it was just a sort of different time, wrong time to put those type of records out, you know?
I think people just wanted to be mad at thrash bands for not being thrash because they were mad that the world was moving on. And I think like for some reason, we've let a bunch of other bands down off their crucifixes.
Yeah.
But we won't let Coroner down. Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, again, like the record's too long. And I get that people are like, oh, you know, they're a prog band, they're a tech band. This is like not a techie record. But those are people that don't understand like industrial music. Like, go listen to Skinny Puppy. That shit is not easy to make. It's a different kind of technicality. It's a loop and layer based technicality. It is more in line with where mainstream music has gone in terms of production from a workflow standpoint, first of all. And like, I know people who listen to this podcast may not like Nine Inch Nails, but I encourage you, go listen to this podcast called Nailed. Where they like take Nine Inch Nails songs and they break them down stem by stem. Like, here's the drum beat, here's keyboard line 1, here's keyboard line 2, and they put it together. Like, the podcast is, and like listening to it has given me this incredible respect for that style of music making.
Sure.
And like Grin is Coroner taking a full leap into that realm, and I think they kind of fucking nailed it, actually.
Pun intended.
I actually didn't think about that, but I guess so. Industrial is not simplistic. It is complex and sophisticated. I think of this as a record that's in conversation with the golden age of Ministry. Or you guys did the Nail Bomb episode. Yeah. Like, I love Nail Bomb, but with all respect to Nail Bomb, like, I think Coroner did that better.
I've never thought of it in that terms, but I'd have to think about that and reflect. I don't disagree with you. It's just the Ministry Nine Inch Nails comparison is a little easier for me, because I think what Ministry and Nine Inch Nails was doing was more artful. I think what Nail Bomb was doing is much more anarchic and kind of punkish in that. And that's cool. I'm not saying one's better than the other. So I think what Coroner's doing is more artful and more like, I don't know, more like what Nine Inch Nails does than say what Nail Bomb was doing. I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense in my head, but as I said it, I'm like, that might just be like.
No, you're right. I agree with that. No, you're totally right. But the idea that this is like a step back in terms of sophistication for them is actually like, thank you for saying it, because that's what I'm trying to push against. Because you listen to Tommy T. Barron's solos here.
Oh yeah,
they're great.
Dude, the vibes on like Paralyzed, Mesmerized gives me like doomy, like almost like Peaceful 3 moments, you know,
right?
And stuff. Like, there's some really interesting ideas. I bring up Angel Rat, and I only bring that up because I'm always drawn to Jeff Wagner's Opening of Mean Deviation book, where he talks about what is the definition of progressive. And I see this record as a progressive record. Maybe it's not tech thrash, maybe it's not progressive thrash, but it's a progressive record.
I think this is honestly, to me, one of the last truly progressive metal albums, and it's 30 years old, which like says something about the state of the genre. And I love this genre, like, it's my life, but I feel like we could go further into the future, and we choose not to. And we choose not to because, at least for people my age, I think it's because, no offense, we've had a lot of young boomer and elder Gen X metalheads do nothing but shit on Grin since we've been 13 years old, right? It's not perfect. You know, like Lethargic Age is not the song they should have started the record with.
No.
If Internal Conflicts was 5 minutes long, this, and that's the first song after your whatever didgeridoo intro, like the whole thing changes because like internal conflicts just gets you.
It's awesome. Yep.
It's awesome. And like you said, Paralyzed, Mesmerized, sick fucking shit. It's just, why does he make you wait 7 of 8 minutes to get to it?
Yeah.
Maybe that was the CD era. You know, maybe that's someone from Noise Records being like, it's not going to sell in Japan if it's not 60 minutes. Like one more verse chorus per song, please. I don't know if that like did happen.
I think the mid 90s was an abusive time for the CD, like, hey, we got 70 minutes, let's fucking use it, you know, kind of thing. And they don't go 70 minutes with Grin, but still it is long in the tooth in certain moments, you know.
It is there is almost no metal band that I want to listen to an album that's longer than 40 to 45 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I love Coroner, that's true for Coroner too. And again, I do not think it's better than Mental Vortex. I do not think it's better than Punishment for Decadence.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably about on par with R.I.P. But to me, this is a band that does all 4 out of 5 star or higher material, basically. That EP with the rappers, not so good, but they tried something.
Not playing anything from that, so we're good there.
Yeah, like, look, all their ideas weren't all gold.
Yeah.
Right?
That was Paralyzed, Mesmerized, Theme for Silence, Internal Conflicts. And we started with Semtex Revolution, and we heard, of course, from Joseph Schafer in sort of the beginning and end of that little set there. So kind of wrapping things up here, and we kind of already talked in the Damn the Machine, kind of gave a preview for fleshing out some of the problems that are going to start to arise with the band. But I wanted to just sort of expand on that like really briefly, and then read one last passage from Jeff Wagner from the Mean Deviation book. But basically what it was is they owed Noise an album after Grin comes out contractually. Mm-hmm. So basically Tommy went in and just put together kind of 4 songs alone. Like if I've never heard the greatest hits demos kind of thing, the Coroner self-titled record, but if you get a hold of it, I don't really know those 4 songs, but I don't know if I would consider them like full Coroner songs because Ron and Marky aren't really on them. So it's kind of like, you know, I'm sure they're okay, but I don't know. I didn't really actively pursue them. But yeah, basically Tommy sort of admits like it was basically just me doing all the parts kind of thing. Tommy then went on tour with a pretty big Swiss artist named Steven Eicher for quite a few years. He was kind of a mainstream German Swiss guy in Europe. I don't know who I would kind of compare him to, but he was kind of had like a kind of a grungy mid 90s kind of rock sound, you know, and so Tommy was kind of doing some guitar stuff there. And then the band decided to tour again after this greatest hits. They did one last tour in 96, and they brought in a keyboardist named Daniel Stosser, who still plays with the band to this day. Kind of like how Sabbath brought in what was the guy's name? Jeff Nichols, is it? Wasn't he the keyboard guy, like pretty much from like Heaven and Hell on? And he played through
him or Don Airy?
I think it was Jeff Nichols. I want to say, we'll have to look at that, but he kind of became like the 5th member of Sabbath unofficially, but I think that's kind of what Daniel Stosser does. Yeah. And he kind of had roots in industrial music and stuff like that. And so, they're trying to kind of make it work, but they're not really writing music. And they play their last show in Essen, Germany, which was the home to Creator, and Creator was at that show. And as the show is over with, basically Tommy is recruited by Millie to sort of come in and play with Creator. And it's weird because Millie talks about it in the documentary, how like this was a really rough time for Creator. They were fighting with each other. And he kind of credits like Tommy with being like the guy that kind of helped save the band, even though like maybe people aren't fond of those late 90s Creator records like Endorama and Outcast and some of that kind of stuff. Like Tommy was like the glue that held them together through the rough years because he kind of gave them stability. and stuff. And so that's kind of cool because Crater eventually did find their second wind in the 2000s and kind of went on and is doing pretty decent stuff for an older thrash band. But
Violent Revolution,
yeah,
man.
yeah, it's a great record. There's some good stuff through that.
That's one of my, I think, top 3 Creator records.
Really? That's up there for you? Okay. I mean, I liked that record when it came out, but I don't pull it out very often, so I need to pull it out and see if it holds up for me. But,
I think that's their comeback.
Yeah, I agree. Was that 01 or 2000?
It's 2000 or 2001. Yeah, right around there.
I think it was 2000 because I think that's when I saw Creator in Italy, in Milan. And they, so for the first time.
Revolution.
It's good stuff. So here's the last little passage I wanted to share, and then we can kind of say our goodbyes, talk about the last couple songs here. But this is from Jeff, his perspective on the Grin and kind of the end of the band here. He says, Coroner leapt considerably far off from their signature approach with the 5th and final album, Grin. As a variety of other bands were scaling the heights of technical mastery in 1993, Coroner instead made a significant departure, writing longer songs built on simpler and fewer riffs. Hypnotic repetition and huge expanses of groove-laden landscape produce an airtight atmosphere of unease throughout Grin. Marky had commented to Metal Forces 2 years earlier about coming changes in the band. Quote, "We've left the classical influences of our past behind," he said. "That sort of metal no longer interests us. There is more of an industrial and psychedelic feel to our music." Grin tested different waters, laying out a machine-like grayness that sometimes brought to mind the previous year's Renewal by contemporaries and former tour partners Creator. The album... We know Mark feels about that. I've never listened.
Sorry, that was my 1 second review.
I'm a neutral party, so I've never actually heard it. So
you're the Swiss guy. It's okay.
Yep. The album shift saw another benefit as guitarist Tommy T. Barron was given more room to breathe. He took advantage of the new environment by offering the luscious, most dramatic soloing of his career. Coroner never capitalized on the direction explored on Grin. The band broke up in 95, posthumously releasing the bits and pieces swan song Coroner that same year. The Swiss trio had brought stylish performance, classical music complexity, and a wide array of outside influences to thrash metal, and were one of the first in the genre to bridge seemingly disparate worlds. Although popular with tech heads, Coroner's approach to time signature was not as radical as many similarly minded bands. Most of their music was in basic 4/4 time. Their stop-start rhythms were a well-integrated part of the machine, implemented with more subtlety than other tech metal bands managed. Coroner's main appeal to fans wanting complicated music was the spiraling, arpeggio-laden sequences fired off from the nimble fingers of Barron and bassist Ron Royce. Marky went on to co-found the ill-fated electro-metal act Apollyon Sun. There we go. Yep. With old Tom G. Fisher of Celtic Frost, while Barron joined a watered-down Creator for 1997's Outcast. A completely inexplicable move considering Outcast offered 0 guitar solos, always Barron's deadliest weapons. So there's an interesting kind of parallel there that it just didn't seem to, kind of work out. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. And we've got 2 songs that we're going to sort of go out with here. We'll hear from Schafer one last time. We did have a new patron, Mark Lease. Wanted to give a shout out to him. So thank you again for all our patrons for your support. If you want to sort of support what we're doing, you like what we did in part 1, part 2, maybe you're kind of new to it and you want to sort of support the cause, because again, Mark and I are donating all this time. We're not getting paid to do this. We don't charge anything for the podcast.
I got mouths to feed.
Yeah, he's got you got feed William.
I got 4 mouths to feed.
You can sign up to become a Patreon. You can go to patreon.com/Requiem Metal, or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the Patreon link and sign up there. $5 a month, $2 a month, whatever you'd like, a cup of coffee,
you can send us, if you want to just give us a one-time donation, which has happened.
Yeah.
Get a hold of us. We'll give you a PayPal, and, we've had very generous things happen that way too.
Absolutely. We do
we'll never advertise. We'll never have advertisers ever.
Yeah. We've done a lot to sort of remove that from everything, which is very,
cool. Jason, when I like to shave, I like to get my, we're never going to have any of those intermittent ads in between.
It would be funny for us to do some
shave club.
We should do some fake ones sometime, or something. But
I don't know what would it be?
I don't even know. So
Up north, kerosene. Do we go? Do we go Requiem far north, or do we go just Requiem north?
yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we could come up with some like weird survivalist kind of thing or something. But I did want to read one letter before we sort of get out of here, and then we'll sort of go to these last couple songs. But this comes from a Patreon, Gilchrist. Says, "Hi guys, and Happy New Year." This is from January 5th, so just a couple weeks ago. Just finished the rest of the Japan Aussie and the Swiss Thrash episodes. Thank you for mentioning my 2 messages. I don't know how it's for you yourselves, but to me, it's always feels strange to hear my own voice. It's quite awkward. I think we played his little voicemail. Do you remember? I think over.
We did. Yep.
I didn't record it. And in general, I didn't expect you to publish my whole vocal diarrhea. For the future, feel free to shorten or cut my blabbering just as you like. Just
it's actually easier to not have to edit.
Yeah, I was gonna say it saves Mark a lot of time for us just to play on it.
Plus, most of our listeners that give us feedback are, we want to hear it all. So
yeah, it's cool. Anyways, thank you for always digging deep into the archives. Firstly, you woke my attention for Mortal Sin, a great and diverse band, and I'm ordering Mayhemic Destruction in 3, 2, 1. And thanks for the Coroner deep dive. I bought Grin when it was first released back in '93, but I wasn't aware of the whole background. I was lucky to see Creator live when Tommy Vitrelli played for them. Must have been the Dynamo Open Air in '98 or '99 on the Endorama. But I've never seen Coroner live. Happy to hear they're doing live concerts again. A great and diverse band indeed, and stellar musicianship for sure. I hope everything's going well with Mark's newborn child.
Soon, yeah.
He says, we're expecting our first son early in March, so I can totally relate. Exciting times. So
congratulations, sir. Definitely make them listen to music. We were talking about putting in a YouTube speaker, so because today it's just like we both love music, but we don't have a whole lot going on in the house music wise. Like, well, let's just get a speaker where we can have, I was talking about a Rush song this morning. Like, I'm just going to, instead of telling you what I'm talking about, I'm just going to play it.
Yeah.
So a lot more of that.
Yeah. He ends with, he says, all the best. And if you're up for ideas for future episodes, I'd still love you to do something on Gothic metal. He says, don't get me started. Or progressive metal. He said maybe would need to be split into continents or countries as well. I'm still hoping for a cemetery or Pyogenesis deep dive, although we did a pretty deep-ish dive on Pyogenesis.
If you go back over a couple of, like, was there 2 or 3?
We did a Twin L Blood episode, and then we also did just like a Pyogenesis, like early part up through like Mono, I think. And then we also talked about Pyogenesis's kind of comeback on one of our Patreon episodes where we talked about bands making comebacks like Machine Head, Queensryche, Pyogenesis, and maybe Refused. I can't remember who we had on that, but it was
something like that. No, because that was Flo actually got a hold of me on Facebook about that.
Yeah.
That he had, I don't remember if I sent him to you or not, but he sent me because I bought some of the like reissues he did of like Twin Ale Blood and stuff, and he's autographed them and sent them to me. But he was listening to, he was just out of like nowhere. He's like, oh, I was listening to the Type O Negative episode, and you guys were talking about, a couple Pyogenesis records, and he was really stoked that like they were in the same breath.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like, well, we're talking about like that like that weird sad fucking thing that was happening that we were attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he was just really stoked. And then we listened to another episode where we were talking about the new. It was one of the, I think, the year-end episodes, which we haven't. Did we do one last year?
Yeah, we did, but we put out like March or
it was much later. But we did another one where I was talking about one of the Pyogenesis records I didn't know existed, that they were still doing stuff, and then went back and listened to it, and where he was doing like, they're still doing like pop stuff with death metal vocals, which sounded fucking insane to me, but totally made sense in the context of them.
Yeah.
So it was cool to to have that all happen.
That's cool. Yeah, so then he just wishes our greetings and then kind of said if we're ever in Germany to look him up and get together. So
No.
absolutely. And then one other message, this is from a recent new patron from a couple I think he signed up like a month or two ago, Matt Holland, and he sent us a message through Patreon. He says, I made it through every episode. I started listening to your show about 4 years ago. I went from loving metal to obsessing over metal within these last 4 years. I owe a huge part of my new band discoveries to you guys. I'm going to a badass show in April with Amon Amarth, Obituary, Frozen Soul, and Cannibal Corpse. I'm super stoked, and I'm sewing together my first battle vest for the show. Some of the patches going on are from bands that I just learned about from listening to your show. Keep your episodes long, make them even longer. The more content, the better. The mass amount content keeps me entertained through work and long commutes. So we got us a long road trucker there from Matt Holland. So
Hey, I'm all about it, man.
Yep. There we go. So yeah, if you want to shoot us an email, requiemmetal@gmail.com, or check us out on X, I guess, Twitter. I was about to say.
I don't know. I don't
At
done that in
Podcast
years.
Requiem, or just look up Requiem Metal Podcast. We should shoot up. And then also Jason and Mark on Facebook, if you want to sort of follow us there. I haven't posted a lot of stuff just because I've been busy, but there is a Requiem chat for our Patreons that the people are posting different things and sharing playlists, end of year playlists and stuff like that, which is cool. That's what I want, like a kind of a community of Patreons kind of coming together and using some of that stuff, in a cool way. And we hope to, our thought is to do some kind of best of year-end thing, but it might not come out till the spring when Mark and I get a chance, to get together.
I mean, it'll be out in a month. We could have it in a month, easy.
Well, no, like a best of episode. Like it's going to be tough to throw something like that together until
Just because I haven't listened to that much.
Yeah. I just met with the baby coming and stuff like that. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna that like I think having our whole thing is having a child is to bring the baby into your world.
Into our world. There you go. Yeah.
So like you don't change your world for the baby comes into your world and you experience what like this is what you're gonna
yeah. Well, he's better.
Your normal thing. So
he's on either part of the team or he's not. Like come on, William.
We're not 9-to-5ers. We're me and my so hopefully this your wife will be we both work for ourselves, so it's a very weird thing for a kid to grow up in. So we hope to make that normal because it's tough to find a pension nowadays.
Well, and if William makes an appearance in the background of the podcast, it would be not unlike some of the various animals through the years that have made some,
Well, once he can talk, I'm definitely going to have him do some snippets.
Hot takes. Yeah, hot takes.
I'm gonna do some hot takes with him where it's
what do you think about this song?
We're gonna play a couple songs and he can say
loud. It's loud. It hurts. Okay. All right. Well, if it hurts, that's like
that's or maybe it might be just be like who knows?
Exactly.
Who knows?
So we're going to end with two of the longer songs that kind of end the whole record from Grin. And one is the title track, Grin, Nails Hurt, and the other is Host. And, Grin, Nails Hurt, this is the song that, like I said, kind of started the whole Joseph Schafer conversation as we watched them kind of perform this. And definitely, I get some kind of Helmet, Ministry, Prong kind of groove vibes, things like that. And it's interesting because it's like one of those songs where like it's pretty repetitious for a while. And just as I'm kind of like thinking maybe the song's kind of getting too long, the last 2 minutes unfold and you get this fucking amazing tribal, almost like thrash version of like the krautrock motoric beat that like Can and Noi and stuff do. But they're doing this like kind of droning guitar with like the drums just really going for it at the end. And it's really fucking cool. I don't know. It's an interesting song. It's not maybe my favorite, but I like parts of the song a lot. It's some of my, some of my favorite parts of the record on it. It's maybe a little bit long and repetitious, but I think that's the point, is to get to that point where when the tribal part kicks in at like 6 minutes, you're like jarred. You're like, oh, okay, what the fuck? They're like racing to the finish all of a sudden for the last 2 minutes. It's like something Enslaved would do. but like doing it in like a coroner kind of way. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the host, which is probably my favorite song on the record. It's Ron Royce's bass kind of takes center stage. This is a very Voivod Outer Limits kind of feel, kind of meets Godflesh, you know, ministry. You know, when he sings like it breathes, it lives. I mean, that's like Godflesh type shit, right?
Yeah.
You know, Ron's kind of doing these guttural sort of chants, you know, cool female vocals. They're not really like, they're just so like they're atmospherically kind of like floating inside different parts. That's kind of an interesting choice. Tommy's solo has these electronics and rhythmic pulses sort of built in. It's the textured parts of the song are interesting. It kind of leads me to believe that Host hints to what if they made another record, it'd be more stuff like this. And I'm interested, you know. It's pretty meditative. Ron's doing some fretless bass. It's probably the kind of song that probably pissed some of the hardcore thrash fans off. And for that, like, cool. You're like, good for you. Like, because it's an interesting kernel of an idea that like they're exploring here. I don't know if you have any thoughts on these last two tunes as we exit things out, but those are my thoughts, I think.
I mean, it's like this stuff is down to the dissonance and the chug. A lot of 90s Megadeth happening in this. The repetition of Samael, bits of like Sepultura, very like through a European lens. I think like this era of metal was, I don't, the European lens was totally different than like the Concrete Corner lens, the you know the
hard grunge,
the popular, you know, American lens. So a lot of this stuff comes across as very like European specific to me.
Like a song like Host has more in common with like Enemy of the State Neurosis than it does with like most of what else was kind of going on. I don't know. Does that kind of make sense? Like those, when Neurosis first was turning away from kind of like
Enemy of the Sun?
Enemy of the Sun. Yeah. I'm sorry. Enemy of the State's of
Wolf. Yeah, we got Will Smith on your mind, man.
I do. Always. I mean, pretty much 24 hours a day. So, but yeah, Enemy of the Sun, you know, that kind of you know, those tribal vibes, those atmospheric vibes. Neurosis is not fully formed into what they become on Through Silver, but they're starting to like meld some new ideas together. That's what I get
rhythmically for sure. Yeah.
You know, both bands were clearly listening to Godflesh on some level, you know, so it's a interesting, I guess. So that's kind of you know, the book on Swiss thrash, you know, these two parts here. You know, we've journeyed around the world so far, hit Australia, Japan, we've hit a little piece of Germany. We'll be back in Germany again. We've hit Switzerland, we've hit Belgium and the Netherlands, which most of you have not heard yet. Our patrons have. And by the way, forgot to mention, if you do sign up to become a patron, you do have exclusive episodes for you and some other kind of bonuses and things
early
like that.
Access.
Yeah, early access and stuff. But yeah, so who knows where we'll go next? You know, like I said, we might just drop this Patreon episode next month just because you know, things might be a little bit busy. But then when we return, maybe we'll take a detour away from thrash. We always like to do that in between, and
maybe we'll do something very Jim Henson-ish. You know, maybe we'll do Follow That Bird soundtrack.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Or you know what I like? I actually have it on vinyl. The Dark Crystal soundtrack.
That's good.
Pretty good. Pretty dark.
Tangerine Dream.
Yeah, it's got.
Is it?
Those, I don't know. I think they're just mimicking that. I gotta look who it is. I don't think it.
I'm just saying, Tangerine Dream is pretty prolific for.
Yeah, they were on a lot of those
genre jumping.
Yeah, I mean, Tangerine Dream does part of the Risky Business soundtrack. It's fucking incredible. When they're having sex on the subway, that's Tangerine Dream playing. It's very surreal, very synth wavy. It's cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of krautrock, there we go. Brought it all back full circle. So, but cool. It's been fun, Mark. I think the next time we talk, you'll probably be a father, and so that's pretty exciting.
We'll see if that makes me sound more knowledgeable or sound like a blithering idiot. But
you might have to get a smoking jacket and a pipe, and you know, just Maybe
have
not
an insulated
smoking tobacco,
sweatshirt.
but just have it be an empty pipe that you just kind of use.
Yeah,
for
I quit smoking over 10 years ago, so
exactly. You
I
don't
like
want
to
to
keep
start
the
that shit.
nicotine
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
But at least definitely like some kind of sweater vest and smoking jacket type thing. You'd be more.
I'm definitely down for having like a nice natural wool cardigan,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I might have some of my history teacher ones that have the little patches in the elbows.
Well, we looked up your the dude sweater, like what it's
Yeah.
originally based on.
Is it based on like a?
It's based on a $130 70s sweater.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But it looks nice. It might be maybe it's a gift to myself. We'll see.
Yeah. You should.
Maybe I'll use some of my
We could both sit
Patreon.
around in dude sweaters and just be, kind of like.
Yeah, we
chilling.
could use some of the Patreon money to do something like that, and then the rest of it we can put toward the college fund for my son. So
we just do like photo shoots of like movies we like.
Yeah.
It's a good use of Patreon money.
No, most of the Patreon money has been spent already on research materials.
I
So
was gonna say books,
and records
albums,
and
the stuff. Yeah,
I always like to make sure if the world ends, I can still hear what I love. So
physical media, it's good.
Even if
Good
we
tool.
have to just listen to it, moving the record around by hand, we still can.
I do know. Do you know what the availability of Coroner stuff is on vinyl? Is it readily available?
It's pretty limited. I mean, I've got the demo stuff that was a bootleg, and I have Punishment. That's about it.
I think they just did CD reissues, so maybe some vinyl stuff's kind of coming soon.
Maybe a lot of the other stuff was way too expensive, but it was, in the last 20 years there was like periods where I could have got everything super cheap, but that's when I still bought, CDs. So
yeah,
it's it's tough. It's tough out there.
It's hard out there being a pimp,
I know.
So I agree.
I think we'll have enough. I got enough to get all the real essential stuff. We can, if the world ends, we can still listen to it together.
That's true. I mean, I can always, play CD versions of the stuff you can't find on vinyl over the phone for you, or something.
Yeah. What if you don't have power though?
Ooh, that's true. Well, how would I play a CD player or a record player then? We just have to sing the songs to ourselves.
Well, record players is this is because I just buy vinyl, and I like to validate my decisions, but you could slowly just turn it by hand.
That's true. You could hand crank it.
Yeah. But like with CDs, you could also just have a battery backup system as long as you have something to play it on.
Maybe I probably have an old Discman somewhere that I could just use batteries.
I don't have anything right now I can play. I guess I could play discs on a Blu-ray player.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
But the any of the speakers I have that come out of any of that is like not worth a shit. So
yeah,
it's
these are apocalyptic dilemmas that we must all confront with physical media.
Luckily, comic books, you just got to make sure they don't get wet.
Yeah,
you're cool.
Candlelight, just read them by candlelight.
Yeah, yeah, or just read them during the daylight.
That's true.
Everything else, there's always going to be wood. You can always.
That's when you're fighting the zombies is during the daytime. So you got to kill your zombies and farm your crops, and then at nighttime you read by candlelight to survive.
Exactly. I've got so many books I haven't read.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Like, I use COVID to watch a lot of movies and catch up on some of that. You just need another.
Well, also, to go back to when metal books actually became a thing. Like, you were just like, well, okay, I'm gonna sell off some plasma so I can buy these books because it never was a thing. But now we're at kind of like this golden age. I've got fucking 20 books, metal books I haven't read.
Yeah.
The Morphus book, there's all this stuff I haven't gone through.
Yep, I agree. And some I use the excuse that when we do an episode on this band, that's going to be the excuse. It was finally time to pull out the Noise Records book and do some stuff on that and read through some sections. And
it's also you're so stoked that there is this stuff out there. Mm-hmm. And sometimes we just with the Denim and Leather book. I remember I went through and just did Venom quotes that I pulled out of it.
Well, that was like perfect timing. They came out like
Yeah.
right as we were putting that Venom 4-parter together,
So like that's like why these books are so like, people that put these together realize that people like to just pull certain snippets out. It's great for podcast reference.
Agreed. So, all right, for Coroner, for Swiss Thrash Part 2, our international thrash series continues, and we're gonna hear from Joseph Schafer one last time here, and then these last two tunes, Grin, Nails Hurt, and Host from Coroner Grin. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark. Ooh.
It frustrates me that this is the like kind of the end of their career, because since I've been starting writing, people have been saying, oh, there's going to be a new Coroner album. They're back together. They say they're working on it. Where the fuck is it? Tom G. Warrior, call your dude V. Santura and just get them to come over for a weekend. Like, if V. Santura mixed and recorded Grin,
oh man,
you would think it's fucking perfect.
Now we're talking. Yeah.
Right?
They had that Triptychon sound. Yeah.
Do these exact same fucking idea. Like, clearly they're not moving away from the sample and industrial and keyboard ideas. Like, you see them live. Daniel Stossel isn't one of the 3 true members of the band, but like, you saw them live. Mm-hmm. He's in Coroner. They don't want a second guitarist. They want sample bro. Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, that's the way I think it. If they did another record and it had all of this keyboard and sample stuff and Dan Stossel was not listed as a musician in the band, I would be disappointed in them. If he's the person playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's been with them live for so long and is clearly like part of the vibe, part of the aesthetic, doing all the gang shouts. Put some respect out there for Dan Stossel. That's what I'm saying.
Good. I like that. Yeah. He gets a shout out.
Shout out to him. The other day I was talking to John Cobbett from Hammers of Misfortune, formerly Ludicra, formerly Vole. Love that guy. I think the only other truly progressive thrash record I've heard since then is the last Hammers of Misfortune album, Overtaker, which is great. And he was like, I was talking with him about Coroner, and he was saying, he's like, they're like my favorite band, but I've never even, he didn't say his favorite band. He's like, one of his favorite bands, right? Mm-hmm. I think his favorite band is Metallica, obviously, but he's like, never even listened to Grin. And I feel bad. I gave John this whole spiel, like at high volume into his ear on a cell phone while he was like outside of his like farmhouse. Poor guy. But there's places thrash could go. Yeah. It's not a dead genre. There's like the future can be obtained. And even if Grin isn't Coroner's best album, it is their most inspiring album to me. That's my defense of Grin. Take it or leave it. And if you hear me do that rant and then listen to Grin and you're disappointed, I'm sorry.
Yep. We tried. We've literally given all the pieces and all the puzzle pieces that we can to these people to try and hopefully get them on the side. And again, I don't know. I see Grin as like, that's a bad metaphor. I was just going to say, like, for a while, it took me a long time to convince Mark to listen to like Sound of White Noise, because in his mind, he just was like, no, that's a Dead to Me record. I don't like it. I know what I think it is. And then when he listened to it, he's like, oh, it's a really good record. Now, is it progressive? No, it's not. Like, it's stealing a lot from, Alice in Chains and things that were happening at the time, but it's done really well. It's done really tastefully. And so, and it's better than a lot of the records that were coming out in 93 from thrash bands. But yeah, I get it. There's just some people who built a wall, especially when they hear that a band changes their sound. And somehow Voivod like got away with that, right? Like they were able to like, they probably lost some fans along the way, but they seem to have threaded the needle a little bit better than some of those other bands, because I think it was just innate that they are always changing. It was like constant evolution was their constant, So, And I don't know why Coroner wasn't afforded that same luxury. It's very strange.
Well, Voivod had to commit. They had to shed members and bring members back. Like I think they were in the same fucking Coroner like cringe zone for a long time. I think it kind of took. It took Jason Newsted like joining
to kind of resurrect them in a way. Yeah, you're right.
To give him the defibrillator, even though like honestly, another album I'd put in this same zone as Grin is Phobos. Like,
yeah,
I actually hadn't really given Phobos a fair shake, or I hadn't gotten around to it until Jeff Wagner on Radical Research did their Voivod episode.
Yeah.
And I listened to Phobos and I'm like, this is fucking bleaker than any whatever abyssal death metal band you want to listen to. Portal, Grave, Upheaval. Phobos is darker than all of those. Like, and people hated them for it at the time. And now, if you were to drop Phobos today and just have like a squiggly band title on it and have a bunch of dudes hard styling in front of a graveyard on the back of it, decibel top 5.
Yeah, I think you just meta deconstruct it like 2023 metal right there in a nutshell.
It's like I do
exhausting sometimes. I'm with you. As like an old timer, it's hard sometimes to. Yeah. I
like Cruciamentum, I guess, as much as the next guy or whatever, but it's not Voivod, right? Yeah. But like those bands aren't going to last. Voivod's going to last because they persisted, and I'm sorry that for whatever reason Coroner hasn't.
Yeah.
Done that.
Speaking of that, my final question before we let you go is, we've talked a little bit about their legacy, but do you see their influence in metal today, in younger bands or in other thrash movements or other pockets? Or, you mentioned Meshuggah. Where do you see the legacy of Coroner as you try and assess it today, 20, 30 years later?
Honestly, I really don't. I think you can hear Coroner in Hammers of Misfortune, like I said, but that's like an old dude band now.
Yeah.
And half of the current members of Hammers of Misfortune were in, sorry to bring them up if this upsets anybody, but, Vector, who I'm not down with the guy, but those albums were great. And when Vector came out, I remember everyone saying, oh, this is the new Voivod. And I would listen to it. And I thought, no, this is new Coroner.
Yeah.
To me. But there's not a lot of stuff in that vein. I don't think. Look, I had to start a band to hear the weird thrash I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
So I didn't even quite co-found a band, but like, yeah, if you like Coroner, I don't know, maybe listen to Colony Drop.
Fuck yeah.
Not to be cringe, but like,
shouted you out before because it's a great record. I dig it a lot.
Well, thanks. We're not there yet. I'm definitely trying to get us to our mental vortex. And I think everyone else is too. We're not there yet, but we're going to get there.
Well said. Well, Joseph, thank you. This is going to be fun to sort of throw this stuff in. I think the listeners are really going to dig. I think you understand Coroner more passionately than probably Mark and I do on some level, even though we're both fans of Coroner. I wanted to reach out to the biggest super fan I knew of Coroner, who also was playing thrash, writing about music. You've got all the tools to sort of maybe put them in context. And I think if people aren't sold on Mental Vortex and Grin, then I don't really know what else is going to sell them on it, So
no one needs me to sell Mental Vortex. No. It's just good. If they don't think Mental Vortex is good, they don't like metal. Sorry. Yeah. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Why are you listening to Requiem? This is a long episode already. What the fuck are you doing at this point?
Yeah. Did you sit through the whole Deceased episode? Yeah. I did. That band fucks. If you're down with Deceased and not Mental Vortex, what's up with you?
Exactly. So, but yeah, so we do appreciate you. Obviously, we'd love to have you for a whole other show, a full show down the road, when we kind of see fit to have time to do it. And, Let's meet up. Are you going to be in Maryland?
I am going to be in Maryland. And I just wanted to say, by the way, take this in or leave it out. It's fine. I love what you guys have been doing. I know keeping things going is hard, but like that Sodom episode made my fucking month. The Deceased episode made the next fucking month. Like you guys are in like you're covering all my shit. So I'm super happy with it. And I'm pretty sure the Requiem fan base is too.
I think so. We've gotten a lot of good feedback. You know, I think some people are like, oh man, this is a slog. It's a long episode. But it's like, well, we're dropping kind of like one a month. So like listen to it in 4 parts and then you got one a week, I guess.
then I realized there's just one door unlocked. I opened the door and it breathed.